Rebirth, my wife starts pursuing me. If you could go back in time, what is the one thing you would want to do the most? When this question was posed to the reborn Chen Juan, his only thought was to stay away from the girl he once longed for, Qian. However, to his surprise, Qian had also been reborn to the year 2011 and was shamelessly insisting on becoming his girlfriend. Chapter 1, Wandering Half a Lifetime, Returning as a Youth. Night fell, and the dazzling neon lights reflected in Chen Juan's eyes. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The flickering flame momentarily illuminated his face. Slowly, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, the mist curling around his face as embers flickered in the dimly lit room. Snap! The room's light suddenly turned on. A woman walked in, exhaustion evident in every step. She paused upon seeing Chen Juan by the window. "Why aren't you asleep yet? I told you to quit smoking. It's bad for your health." Chen Juan's voice interrupted her. "Let's get a divorce." A long silence followed before a slightly trembling voice finally responded. "Okay. Are you both absolutely sure?" At the Civil Affairs Bureau, the staff member looked at the masked couple before him, his tone tinged with disbelief. The shock in his eyes hadn't fully faded. The truth that a currently trending singer had been secretly married all along. How would his crazed fans react if they knew? After a moment of silence, Chen Juan spoke. "I'm sure." Qian nodded as well. Bang! The seal was stamped. Fate had run its course. Snow began to fall outside, drifting down like willow fluff, landing on treetops, streets, and their shoulders. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Juan gazed at the divorce certificate in his hand, his expression complex. If she hadn't chosen that path back in university, would things have turned out differently? "I'm sorry," Qian murmured, her voice choked, head lowered, long eyelashes glistening with tears. Chen Juan smiled faintly and ruffled her hair. "I'm not going to be around anymore, so learn to cook for yourself. Don't stay up too late at night. And stop overworking yourself." Large teardrops rolled down her cheeks as Qian watched his departing figure. The once glamorous, top-tier celebrity now stood in the swirling snow, crying uncontrollably. Chen Juan pulled his coat tighter around him. The sound of her sobbing made him pause for a moment, but he didn't turn back. Beep! Beep beep beep. A car horn blared frantically. Chen Juan's heart clenched. He turned his head. A massive truck, out of control, was speeding straight towards Qian. "Qian, get out of the way." Chen Juan dropped the divorce certificate and dashed toward her. Tear-filled eyes met his. Her previously dull gaze suddenly lit up, and she opened her arms toward him. Bang! Blood bloomed on the snow like a crimson plum blossom. Late night news. A truck driver, identified as Wang, was found to be driving under the influence. He fatally struck a recently divorced couple at the scene before fleeing. His whereabouts are currently unknown. On the screen, Chen Juan and Qian were tightly embracing each other. When Chen Juan awoke from endless darkness, his ears were filled with chaotic noise, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. "Lunchtime, lunchtime. Hey, wanna go to the restroom? Let's go, let's go." Someone nudged his arm. Chen Juan lifted his head to see a boy with a few pimples on his face and a bright, familiar smile. "Old Chen, come on, time to eat." Chen Juan was utterly confused, but his mouth instinctively replied. "I'm not hungry. You go ahead." "Oh." The boy left. Chen Juan glanced around. An empty classroom, rows of desks, stacks of books piled high, and a banner above the blackboard that read, "Study hard and make progress every day." Pencil doodles covered the desk and the walls. He reached out to touch them. Everything was so familiar yet so strange. He lowered his head and picked up a math textbook. Flipping to the first page, he saw the words. Class 11, Grade 2 Chen Juan. His eyes widened in shock. He grabbed a small mirror from a nearby desk. A young face stared back at him, familiar yet unfamiliar. He instinctively touched the faint fuzz of hair on his upper lip and chin. "I've become young again." A surge of indescribable emotion overwhelmed him. He sprinted out of the classroom, out of the school building. Memories, long buried, flooded back. He stood in the middle of the sports field, his eyes scanning the entire campus. The sky was a clear blue. The old school buildings stood sturdy. Loudspeakers on tall poles played the noon broadcast. Students laughed and chatted by the snack shop at the school gate. For the first time, Chen Juan truly believed that he had really returned to his high school days. Taking a deep breath, he felt the weight of fate shifting. The heavens had given him a second chance. As he walked along the small path, excitement surged in his heart until he heard a familiar voice. "Hello, fellow students and teachers, this is the campus radio station. I'm your broadcaster, Qian. The next song is a request from Wang Fei of Class 6, Grade 1, later." Although Qian and Chen Juan attended the same high school, they didn't truly get to know each other until they both got accepted into the same university. Back then, Qian was in the elite Class 1, while he was in Class 3, the average student's class. In their third year, something in Chen Juan's brain seemed to click. His grades improved rapidly, and he performed well on the college entrance exam. That was the only reason he barely managed to attend the same university as Qian. They met, got to know each other, fell in love until that fateful year when a talent scout discovered Qian. After graduation, they got married, but the promise of from school uniforms to wedding gowns never came to pass. As Qian's career soared, she spent less and less time at home, returning later and later until, finally, Chen Juan asked for a divorce. Standing in the middle of the path, Chen Juan instinctively reached into his pocket only to find nothing. Right. His high school self didn't smoke. "Later, I finally learned how to love. But you had already disappeared into the crowd. Only through tears did I finally understand. Some people, once missed, are gone forever." The song played. Chen Juan stood still, lost in thought. This is it. This time, let us end it here, Qian. I wish you smooth sailing in life. His heart finally settled. He turned and walked toward the teaching building. Then, "I want to share a quote I really like with my fellow students." Qian's voice suddenly sounded melancholic over the broadcast. "I also want to dedicate this to someone familiar, yet now a stranger." She spoke slowly, each word resonating in the air. "I hope there is someone like you, like a fresh breeze in the mountains, like warm light in an ancient city. From dawn till dusk, from the wilderness to the study. As long as it's you in the end, that's enough." Just as he was about to step into the building, Chen Juan paused. Then he chuckled. So this was her favorite quote. She had liked it since high school. He shook his head and lifted his foot to step onto the stairs. And then his body froze. A memory suddenly struck him like lightning. That quote, it came from a short story collection published in 2013. But right now, it was only 2011. Chapter 2, First Encounter, Stunning Second Meeting, Still Captivating. Let f1 and f2 be the left and right foci of the ellipse x squared plus y squared b squared equals 1. The line L passing through f1 intersects the ellipse at points A and B. Everyone, pay attention. This type of question is a must-have in the college entrance exam, and it's usually a big problem. The first sub-question is simple. It's a free 6 points for you. So, what do we do first? We should. During the first class in the afternoon, the spectacled math teacher was explaining the problem, but Chen Juan's mind had already wandered elsewhere. Qian had been reborn too. Resting his chin on one hand, Chen Juan analyzed this conclusion based on what had happened during lunch. What should he do now? Memories of Qian from his past life flashed through his mind at lightning speed until finally, a smile appeared on his face. Since he already knew the final outcome, he would make sure everything never started again. The first thing he would do after being reborn was to avoid Qian. If life were only as beautiful as the first encounter, then let all the good memories stay frozen in his mind, in that youthful high school era. Old Chen, old Chen. His deskmate nudged his arm. Chen Juan turned his head. It was the boy who had invited him to lunch earlier, Hu Jun. Hu Jun glanced at the glass panels on the front and back doors of the classroom before whispering, "Call me if the teacher comes. I'm going to take a nap." After uttering this phrase that every student had either heard or said at some point, Hu Jun skillfully pulled a few books from under his desk, stacking them onto the already towering piles, propped his hands up, and started sleeping. Hearing those familiar words, Chen Juan couldn't help but smile. He used to say them a lot too. On the podium, the math teacher glanced at Hu Jun, who was asleep in the last row, then at Chen Juan, who was lost in thought, and sighed inwardly. As the worst performing students in the class, Hu Jun and Chen Juan had practically been given up on by all their teachers. Their grades were like a slow bicycle race, whoever put in even the slightest effort might lose their last place title. As the class neared its end, the math teacher adjusted his glasses and said, "You are already in your second year of high school. I won't say much more, but I just hope you won't regret wasting your time during the years when you should be working the hardest." After saying that, the teacher gave a seemingly casual glance at the back row where Chen Juan and Hu Jun sat before walking out of the classroom. Chen Juan caught the teacher's gaze and understood it was directed at him and Hu Jun. His grades had always been poor in high school, and he was considered a troublemaker by the teachers. However, he never disrupted the class and maintained a decent relationship with most of the teachers. That was probably why the math teacher had said those words. After some thought, Chen Juan pulled out his Math Compulsory 1 textbook from his desk and began studying from the very beginning. Although he hadn't touched high school material in a long time, he had learned it once before. Reading it again, little by little, the forgotten knowledge began to resurface. "Damn, old Chen, you're studying while I was sleeping." Hu Jun groggily lifted his head from the desk, shocked. "No way, I need to study too. I need to make sure you rank below me in the midterm exams," Hu Jun said seriously. "Below you?" Chen Juan was momentarily stunned. Hu Jun grinned smugly. "Last time, I ranked second to last, and my mom bought me a new phone. If I end up in last place this time, I'm screwed." "Nope, can't talk anymore, I need to study." Chen Juan smacked his lips. Even ranking last was a competition. The remaining classes that afternoon were all self-study sessions. Chen Juan spent the entire time going over Math Compulsory 1, not even taking a break between periods. Seeing this, Hu Jun, who had initially planned to nap during the break, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and continued staring at the math textbook in front of him even though it looked like gibberish to him. High school year 2 faculty office. "Old John, that Chen Juan and Hu Jun in your class, man, they sleep through every lesson." A few teachers were chatting when the math teacher casually mentioned the two students. Zhang Wenzhong, their homeroom teacher of class 3 and their Chinese teacher, sighed helplessly. He had spoken to both students before. They acknowledged their mistakes but never changed. As Hu Jun had once put it, sleep in class, pee during breaks, chow down at mealtime, and know nothing at home. Zhang Wenzhong felt sorry for students like them. He had tried various ways to help them, but the results were always disappointing. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound pulled Zhang Wenzhong back to the present. He looked toward the door and saw Su Qian, a top student from class 1, the advanced class. A female teacher with round, black-rimmed glasses smiled and asked, "Su Qian, what's the matter?" Su Qian's expression was resolute. "Ms. Yang, I want to transfer classes." "What?" Yang Man stood up in shock. The surrounding teachers were also surprised. A top student from class 1 wanted to transfer? Why do you want to transfer? Is someone bullying you? Yang Man walked over and tried to calm herself before asking. Su Qian shook her head. "Well, I've been feeling a lot of pressure lately, and I've been getting headaches, so I want a change of environment." Yang Man reached out to feel Su Qian's forehead and frowned. "Headaches aren't a small issue. Let me take you to the medical office." Su Qian quickly waved her hands. "No need. It's just that the pressure in class 1 is too much. I need a break." Her heart was racing. Of course, she wasn't having headaches. The real reason she wanted to transfer was to find Chen Juan, who didn't know her yet. When she realized she hadn't died and had instead been reborn into her high school days, she knew the first thing she had to do win Chen Juan back. She regretted it. The moment she held that divorce certificate in her hands and watched Chen Juan walk away, her heart felt like it had been hollowed out. To hell with work. To hell with contracts. She just wanted him back. Yang Man looked at Su Qian's serious expression, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Su Qian, go back first. Let me think it over." Su Qian nodded and left the office. The moment she stepped out, Yang Man picked up her phone and dialed Su Qian's father. "Hello, Mr. Su? This is Ms. Yang, Su Qian's homeroom teacher. Just now. After school." 3 periods of self-study had reawakened Chen Juan's once dormant brain, while Hu Jun had given up after 2 periods, declaring himself a sleeping salted fish. As a day student, Chen Juan packed his bag as soon as the last bell rang. Chen Juan. As he stepped out of the classroom, a voice from behind made him freeze. After a moment's hesitation, he turned around and sure enough, it was Qian. She stood there in her blue and white school uniform, with 2 strands of hair gently falling over her forehead. The golden sunlight illuminated her face. She tilted her head slightly and smiled at him. Her eyes curved into crescents as she beamed. "Can I chase after you?" Her soft voice was like a little kitten, curling up into his heart. Chen Juan's heart pounded uncontrollably. Chapter 3, Pass It On. Qian is going to drop out of school. Chen Juan looked at Qian in front of him. The blushing girl in college and the person in front of him overlapped, and Chen Juan could not tell them apart. Chen Juan paused for a moment and said, "I don't know you." "It's okay, we'll get to know each other in the future. You have to remember my name. My name is Qian, Su as in Liu Su, and Qian as in Qian." Qian chuckled twice and said her name seriously. "Oh." Chen Juan nodded, turned and left, his heartbeat finally slowing down. "I wanted to avoid her, but why did she come to me on her own initiative?" Chen Juan walked out of the teaching building and sighed. Chen Juan's home is not far from the school. Usually, Chen Juan rides a bicycle to and from school. He found the parking shed based on his vague memory, but he was worried about the row of bicycles. Which one of these is mine? The repetition rate of this bicycle is too high. After rummaging through his school bag, Chen Juan found the key to his bicycle lock and began looking for his bicycle. "This one isn't, I remember my bike was black." "That's not it either. My bike doesn't have a small basket on the front. This one looks a bit like." Just as Chen Juan was carefully identifying his vehicle, he glanced inadvertently and suddenly saw Qian also looking for something with a sad face. After thinking for less than a second, Chen Juan turned around and walked towards the school gate. "Chen Juan! Chen Juan!" Qian's call from behind made Chen Juan quicken his pace. Then, Qian trotted to catch up with Chen Juan. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She seemed a little angry that Chen Juan ignored her shouts. "Why didn't you wait for me?" Qian said angrily. "Oh? Did you call me?" Chen Juan looked confused. "I didn't hear you." Qian didn't seem to care much about this and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "I just saw you walking out of the carport." Chen Juan said, "My car was stolen, so I walked home." Qian looked excited. "Really? My car was also stolen. Let's go back together." Chen Juan looked at Qian speechlessly and asked, "Don't you have any idea whether your car has been stolen or not?" "No, I like someone." Chen Juan raised his leg and was about to leave. Qian giggled, "Like someone? Do you like me?" Even though Chen Juan had been together for 8 years, he had never realized that Qian could have such a face. When he was pursuing Qian was very cold. Chen Juan ignored Qian, walked out of the school gate, and headed home on his own. Seeing that Chen Juan ignored her, Qian curled her lips and followed him happily. "I say, is your house in this direction?" Chen Juan couldn't help but stop and turn to look at Qian. Qian nodded. "Yeah, what a coincidence, har har." Chen Juan laughed and continued walking forward. He didn't know where Qian's home was. It was in the completely opposite direction of his. When she was near the door of her house, Qian stopped and watched Chen Juan walk into the room quietly. "Mom, I'm back." Chen Juan opened the door and shouted into the house with a smile. Liang Yulan came out of the kitchen wearing an apron, smiling cheerfully. "Juan is back, the meal will be ready soon." Chen Juan sighed, "I suddenly want to eat the food my mom cooked." Liang Yulan said, "Hey kid, you eat the food I cook every day." Chen Juan smiled without saying anything and put his school bag back into the room. Liang Yulan walked to the door and closed it tightly, but saw a beautiful girl not far away smiling at her. Liang Yulan closed the door in some surprise. In the evening, Chen Juan ate with great relish. Since getting married, he seldom had the chance to eat his mother's cooking. Chen Guowu drank a little wine at dinner and looked a little tipsy. Some people, after drinking, will say things that they usually keep to themselves. Chen Guowu is one of them. The midterm exam will be in a few days. Chen Guowu put down his chopsticks and said. Liang Yulan glared at Chen Guowu, "We are eating, why are you talking about this?" Chen Guo seemed to have drunk too much and ignored his wife, whom he was most afraid of. Chen Juan nodded. Yes, there are still 5 days. Your mother and I only have you as our son in this life. We don't ask you to become an outstanding person, but we just want you to be safe. You have been naughty since you were young. Chen Guo spoke in a rambling manner, as if he was talking to Chen Juan, but also as if he was talking to himself. Chen Juan listened quietly to Chen Guo's mumbling. Normally he was a taciturn man, but after drinking, he suddenly became talkative. When he was in high school, he hated this kind of situation and found it very annoying, but now he suddenly felt a little sad. Dad, I will improve on this exam. Chen Juan said seriously. Chen Guo suddenly fell silent, his cloudy eyes now had a glimmer of light, and Liang Yulan also looked at their son in disbelief. Okay, I believe you. Chen Guo smiled with his mouth open, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Dad, I toast to you. Chen Juan stood up, took out a new cup from the kitchen, poured himself a glass of wine, and spoke. Chen Guo smiled and said, okay. Liang Yulan frowned at the side. The child is still young, why would he drink alcohol? Chen Guo closed his eyes, shook his head slightly, and smiled contentedly. Not a kid anymore, I'm almost an adult. The next morning, Chen Juan came to the parking shed in front of the school. Looking at the scattered bicycles in the parking shed, Chen Juan quickly found his own. When I returned to the classroom, only a few students with good grades were studying with their heads down. Chen Juan returned to his seat and continued to look through his math book. Damn, Chen Juan, are you crazy? You come to study so early. When Hu Jun came to the classroom and saw Chen Juan sitting in his seat, he said in surprise. In the past, Chen Juan would come to class after a while of morning self-study, but today he came so early. Hu Jun came 10 minutes early today just to read more, but who could have thought that Chen Juan was so enthusiastic? When the bell for morning self-study rang, Hu Jun surprisingly did not sleep or chat with Chen Juan. Instead, he started to read the physics book seriously. However, this situation only lasted for 10 minutes. Old Chen, have you heard that Su Qian from class 1 seems to be transferring to another class? Hu Jun said mysteriously. What? Chen Juan was confused. Hu Jun, stop talking nonsense. It's obvious that she has depression, and it's very serious. A spectator in the back row whispered. You are talking nonsense. I am obviously going to drop out of school. Someone said. That's right. Chen Juan was completely confused at this moment. He asked in confusion, how did you know? We heard about it too. Several people said at the same time. Chen Juan looked at the confused expressions of the few people and even simulated the scene in his mind. Su Qian wants to change classes. Pass it on, Su Qian is under too much pressure and needs to transfer to another class. Spread the word, Su Qian is suffering from depression and wants to transfer schools. Spread the word that Su Qian has severe depression and is dropping out of school. Chapter for midterm exam. Su Qian wants to change classes. Chen Juan felt that the above speculation was the original form of the rumor. As for the reason why Su Qian changed classes, Chen Juan naturally understood it. This meow is coming for me. However, it is not so easy for Su Qian to transfer to another class. Class 1 is the top class and Su Qian's grades have always been good. There is no reason for the head teacher of class 1 to let her go. Thinking of this, Chen Juan relaxed a little. He no longer paid attention to the whispers of Hu Jun and the others and continued to read the math book. There are 5 classes in the morning, but Chen Juan is flipping through the math book no matter what class he is in. As the knowledge deeply buried in his mind was constantly awakened, Chen Juan's reading speed also increased. Hu Jun didn't sleep, but he didn't study either. He was so exhausted that he just lay down and took out a martial arts novel and read it with relish. Chen Juan had no idea of dissuading Hu Jun because he knew that Hu Jun would soon inherit his father's company after graduating from university. At that time, the young and ignorant Chen Juan understood for the first time that people's destinies are really different. The office of the second grade group. Dad Su Qian, I called you over this time because I want to talk to you about Su Qian's recent psychological problems. Yang Man said seriously, have you noticed anything wrong with Su Qian recently? His expression was also very serious. I received a call from Yang Man yesterday. After hearing that her daughter had some psychological problems, she went home early in the evening and carefully observed her daughter's condition. Well, there are indeed some changes. Suhi nodded carefully. She didn't want to talk to me before, but she said a lot yesterday. Yeah. Young man exhaled. Su Qian may indeed have some psychological problems. She told me yesterday that she was under a lot of pressure and wanted to change classes. I haven't responded to her yet. Suhi was getting anxious at this moment. Teacher Yang, what should I do? Should I find a psychologist for Xiao Qian? Yang Man shook her head. Yesterday I consulted a psychologist friend of mine. Her advice was not to put too much pressure on Su Qian. Parents should spend more time with their children. It's just a mild symptom right now. If a psychologist intervenes, it may backfire. Suhi had a look of self-blame on her face. I've been too busy with work lately, and I really haven't paid much attention to Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's mother is not here, and I didn't expect. Oh. Yang Man sighed in her heart. Su Qian was pretty, good at studying, and very likable, but it was a pity that her mother had a car accident when she was very young. Teacher Yang, I'll go back first. Suhi stood up. Okay, communicate more with the child and contact me if you have any questions. Yang Man also stood up. Well, please, Mr. Yang, please pay more attention to Xiao Qian at school. Good. Evening, dusk. The sunset has lost its last bit of brilliance, and the bright red sunset glow covers half the sky. Boy and girl, one in front and one behind. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the two of them, stretching their shadows very long. The gentle autumn breeze blew the girl's hair, and her skirt fluttered freely in the wind. Chen Juan pushed the bicycle slowly uphill. Behind him, Su Qian, who was jogging, had a red face and was breathing heavily. Chen Juan frowned. Why are you following me? Su Qian curled her lips and turned her head to the side. Who followed you? I just went home. After saying that, she looked at the bicycle next to Chen Juan and asked, Have you found your bicycle? Yeah. Chen Juan turned around and continued walking forward. I forgot to lock my bike yesterday, and someone rode it the wrong way. When they brought it back, I had already gone home. I came to school early this morning and found my bike. Oh. Su Qian blinked and nodded in agreement. Don't follow me. Chen Juan got on his bicycle and rode away very quickly. Su Qian watched Chen Juan getting farther and farther away, pursed her lips, and went home in the opposite direction. I should come earlier tomorrow. Su Qian thought to himself. Class 3 of grade 2. Everyone has gone through so many exams, so I don't want to say much about the exam room discipline. Check some things you need and prepare for the exam. Zhang Wenzhong said in a gentle voice, wearing black framed glasses. In the classroom, all the desks are arranged in 4 rows. Chen Juan is the first one in the first row on the left. He was the last in the last monthly exam. The first subject of the midterm exam is Chinese. Chinese is Chen Juan's strong point, while he is the tallest among the short ones. Before senior year of high school, the Chinese subject would always have a big gap with other subjects in every exam. The exam started and lasted 2.5 hours. Chen Juan wrote his name and class on the test paper stroke by stroke. He never expected that one day he would be able to sit in the examination room again and feel the nervousness of taking an exam for the first time in a long time. Taking a deep breath, Chen Juan picked up the pen and began the exam. For a moment, the only sound was the rustling sound of the pen rubbing against the paper. Chen Juan answered the questions a little slowly, mainly because he had not taken an exam for a long time and had forgotten some knowledge points. He hesitated for a while on some ambiguous questions. When the last row of papers were collected, Chen Juan had just finished writing the last word of his composition. After Zhang Wenzhong and another invigilator left the classroom with the papers, several people soon took their papers and started comparing answers with others. Regardless of whether they have good or poor academic performance, getting answers has always been something they are passionate about. The only difference is that one is done correctly and the other is done by guessing. Har, I guessed for multiple choice questions correctly. Old Chen, how many did you guess correctly? After checking the answers, Hu Jun had a smile on his face and asked Chen Juan with a smug look on his face. Chen Juan smiled and said, I'm too lazy to check the answers, just check as many as you want. Hu Jun said, oh, and sat back in his seat. The next exam was mathematics. Since it was a midterm exam, not much knowledge from the first year of high school was tested, and most of it was from the second year of high school. Chen Juan finished writing down the parts he knew, then filled in some ambiguous multiple-choice questions, wrote some big questions casually, and then there was a long period of time when he was in a daze. The exams in the afternoon were English and physics. Chen Juan did okay in English, but he answered the physics question carelessly based on his vague memory. When the bell for the last exam in the afternoon rang, everyone in class 3 saw the math teacher walking into the classroom holding a stack of test papers. The class representative will record the grades and then distribute them. The math teacher put the test paper on the podium, said this, and left the classroom. Damn, their verdict was made so quickly. Too fast. Many students rushed forward and began to search for their own paper among the pile of papers. Some were melancholy, some were excited, and Chen Juan sat in his seat watching the changes in everyone's expressions on the podium, and actually found them cute. Damn, old Chen, it's really worth reading your book. After a while, Hu Jun walked towards Chen Juan in surprise. You have 64, I have 32. Hu Jun was a little indignant, it's twice as much as mine. I also read books. Chapter 5 New Classmate. Su Qian. Chen Juan was not surprised at his score of 64, but he was surprised at Hu Jun's shameless spirit. Have you read the book yourself? Don't you have any idea about AC? Chen Juan laughed. Hu Jun was stunned for a moment before he understood what Chen Juan meant. With a roll of his eyes, he moved closer to Chen Juan in a flattering manner. Old Chen, how come your math grades improved so quickly? Your score in the last monthly exam was lower than mine. You must have cheated. Tell me, do you have any secret? Hu Jun whispered. Chen Juan glanced at Hu Jun and whispered, indeed, there is. Hu Jun was pleasantly surprised, really? Tell me, when my mom buys me a new computer, I will lend you my phone to play with. Chen Juan narrowed his eyes and smiled, call me daddy. Facts have proved that men always want to be the father of their brothers. When faced with such a situation, most people would just tell the man to get lost and then laugh it off. However, there are always exceptions. Really? Hu Jun asked hesitantly. Chen Juan's smile became even brighter. Just think about it, I have only been studying seriously for a few days, and my grades have improved so much. Hu Jun was silent for a while, then suddenly raised his head and looked around, and finally uttered two words, Dad. Dad. Okay. Chen Juan responded with a big laugh. Hey, it's time to tell me. Hu Jun gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Juan, who was smiling particularly brightly, and said in a deep voice. Chen Juan said seriously, don't tell anyone about this. Hu Jun nodded frantically, with excitement in his eyes. Chen Juan leaned close to Hu Jun's ear. Hu Jun was so focused that even his breathing slowed down a lot. Of course, I can achieve such good results because of my unremitting persistence and hard work. Chen Juan said slowly. Fuck you. Hu Jun couldn't help but swear. Chen Juan smiled even more happily. He found that his high school classmate was so damn cute. The office of the second grade group. Several teachers gathered together, pointing and talking about something from time to time. As their head teacher of class 1, Yang Man was also among them, and her expression was very serious. Oh, this kind of question isn't difficult. Why didn't Su Qian write it? This question was tested in the last monthly exam. Su Qian clearly got it right. Why did she only write the beginning this time? I got only 7 correct out of 12 multiple choice questions. What's going on? Yang Man sat in her seat, holding Su Qian's math test paper that the math teacher had handed to her not long ago. Listening to the discussion of the teachers around her, she became more and more anxious. The bright red 71 on the answer sheet made her afraid to look at it. When has Su Qian ever gotten such a low score? It must be that she simply couldn't continue writing during the exam, so she couldn't answer some of the less difficult questions. It seems that Su Qian's psychological problems have become more serious. Thinking of this, Yang Man stood up, walked out of the crowd, and called Su He. Su Qian's father, I think Su Qian really needs to change his study environment. By the afternoon of the next day, all the exams had been completed. Because of the exams, all the classes in the afternoon were self-study classes. Not long into the first self-study class, our homeroom teacher Zhang Wenzhong pushed the door open. Everyone stopped for a moment. I'd like to introduce a new classmate to you. Zhang Wenzhong turned his head and looked towards the door with a smile on his face. After hearing what Zhang Wenzhong said, everyone showed curiosity in their eyes and looked towards the classroom door. At the door, a beautiful young figure was looking at everyone with a smile. She was only wearing the school's blue and white uniform jacket, but she gave people a sense of class. Qian. The new classmate is Qian. Fuck, that's awesome. The class suddenly became noisy. Although the school did not have any competition for campus beauties or class beauties, every student had a general impression of the good-looking girls in his or her school. Qian, who is good at studying and beautiful, has been tacitly regarded as the school belle by many people. The boys in the class were the ones making the most noise. During this period when hormones are at their peak, the appearance of a beautiful girl is enough to make them extremely excited. Old Chen, Qian, damn, I didn't expect that the one who transferred to this class would be her. Hu Jun grabbed the arm of the confused Chen Juan with an excited look on his face. Qian was transferred to class 3. Young man actually agreed to let her change classes. However, what made him even more confused was the outrageous actions of his class teacher Zhang Wenzhong. Hu Jun, move your seat to the podium from now on. Qian, you and Chen Juan will sit together. Zhang Wenzhong adjusted his glasses and spoke. Chen Juan. Hu Jun. Qian? Qian never suggested sitting on the same seat with Chen Juan. Although she didn't know why young man looked at her strangely, the result was good. She agreed to her request to transfer to another class. As for sharing a seat with Chen Juan, it was a pleasant surprise. Thank you, teacher. Qian thanked sincerely. Zhang Wenzhong smiled and nodded. He was a little surprised by Qian's thanks, but he also felt more favorable towards her. Hu Jun's face showed the tragic feeling of a warrior who had gone away and would never return. This location was originally a feng shui treasure land, but now it was under the teacher's nose. He couldn't sleep comfortably from now on. He felt sad, but he did not dare to disobey Zhang Wenzhong's words. Teacher, I think Qian can listen to the lecture better in front of the podium. Chen Juan said righteously. Damn, this is what brothers are like. They'll really help each other when there's something going on. Hu Jun suddenly looked at Chen Juan, who stood up, and felt moved. All the students in the class looked at Chen Juan, especially the boys, with surprise and disbelief in their eyes. You are not able to use this opportunity even though it was given to you. Zhang Wenzhong did not expect Chen Juan to go against his wishes, but he was not a strong-willed person, so he seriously considered Chen Juan's suggestion. Teacher, it's okay. I just want someone to help me meet new classmates. Just as Zhang Wenzhong was hesitating, Qian spoke. Zhang Wenzhong nodded. Okay, let's do this. Zhang Wenzhong had his reasons for choosing Chen Juan as Qian's deskmate. Although the results of this midterm exam have not come out yet, when he was grading the papers, he was surprised to find that Chen Juan had made great progress this time, and his handwriting was much neater than before. He asked the math teacher for Chen Juan's scores, which were 64 points, and his math had also improved greatly. This made him feel a little relieved that Chen Juan was really studying hard. Although his current results are still in the middle to lower levels, his hard work cannot be denied. In addition, there were originally 30 people in class 3, and with Qian coming, there must be someone who needs a seat alone, so the previous arrangement was made. The purpose is to let Qian guide Chen Juan, at least to set a good example for Chen Juan. Otherwise, with Hu Jun next to him, he is really worried that Chen Juan's hard-earned ambition will disappear again. As for Hu Jun, at least I don't dare to sleep during class. Chapter 6. I heard you are depressed. Zhang Wenzhong said, go get some boys to help move Qian's desk and books over here. Before Zhang Wenzhong finished speaking, most of the boys in the class stood up instantly and rushed to the class next door. On the other side, Qian walked up to Hu Jun and said with a smile, thank you. Hu Jun was a little reluctant at first, but he packed up his books several times faster. He looked a little embarrassed and waved his hands quickly. You're welcome, you're welcome. After saying that, he simply picked up the table and left, leaving Chen Juan with a look of disappointment on his face. Qian curved her eyes and smiled. Hello, classmate Chen Juan. Suddenly, I feel a little uneasy. Chen Juan curled his lips. Chen Juan, come out for a moment. Zhang Wenzhong said while standing on the podium. Chen Juan stood up and followed Zhang Wenzhong out of the classroom. Chen Juan, you have improved in this midterm exam compared to the last time. Arriving at the stairs, Zhang Wenzhong patted Chen Juan on the shoulder. Chen Juan nodded, but felt that this was not what Zhang Wenjung really wanted to talk about. As expected, the smile on Zhang Wenjung's face faded. Do you know why Su Qian from the top class transferred to our class? Why? Chen Juan asked puzzledly. Because Su Qian has some mental health problems, she is under a lot of pressure, so her grades have plummeted. So you should give her more guidance and help the teacher pay attention to her mental state. At the same time, the teacher also hopes that you can learn more from Su Qian and strive to steadily improve your grades. Zhang Wenjung said. Chen Juan had a look of surprise on his face, then a slight smile appeared on his face. Su Qian's mental health problems caused her grades to drop. I think she has forgotten most of the high school knowledge like me. Chen Juan thought so in his heart, but nodded in response to Zhang Wenjung's words. Okay, you go back first. If you have any questions, feel free to tell me. Zhang Wenjung said. Got it. Chen Juan nodded, turned and left. When I returned to the classroom, the boys in the class had already placed Su Qian's desk and books next to their own desks. When they saw me come in, many boys who were secretly glancing at Su Qian instantly retracted their gazes and quickly glanced behind Chen Juan. Chen Juan returned to his seat and looked at Su Qian beside him with complicated eyes, which made Su Qian feel a little weak. I heard that you were depressed. Chen Juan raised his eyebrows. Su Qian was stunned. How come I don't know? Chen Juan repeated what Zhang Wenjung had just said, and Su Qian finally understood why Yarn Man suddenly agreed to her transfer to another class. Suddenly, her eyes widened slightly, and her brows furrowed slightly. I'm suddenly in a bad mood, maybe I'm really depressed. Can you hug me? I don't mind. Chen Juan. Chen Juan, gun. Su Qian rolled her eyes at Chen Juan, angry at his lack of sympathy for women. During the afternoon self-study class, Su Qian didn't chat much with Chen Juan. She tilted her head and watched what Chen Juan was doing in class. She thought Chen Juan would sleep or read some extracurricular books, but she didn't expect Chen Juan to take out the math textbook and start flipping through it, which surprised her a little. She vaguely remembered that Chen Juan once told her that he didn't study much in high school and his grades only improved in his senior year. Why are you looking at me? Chen Juan felt a little uncomfortable after being stared at by someone for a long time, even though this person was his wife, no, ex-wife. How many points did you get in the last exam? What ranking did you get in the class? Su Qian passed a note over. Chen Juan took a look and did not pass the note. Instead, he said softly, 278, last in the class. As soon as he finished saying this, Chen Juan suddenly remembered that he had once talked to Su Qian about his high school life. After all, the two of them met because they were in the same high school. So, did he ever tell Su Qian when he started learning? He pretended to glance at Su Qian casually, and saw that she frowned slightly, as if thinking about something, and suddenly felt something was wrong. After thinking for a while, Chen Juan began to wave the black gel pen on a pattern in the math book. Chen Juan sketched very quickly. After a short while, he had drawn an image of a cartoon character, which blended perfectly with the pattern in the book. Painting is one of Chen Juan's hobbies. When he was bored in junior high and high school, he liked to draw on his textbooks. Su Qian suddenly realized something, and quickly wrote a few words on a piece of paper and sent it over. Don't scribble on your textbooks. Study. Chen Juan glanced at Su Qian, who was puffing up his face beside him, chose to ignore him, and started working on the next painting. His tilde. Chen Juan covered his forearm in pain and turned to look at Su Qian, who had her eyes wide open. Su Qian didn't pass the note this time, and whispered, study hard, I will supervise your studies from now on. Chen Juan raised his eyebrows, what if I don't study? Su Qian waved the black pen in her hand, otherwise I will stab you with the pen. Okay. Can't I learn it? Chen Juan nodded seemingly helplessly, but he was actually very proud in his heart. He knew Su Qian's character too well. Her reaction just now was completely in accordance with Chen Juan's script. This way, he would not arouse Su Qian's suspicion and he could still study with a legitimate reason. Get it? Chen Juan continued studying as he had done yesterday, but suddenly there were cheers of delight in the class. It's snowing. It's snowing. It's snowing heavily. Chen Juan raised his head and saw that snowflakes had started falling outside the window without him noticing. They landed on the window and then disappeared. The first snow of 2011 arrived as promised. Snow always makes people happy. The originally quiet classroom became restless because of the sudden heavy snow. Qian looked at the heavy snow outside the window with complicated eyes. That day, there was also a heavy snow. The classroom gradually returned to calm, but there were always people looking out the window from time to time to see the flying snowflakes. Ding! The bell for the end of get out of class rang, followed by the broadcast in the classroom. Due to weather conditions, the running exercise during the break is suspended. Go out and play. Go out and play. Go on, go on. Every class in the teaching building cheered at the same time. Chen Juan was not in a good mood, but Qian seemed very interested. Let's go out for a walk. Qian said happily. Chen Juan knew that Qian liked snow, so he decisively refused. No. Go ahead, go ahead. Qian touched Chen Juan's arm and pleaded, please. If it were Chen Juan in high school, he would definitely agree at this time. Unfortunately, Chen Juan, who had already figured out Qian's character, was particularly determined at this moment. Old Chen, let's go out and play. Hu Jun walked over from the front of the classroom and said loudly. No. No, you have to go. Oh my god, stop pulling me. Chapter 7, We Accidentally Grow Old Together. Chen Juan was pulled out of the teaching building by Hu Jun, and Qian followed behind. It is inevitable that the young and ignorant boy feels a little uncomfortable with a beautiful girl next to him, and he can no longer say the words that he usually blurts out. Hu Jun walked on the right side of Chen Juan, glancing at Qian intentionally or unintentionally. It's really beautiful. Hu Jun thought about it in his mind, but couldn't help but wonder why Qian followed them down. But after all, they are new classmates, so Hu Jun really couldn't say something like, take Chen Juan and play with him. Hu Jun, Chen Juan, let's have a snowball fight. The boys in the class shouted in their direction. Hu Jun's face lit up with joy, and he shouted, here I come, here I come. After saying that, he turned around to look at Chen Juan, then looked at Qian, but did not pull Chen Juan along. Hu Jun ran towards the boys. When he got close to the crowd, his foot slipped and he fell to the ground instantly. Finished. Hu Jun felt sad, while Chen Juan and Qian turned around at the same time and moved away from a snowman that was about to be built in the playground. The scariest thing about playing snowball fights is falling down. After one class, the plastic playground under my feet was covered with a layer of white snow, and I could hear the sound of snow puffing under my feet as I walked. The snow was falling less heavily, and the two of them slowly walked around the playground. Qian walked slowly, with her head slightly lowered, letting the snowflakes fall on her head. Chen Juan felt a little sad in his heart. He didn't know since when the two of them would no longer have the chance to walk quietly like this. I didn't expect that we would travel together again at such a time and in such a place. Chen Juan took his hand out of his pocket and tried to brush off the snowflakes on his head. Don't move. Qian was a little angry for no reason, with a hint of crying in her voice. Chen Juan moved his lips and put down his hand, which was already raised in the air. The two of them walked around the playground, 1 circle, 2 circles. Chen Juan didn't know what Qian was going to do. After thinking about it, he stopped. Okay, let's go back. Qian also stopped, the snowflakes dyed her long hair white, and her voice was particularly gentle. Chen Juan. Qian said. Chen Juan responded. Qian turned her head, crystal tears welling up in her eyes and a sweet smile on her face. Tell me, can we still grow old together like this? Will we have a chance in the future? Chen Juan was silent for a while before he spoke. What are you talking about? He. Qian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then stretched out her hand to naturally brush off the snowflakes on Chen Juan's head, and said jokingly, I read a novel yesterday, and it said this. Chen Juan looked at the snow-white hair on Qian's head and said, well, you performed very well. Let's go back to class. Okay. Qian replied with a smile. The two students on the north side of the playground, come to the academic affairs office immediately. A voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker on the high pole. Chen Juan and Qian both recognized this familiar voice. It seems that everyone has a principal who is in charge of discipline during their school days. They walked around between classes during class time and stood majestically in the corridors during recess, scaring all the students. He Jungwo, the director of Wuyang No. 1 Middle School, is a figure that all students try to avoid. His catchphrase is, "As long as I am in Wuyang number 1 middle school, Wuyang will always be the middle school with the best discipline in the city." However, everyone calls him Director He. The couple on the north side of the playground, "Come here quickly." The loudspeaker sounded again. Chen Juan looked around and suddenly realized that He Jungwo seemed to be shouting at them through the loudspeaker. Most of the students were in the center of the playground, and only they two were walking in a circle and came here. Su Qian obviously also noticed this situation. Chen Juan and Su Qian looked at each other, then lowered their heads decisively and walked into the huge crowd in the center of the playground. Anyone who goes there at this time would be a fool. The teaching department on the 3rd floor. He Jungwo adjusted his glasses, squinted his eyes, and tried to find the couple in the crowd. He clearly saw that the boy and the girl walked around the playground for a long time, and the girl was very affectionate in helping the boy brush off the snow on his head. If this isn't puppy love, then what is? There must be no premachic love in Wuyang number 1 middle school. This is outrageous. He Jungwo squinted his eyes and looked for a long time without finding anyone, so he couldn't help but shout angrily. A teacher from the academic affairs office asked in confusion, "Dean He, what's wrong?" He Jungwo said angrily, "I just saw 2 students being affectionate with each other. What kind of behavior is that on campus? Moreover, they dared to run away right under my nose." He Jungwo was a bit fat to begin with, and when he got angry, his slightly round face swayed up and down, giving an indescribable sense of humor. The teacher wanted to laugh but felt it was inappropriate, so he pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. The final result of this matter was naturally nothing. After all, it is extremely difficult to find 2 people in a crowd wearing the same school uniform on a snowy day, even with surveillance. The next day, at Su Qian's house. When Su He got up from the bed sleepily and started to wash and prepare to cook, he was surprised to find that the alarm in Su Qian's room rang. Su He turned his head and looked at the clock hanging on the wall, wondering, why did Xiao Qian get up so early today? Usually I would wake her up after I prepared dinner. After a while, the door of Su Qian's room opened. Su Qian, wearing teddy bear pajamas, rubbed her eyes and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Su He observed her daughter's abnormal behavior, wondering if her condition had worsened and caused her insomnia. While eating, Su He asked indirectly, "My daughter, have you not slept well recently?" Su Qian swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "No, it's fine." Su He hummed, and thought more in his mind. Hiding one's physical condition is also a symptom of mental illness. Su Qian ate breakfast very quickly today. After saying goodbye to Su He, she rode the bicycle she had just found and went out. Then, Su He saw with his own eyes that she took another route. Xiao Qian seems to have taken the wrong road, that should be right. As an old father, Su He suddenly felt that the burden on him was heavier. "Mom, I'm leaving." Chen Juan put on his backpack and walked out of the house. "Watch out for cars on the road," Liang Yulan warned. "Got it." Chen Juan responded as he pushed his bicycle out the door. Riding on his bicycle, Chen Juan leisurely rode towards the school. Ding ling ling tilde, a crisp car bell rang behind him, and then Chen Juan heard a familiar voice. "Oh, classmate Chen Juan, what a coincidence, let's go to school together." Chen Juan looked at Su Qian, who was standing beside him with a happy look on her face, and felt quite helpless. Chapter 8, Bad Students, Please Start Your Study. Along the way, Chen Juan didn't talk to Su Qian, but just pedaled his bike quietly. Su Qian was breathing heavily, with a slightly flushed face. She took a small path to get to Chen Juan's house. Although she was riding a bike, it was still a bit strenuous, not to mention that there was a long slope on the way from Chen Juan's house to the school. Chen Juan silently felt Su Qian's gradually deepening breathing, and his movements couldn't help but slow down a bit to allow Su Qian to feel more relaxed. Ding ling ling tilde. The clear sound of car bells continued to ring. As we got closer to the school, we could see other day students riding bicycles on the road, and the figure standing at the school gate made all the students' expressions become a little serious. Director He Jungwo stood with his hands behind his back, observing every student passing by with his small eyes through his gold-rimmed glasses. "Where's your school uniform? Come here. Look at your hair, it looks so disheveled, tie it up for me. No school uniform. Go stand over there." The scolding, one after another, made everyone shudder. Chen Juan got off the car at the school gate and pushed the bike towards the parking shed at the entrance. He Jilmo glanced at Chen Juan, then his eyes turned to Su Qian, who also walked in. Hiss! Why do these two people look familiar to me? Director. He turned his head and looked at the backs of Chen Juan and the other person, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Back in the classroom, Chen Juan put his school bag on his seat and looked up at the clock on the wall. 6:40. There are still 20 minutes left before morning self-study. Fuck. Chen Juan cried out in pain, frowning and looking at Su Qian, whose face was slightly red, beside him. What are you doing? Su Qian held a pen in her left hand and stretched out her right hand and said, Where's your homework? Show it to me. Chen Juan was stunned for a moment. Are you going to copy my homework? Su Qian's tense face relaxed instantly. She rolled her eyes and said, I want to check your homework. Oh. Chen Juan nodded. Don't just nod, where is your homework? Seeing that Chen Juan was slow to move, Su Qian curled her lips and patted Chen Juan lightly. Chen Juan, what is their homework? Su Qian. Chen Juan swore that he really didn't know what the homework was. He hadn't kept up with the class, and even if he knew what the homework was, he wouldn't do it. Then what do you do when you go home? Su Qian was a little angry. She knew that Chen Juan would study hard when he was in his senior year of high school, and his grades improved rapidly. That proves that Chen Juan is capable of improving his grades, but now she was so angry when she looked at Chen Juan. Chen Juan touched his head embarrassedly. He really didn't expect that one day Su Qian would be angry with him for not doing his homework. To be honest, he was quite afraid that Su Qian would get angry. I don't know how to do my homework now. Chen Juan said. When Su Qian heard Chen Juan's words, the fire in her heart was instantly extinguished. Only then did she realize that Chen Juan was just a poor student. How can a poor student do his homework? Thinking of this, Su Qian's tone softened a lot. Then, I'll teach you, starting with the knowledge of the first year of high school. Oh, no need. Chen Juan said. Su Qian glared. I think you really need it. Chen Juan. What does this feeling of a domineering president coming towards you mean? Chen Juan looked at Su Qian, who was serious, and couldn't help asking, Do you really have the ability to teach me? Su Qian hesitated for a moment, then nodded with certainty. It will be no problem for me to teach you. Chen Juan laughed in his heart, thinking that you are someone who hasn't touched a textbook in many years, yet you are trying to show off in front of me. Chen Juan said happily, That's great. Actually, I have always had a very troubling problem. I have never been able to do it. Su Qian was very satisfied with Chen Juan's attitude and nodded happily. Which one? I'll teach you. Chen Juan took out a math exercise book from his school bag with a smile, turned to a certain page, and pointed to the last question in the book. This is it, please teach me, Su Qian. Su Qian took a quick look and saw that it was a function question for the first year of high school, and she felt a little relieved. Compared with Chen Juan, she has a more solid foundation. After all, her grades have always been among the best since her freshman year in high school, so her progress is faster than Chen Juan's. She has already finished learning the functions part of the first year of high school, so she has no problem with some not so difficult questions. She didn't believe that Chen Juan, a poor student, would be stumped by a question that he couldn't answer. Su Qian took the exercise book from Chen Juan, picked up a pen and draft paper and started calculating. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Chen Juan raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Qian, who was still calculating on the draft paper, and said, Student Su Qian, I think it's better to forget it, I'll take a look myself. Su Qian continued calculating with a pen, as if she didn't hear Chen Juan's voice. Chen Juan was a little proud. He didn't believe that Su Qian, who couldn't even solve the first problem, would teach him math. Okay, I figured it out. Su Qian let out a long sigh and a relieved smile appeared on his face. I figured it out. Chen Juan was a little surprised. He had not reviewed the knowledge needed for this question, but he did not expect Su Qian to be able to solve it. Chen Juan checked the answer in disbelief. The moment he confirmed that the answer was correct, he had a bad premonition. My original intention was to avoid Su Qian, but after my rebirth, I have had more contact with her. Damn it. Su Qian coughed lightly and said, Student Chen Juan, please pay attention. Teacher Su's class has started. If the child's cough doesn't get better, he's probably useless. Silently responding to Su Qian's words, Chen Juan helplessly watched Su Qian explain the problem to him. Life. In the few classes after the exam, teachers always choose to talk about the midterm exam papers. When the English teacher announced the answers to the multiple choice questions and fill in the blank questions on the blackboard one by one, all the students' hearts rose and fell like a roller coaster. Chen Juan roughly estimated his score, 70 points. 30 points more than the last exam. In fact, Chen Juan scored 132 points in English in the college entrance examination. However, after graduating from university, he rarely used English due to work reasons, so he forgot many words. If he hadn't remembered some tips on how to do English-type questions, his score might have been lower. Su Qian next to him had also finished checking the answers, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad on his face. Chen Juan couldn't help but ask, "How is your English?" Su Qian said, "About 110 points." "Yeah." Chen Juan nodded. He knew that Su Qian would use some English in her work. "From now on, we will memorize 50 words every day," Su Qian suddenly said. Chen Juan reacted, "We? Is there a problem?" Su Qian raised her eyebrows, and the gel pen in her hand flashed with a cold light. Chen Juan didn't realize this and continued, "I think it's faster to memorize words by myself," his tilde. Chen Juan pulled his arm back quickly, and a small black dot on his forearm was clearly visible against his fair skin. "Damn, you're such a violent jerk." Chen Juan couldn't help but complain. Su Qian glared, "What did you say?" As she spoke, her right hand had already skillfully reached towards Chen Juan's waist. Chen Juan subconsciously protected his waist. "I was wrong, the teacher will be here soon." Su Qian was stunned for a moment. Chen Juan's reaction really hadn't changed since high school. "Do you want to memorize the words?" Back. Chapter 9 Stir-fried green peppers with pork. I only eat meat, please collect, recommend, and vote for me. Let's go, Lao Chen, let's go eat. After the last class in the morning, Hu Jun came over and shouted loudly. Okay. Chen Juan stood up and walked towards the cafeteria with Hu Jun. On their way from the teaching building to the cafeteria, Hu Jun said with a smile, "Old Chen, how do you feel?" Chen Juan asked, "What's going on?" Hu Jun said, "How does it feel to be the deskmate of the most beautiful girl in the school? Are you excited? I see that you have started to study hard recently." Chen Juan told the truth, "I don't feel anything. They are an old married couple, what feelings can there be?" Hu Jun looked at Chen Juan with disdain. "I don't know how you feel, but I think your mouth is pretty hard." Hu Jun couldn't possibly believe Chen Juan's lies. Su Qian was so beautiful that it caused a little ripple in the hearts of all the boys in the class. Seeing that Hu Jun didn't believe it, Chen Juan didn't say anything. The two of them quickly arrived at the school cafeteria, bought food with their meal cards, and found an empty seat to sit down and eat. Not long after they had eaten, a sweet voice sounded from beside Chen Juan and the others. "Can I sit here?" Hu Jun looked up and his eyes widened instantly. Su Qian. Su Qian wants to have dinner with me. Hu Jun felt as if his whole body was light and his face became excited. "We don't have any seats here, why don't you go somewhere else?" Before Chen Juan could finish his words, Hu Jun covered his mouth with his hand. There's a place. Hu Jun happily moved his food plate next to Chen Juan and let Su Qian sit opposite them. "Thank you," Su Qian said with a smile. "It's okay." Hu Jun tried hard to act natural, but it looked so weird no matter how he looked at it. Su Qian sat down and ate quietly without chatting with the two of them. Hu Jun ate his meal slowly and in small bites, trying his best to behave like a gentleman in front of the goddess, until he saw a scene that stunned him. There was only one dish in Su Qian's bowl, stir-fried pork with green peppers. However, Su Qian only likes to eat the meat in the stir-fried pork with green peppers, and doesn't eat the green peppers, so she naturally picked out the green peppers and put them in Chen Juan's bowl. That's right, Hu Jun tried to open his eyes wide and blinked hard to confirm that he was not mistaken. Damn it! What I saw! Hu Jun was stunned, but what made him even more unbelievable was that Chen Juan naturally picked up the piece of green pepper and put it into his mouth without even looking up at it. I wipe it. What was going on between the two of them? Hu Jun's jaw dropped to the ground. At this time, Chen Juan and Su Qian had also reacted. Su Qian's cheeks flushed. She had just forgotten that she had been reborn into high school, so she subconsciously gave the green pepper to Chen Juan. The society is dead tilde. Su Qian was about to apologize when she suddenly remembered why Chen Juan didn't react just now, and he even ate it. On the other side, Chen Juan's face was also a little nervous. He had forgotten about his rebirth. The scene just now was too much like the scene when he usually had a meal at home. He naturally picked up the green pepper and ate it. What to do? Is it going to be exposed? Chen Juan's brain was working rapidly, and finally, he looked up nonchalantly, then looked at Su Qian with a blank look in his eyes, and said in surprise, "Damn, why is it you who is sitting opposite me?" Chen Juan's shout stunned Su Qian, who looked suspicious, and Hu Jun, who looked shocked. Chen Juan clasped his hands together and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I mistook you for Hu Jun just now, but why did you put the green pepper in my bowl?" This preemptive move and taking the initiative dispelled Su Qian's suspicion. Su Qian's face flushed red, like a ripe red apple. She slowly said, I wanted to put the green pepper on the table, but I put it in the wrong place." "Oh." Chen Juan nodded in agreement and continued to eat with his head down. Su Qian was too embarrassed to continue speaking, so she lowered her head and put the food into her mouth. Hu Jun looked at the two people getting along peacefully and wondered if he was overthinking it and whether this was really just a misunderstanding. "Hey! Lao Chen knows that I eat green peppers." Hu Jun scratched his head and was about to speak when Chen Juan stood up and pressed his hand on Hu Jun's shoulder. "I'm done eating." "Are you done?" Hu Jun looked down at the half-empty meal in his lunchbox. Just as he was about to shake his head, he heard Chen Juan say, "If you haven't finished eating, I'll leave first. You and Su Qian can eat together." I'm done." Upon hearing this, Hu Jun stood up decisively. He was a man with the desire but not the courage. It was okay to think about it in his mind, but once he really had dinner alone with Su Qian, he was afraid that his heart would jump out of his chest. Chen Juan nodded with satisfaction. "Let's go." "Okay." Hu Jun nodded and said goodbye to Su Qian before leaving. Su Qian raised her head only after Chen Juan and the other man left. The blush on her face had not yet faded. She was breathing deeply and gently patting her chest, which was rising and falling. "Oh my god, it's so embarrassing." If Chen Juan was alone, she wouldn't have been so anxious, but Hu Jun happened to be next to him. During the lunch break at noon, the class was quiet and most people began to sleep on their desks. "This position is not comfortable, and my legs and hands will be numb when I wake up." Chen Juan lay on the desk, unable to fall asleep, and the seat next to him was empty. He didn't know whether Su Qian came back because of the campus radio station or for other reasons, but Su Qian hadn't come back for a long time. "Or I'll sleep for a while and get up when she comes back." Thinking of this, Chen Juan simply moved the two chairs closer together and lay down sideways. Sure enough, it felt much more comfortable. Chen Juan was not very sleepy at first, but after he became more comfortable, he felt even more sleepy and fell asleep in the chair. In a daze, Chen Juan felt someone gently touching his hair. He frowned, tilted his head slightly, and fell into a dream again. Most of the class had fallen asleep, and the rest were mostly studying or reading. Su Qian stood by the window, the sunlight shining on her body, just blocking the sunlight on Chen Juan's face. She looked at Chen Juan lying on the chair with tenderness, and couldn't help but squat down and reach out to touch his hair. "Xiao Juan, I can get you back, right?" Chen Juan happened to make sounds like he was talking in his sleep, and the vague humming sound was very similar to the pronunciation of hum. Su Qian smiled, and her smile was exceptionally bright. She stood up, turned around, and blocked the glaring sunlight again. She leaned her right hand on the marble windowsill and looked at the blue sky, the gentle breeze, and the snow that had not yet melted outside the window. Chapter 10. Su Qian and Chen Juan are in love. What does abandon mean? Abandon. Ability. On the path leading to Wuyang No. 1 Middle School, Chen Juan answered Su Qian's questions while riding his bicycle. "Not bad, very good, keep it up." Su Qian was smiling and was about to ask the next word when she suddenly felt her feet go empty. Su Qian braked his bicycle, got off and saw that his bicycle chain was broken. "What's wrong?" Chen Juan asked when he saw Su Qian stop. Su Qian frowned and said, "The bicycle chain is broken." "Let me take a look." Chen Juan parked his bicycle aside, squatted down and looked at Su Qian's bicycle. After the first glance, Chen Juan knew that he couldn't repair it. If the chain had fallen off, he could have put it back, but now it was completely broken off on one side. Chen Juan stood up and said, "I can't fix it, so I have to find a repairman. I remember there is a bicycle repair shop not far down this road." After Chen Juan and Su Qian pushed their bicycles for a while, they arrived at a repair shop. There was only a middle-aged man in the repair shop, repairing a bicycle. His face was dark and had several black oil stains. "Uncle, our bicycle chain is broken and we want to replace it," Chen Juan said. The repairman looked up and saw two students. He smiled and said, "Okay, you guys are going to school." "Yes, the bicycle chain broke on the road." Su Qian pushed his bicycle forward. The repairman nodded, put down his work, walked to their bicycle, squatted down and began to check. "Well, the chain is worn out quite badly. It's better to replace it, otherwise it will fall off frequently in the future," said the middle-aged man. "Okay, let's change it." "How much?" Chen Juan asked. The repairman raised his head, looked at the school uniforms that Chen Juan and the other man were wearing, and asked, "Kid, are you from number 1 middle school?" Chen Juan and the other person nodded. The repairman smiled on his dark face. "My kid is going to high school today, to number 1 high school. I won't charge you any money this time." Su Qian hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, uncle." The repairman took off the chain from Su Qian's bicycle, then stood up and searched for a new chain on the iron rack behind him. "Oh, that's strange. I clearly remember that there are still some in stock," the repairman said to himself as he searched. Finally, the repairman stopped what he was doing helplessly, turned around and said, "I'm sorry, we don't have that type of chain, but the one I bought will arrive tomorrow. If you're not in a hurry, you can come pick it up tomorrow." Chen Juan and the other man had no choice but to nod. After leaving the repair shop, Su Qian had a barely perceptible smile on her face. She coughed lightly and said, "Well, you go first. I'll walk to school by myself. If you have the heart." If it weren't for the last sentence, Chen Juan might have believed Su Qian's lies. He looked at Su Qian, who was expectant, and finally nodded, "Come up quickly, you'll be late." He, I knew you were the best." Su Qian sat sideways on the back seat with a beaming face, then put her arms around Chen Juan's waist. "You're holding me too tight. I'm afraid of falling. I haven't gotten in the car yet. The sky is so blue, the wind is so gentle, and Chen Juan's abdominal muscles are so good." This is not the right sentence. Smelling the sweet scent in the air, Su Qian felt that everything was beautiful. Even Director He, who was usually not very pleasing to the eye, seemed a little cute. "Hey! Director He! Stop right there, you two!" A roar brought Su Qian back to reality from her beautiful state. He Jungwo ran towards Chen Juan and Su Qian with great momentum, and even ignored the students who were not wearing school uniforms. "Get down here, you're just a student, what's the point of hugging each other like that?" He Jungwo yelled. As he roared, his voice suddenly stopped and a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. Su Qian was a good student in the top class, and had recently transferred to class 3. Of course he knew her, but he didn't expect it. How confused. He Jungwo turned his gaze to Chen Juan. Well, he had no impression of him at all. "Director He, you misunderstood. I took Su Qian to school because her bicycle broke down on the way," Chen Juan said. Su Qian nodded, indicating that this was the fact and she really had no intention of taking advantage of him. He Jungwo pushed his glasses, feeling that his IQ was insulted. They were about to get close to each other and still said it was nothing. Is that something normal male and female students would do? He took out his cell phone and skillfully found a phone number in the address book. "Hello, Teacher Zhang, did you know that there is a phenomenon of premature love in your class? Come to the Academic Affairs office immediately." On the other side of the phone, Zhang Wenzhong, who was on his way to work, was stunned. "Oh, okay." Zhang Wenzhong put down his phone and racked his brains but couldn't think of which two students in the class showed signs of premature love. After something like this happened, forget about going to morning self-study. Chen Juan glared at Su Qian, and his sharp gaze made Su Qian's head shrink. She didn't want to do it, but it really felt good. He Jungwo took Chen Juan and walked towards the Academic Affairs office. Chen Juan didn't think it mattered as it was just a misunderstanding. "Chen Juan, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Su Qian, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. When Zhang Wenjun trotted and pushed open the door of the academic affairs office, he saw two people he had never considered before. Chen Juan. Su Qian. You two are in a premature relationship. This is progressing too fast. It's only been 2 days. When He Jungwo saw Zhang Wenjun coming in, he said in a serious tone, Teacher Zhang, take a look at your two good students. Zhang Wenjun turned his gaze towards Chen Juan and the other man, and asked softly, what's wrong with you two? Chen Juan then recounted what happened that morning. Zhang Wenjun suddenly realized that this was in line with normal logic. However, this shouldn't be enough to make Director He angry. Zhang Wenjun smiled and said to He Jungwo, Director He, this is just normal help between classmates. I don't think it's necessary to make such a big fuss. He Jungwo snorted coldly, normal behavior, hugging each other is still normal behavior. Zhang Wenjun turned his head and looked at Chen Juan and the other man. Su Qian blushed, Chen Juan was riding too fast, I was afraid of falling off, so I hugged Chen Juan's waist. Chen Juan. Zhang Wenjun looked at Chen Juan, and Chen Juan nodded helplessly. Zhang Wenjun glanced at the two and said, I told you that you two have only known each other for 2 days, and Su Qian just transferred to this class recently. How could it be possible that they are in a premature relationship? You two should be more careful in the future. Why don't you apologize to Director He? Chen Juan and Su Qian said at the same time, Director He, I'm sorry, we will pay attention to it next time. He Jungwo's expression eased a little. He also thought of this, so he waved his hand and said, go back to study. When Chen Juan and Su Qian left and returned to the classroom, everyone's eyes were focused on them. News spreads extremely quickly among students. Someone saw what happened in the morning, and within a morning self-study period, everyone in the grade knew about it. School beauty Su Qian and poor student Chen Juan are in love. Chapter 11, You can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to stab someone. Everyone looked at Chen Juan and Su Qian who pushed the door open. Especially the group of boys, their sharp eyes made Chen Juan feel uneasy. After all, you can't hide the look that wants to stab someone. When passing by Hu Jun's seat, Hu Jun whispered something. That's awesome, bro. Chen Juan stopped and looked at his brother who was radiating admiration, and said seriously, there's really nothing between her and me. Hu Jun gave Chen Juan a look, I understand everything. You know nothing. Chen Juan rolled his eyes and returned to his seat helplessly. Soon, the teacher Zhang Wenjun came in and walked around the classroom to see what the students were doing. When he walked to Chen Juan's seat, he patted Chen Juan's shoulder gently, motioning Chen Juan to go out and wait for him. Chen Juan nodded and walked out of the classroom. After a while, Zhang Wenjun also walked out of the classroom, pulled Chen Juan to the stairs, and said jokingly, I asked you to help me keep an eye on Su Qian's usual condition, why did you take action? Chen Juan didn't expect Zhang Wenjun's first words to be this, there's really nothing between Su Qian and me. Har, just kidding. Zhang Wenjun laughed, how is Su Qian doing recently? Chen Juan said honestly, I think it's good. I'm happy every day. Yeah. Zhang Wenjun nodded, thank you for your hard work. I still need to observe you for a while. During this time, you have to help the teacher pay more attention. Chen Juan nodded. After Zhang Wenjun chatted with Chen Juan for a few more words about the midterm exam results, Chen Juan returned to the classroom. Ding ling ling tilde, morning self-study is over. Hu Jun immediately came over from the front row, winked and patted Chen Juan on the shoulder. Old Chen, I didn't realize that you were going to treat us at noon. Gun Chen Juan said helplessly. Hu Jun curled his lips, glanced at Su Qian beside him, and smiled, sister-in-law, I'll leave first. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Qian pretended to be angry, but she felt happy in her heart. She talked more if she could. The premature love story of Chen Juan and Su Qian was a small episode during morning self-study. Many people still did not quite believe it, after all, the two had known each other for too short a time. However, being able to have a scandal with the most beautiful girl in the school also makes other boys in the class drool with envy. The first class is Chinese. It has been 2 days since the midterm exam ended, and the results of other subjects have been announced, except for Chinese, which is the slowest subject. So when the Chinese teacher Xielan walked up to the podium with a stack of papers, everyone was excited. The Chinese papers have been graded. The highest score is 121. Please hand out the papers after class. The Chinese teacher is a female teacher. She is not tall and wears black framed glasses. As usual, let's talk about the midterm exam essay first. I came up with the topic for this essay, a semi-structured essay, a love letter to someone. When I was marking the papers, I saw several students who wrote good essays. In this class, let's analyze what's good about these students' essays so that we can all learn from them. The first one is Zhang Mingyu's, A Love Letter to the World. Zhang Mingyu, can you share it with me? Xielan held a paper and looked towards a certain place in the class. Teacher, yes. Zhang Mingyu said. Do you read it or do I read it? Teacher, please read it. Xielan nodded. Every time at this time, she would ask the owner of each essay whether she could share it. After all, some people might not be willing to publish their own writings. A love letter to the world. The ordinary world always has extraordinary poetry. This is my love letter to the world. Xielan's voice is very penetrating and her pronunciation is very clear. Many students think that listening to her read aloud is really a pleasure, so when many students are asked who will read the composition, they always ask Xielan to read aloud. This is the most touching love letter I have ever written to the world. As Xielan finished her last sentence, the whole class burst into applause. In fact, the composition this time has a high degree of freedom. I have also seen all kinds of love letters from classmates, some written to their parents, some written to the future, some written to the past, etc. I think Mingyu's composition has a good starting point. Xielan supported herself on the podium with both hands and began to analyze to the whole class why this composition could get a relatively high score. Okay, let's look at the next essay, Zhuang Rui's essay, A Love Letter to Myself. Zhuang Rui, can you share it with me? Chen Juan listened to Xielan's reading and felt a little emotional. His favorite subject in high school was Chinese, and a big reason for that was that listening to Xielan's class was so relaxing and enjoyable. Especially in the composition class after the exam, he never slacked off. The following composition is a special one. In the whole class, no, in the whole grade, this is the only one that is written to one's future lover. After Xielan finished explaining Zhuang Rui's composition, she picked up another paper from the pile. The writing style of this essay is not ornate, but rather simple. Although it is written to a person who does not exist, the words reveal true feelings everywhere. I don't know if I will have a chance to let you study this essay. Before that, I really want to say to the whole class that the quality of an essay is never determined by whether the writing is gorgeous, but by its core, that is, emotion. Xielan said, the title of this composition is A Love Letter to Mr. Chen. Xielan's eyes passed over the rows of tables and chairs and finally stopped at the last row. Student Su Qian, can you share this composition with us? Wow! The whole class suddenly burst into laughter, and everyone's eyes turned to Chen Juan and Su Qian. There was a premature love affair in the morning, and the teacher said it was a misunderstanding, but it was exposed in the first class. Mr. Chen, isn't he this Chen Juan? In an instant, Chen Juan once again felt the cold gazes of the boys in the class. As expected, a gaze that wanted to stab a person would not appear out of thin air, nor would it disappear out of thin air. Feeling the chill, Chen Juan raised his eyebrows and turned to glance at Su Qian. What's going on? Xielan didn't quite understand why the whole class reacted like this, but she didn't want to know. At this time, Su Qian stood up and said, Teacher, it's okay, but I want to read it myself. Xielan smiled and said, Of course. Su Qian left his seat, took his paper under the gaze of the whole class, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. A love letter to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is not a real person. Su Qian said. Chen Juan. To be precise, he is a person in my dream. Su Qian continued to read. Chapter 12 The School Beauty wants to sing a love song. Mr. Chen showed up in my life a few years later and would become a big part of my life. Su Qian has a nice voice and her pronunciation is very clear, so everyone in the class can easily understand every word. Chen Juan tilted his head slightly, staring blankly at Su Qian on the stage. I once asked Mr. Chen, Xiao Chen, when did you fall in love with me? He said, that day, you were standing under the willow tree, your long skirt swaying, the breeze brought bursts of flower fragrance, and you amazed me for the first time. I smiled, and he smiled too, but he didn't know that the first time I saw Mr. Chen, I thought to myself, hey, this boy is so good looking, I'm going to get him. Har har. The whole class burst into laughter. They never expected that the fairy-like girl was thinking the same thing as they were. The corners of Chen Juan's mouth curved into an arc, with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. I like a saying. I hope to have someone like you, like the refreshing wind in the mountains, like the warm light in the ancient city. From morning to night, from the mountains to the study, the answers to all questions are simple. I hope to have someone like you, who will carry through the future and count the road signs of life. I read this sentence to Mr. Chen, and he said that the last person must be me. Then, I lost him. Su Qian's voice was still clear, but everyone could hear a hint of crying in it. I think I will get you back, we will cry and laugh together, and if we quarrel in the future, I will be very angry. Give me a few minutes to calm down, and then I will go and comfort you. Dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves outside the window and fell on Su Qian's cheeks. Her soft and gentle face made everyone feel pity. The following is a short love letter to Mr. Chen. Dear Mr. Chen. Xiao Chen, when I wrote this letter, I was thinking of you. Mr. Chen, I want to get you back, I love you, Xiao Chen. Xiaolan smiled and led the applause. Young girls are in love, young boys are in love, this is the unbridled youth. Su Qian returned to her seat. Chen Juan looked straight ahead, not daring to look at Su Qian. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but comfort Su Qian, and then get even more entangled. Xiaolan's passionate voice turned into a buzzing sound in the ear canal. Su Qian's eyes were a little red and swollen, with tears glistening on her eyelashes. She felt relaxed all over, and the breath in her heart was let out with today's composition. Even though he didn't know I was reading it to him. From today on, be a happy person, study, read, and pursue your dreams. After lunch, most of the students came back from the cafeteria one after another. Chen Juan was surrounded by several boys, who asked about what happened in the morning with great interest. Not only the boys, but also several girls pricked up their ears, ready to listen to Chen Juan talk about what happened in the morning. Entertainment gossip is always the idle talk among people after dinner. Brother Chen, tell me quickly, why did Director He bring you and Su Qian to the Academic Affairs office this morning? Yeah, and some people also said that you two were caught in a premature relationship. What happened? Chen Juan looked at the expectant crowd around him and said helplessly, this is really just a misunderstanding. Several boys nodded with some recognition on their faces. Then, the sound of a loudspeaker outside the window rang out. Hello everyone. I'm Su Qian from Class 2-3 of Senior High School. Today I'm going to sing a song for someone I like. The attention of several boys surrounding Chen Juan changed instantly, and their eyes turned to the window at the same time. This is Su Qian's voice. What did she say just now? Su Qian has someone she likes. All the boys in the class were shocked. No, not just Class 3, but the whole school. All the students who heard the broadcast became excited. They opened the windows one by one and piled up on the windowsill waiting. All of a sudden, the windows of the entire teaching building were opened, and rows of heads appeared, looking particularly spectacular. The school beauty has someone she likes. This is big news. They wanted to know who that person was. At the same time, they were also looking forward to seeing how the school beauty Su Qian sang. They had never seen Su Qian perform her talents at any time or in any place. Some people speculated that although Su Qian was beautiful, she might not be able to sing, so she didn't go on stage. However, such remarks did not affect the students' enthusiasm for her. Many boys would look forward to seeing Su Qian's name on the program of a certain New Year's Eve party or other event. But without exception, it never happens. In the grade 12 office, teachers also heard the broadcast. Lao Zhong, listen, is that Su Qian from your class? A teacher shouted. Zhang Wenzhong naturally also heard the loudspeaker. He stood up and opened the window so that he could hear more clearly. Yang Man, who was sitting opposite her, was also a little surprised. In her impression, Su Qian was not someone who would do this. She also walked behind Zhang Wenzhong, waiting for the singing to start. In the Academic Affairs office, He Jingwo was reviewing 2 documents. When the broadcast sounded, he frowned, put down the pen in his hand, and walked to the window. At the same time, he turned to look at the teacher in the office. Teacher Yu, look at this, what does it look like? Bring her out for me. Everyone is waiting. At the radio station, Qian sat on a chair, holding a guitar borrowed from the music classroom next door. There was another girl next to her, with freckles on her face and a shabby figure, but a very nice voice. Qian, can we put the microphone here? Chen Juan asked softly. Qian nodded and said with a smile, thank you, Juan. Chen Juan smiled back, then sat in the seat next to her, looking at Qian with envy and admiration. Qian's slender white fingers gently swept across the guitar, and the familiar melody spread throughout the campus through the loudspeakers. Many people recognized this song, Courage, by Fish Liang, a love song that is popular all over the country. The students in Class 3 couldn't help but turn their eyes to Chen Juan. Chen Juan didn't expect Qian to do this. He shrugged helplessly, indicating that this matter really had nothing to do with him. At this time, after a brief prelude, Qian's voice rang out. Finally, the decision was made. I don't care what others say. As long as you are equally sure. A simple guitar accompaniment, a loudspeaker with poor sound quality, and a venue with no one in sight. Even with such simple singing conditions, the effect presented stunned everyone. Fuck. That sounds so good. Is this sung by Qian? It's not much different from the original. Chapter 13 I love you, and I will use up all my courage for the rest of my life. After a brief silence, everyone cheered instantly. Qian's singing is so beautiful. The boys at the window howled excitedly, and some even whistled, but Qian's singing continued. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it's not easy. My heart has been reviewing and convincing myself. I'm most afraid that you'll suddenly say you want to give up. The midday sun was very warm, shining on Qian's quiet and soft face, and one could even see the fine hairs on her face. Qian closed her eyes, shook her head slightly, and her dexterous hands kept moving on the strings. Her voice is very soft, with both the softness unique to women and a different kind of gentleness. Chen Juan rested her hands on her chin, and felt that the girl in front of her was so beautiful, so beautiful. Love really does take courage. To face the rumors. Just a look of affirmation from you. My love has meaning. Chen Juan sat in the classroom, not leaning against the window like the other boys. After hearing this song, Chen Juan felt that Qian might be in trouble, and he might be in trouble too. The whole school went crazy. I don't know which boy started the singing, but slowly, all the boys lying by the windows in the teaching building started singing along. They roared loudly, without technique, just emotion. Most of those who sang along were boys. Later, some girls were attracted by the lively atmosphere and also stuck their heads out to hum along. Some people were walking towards the classroom after lunch, some were walking around the playground out of boredom, some were playing basketball on the court, and so on. Many people stopped, stood where they were, and listened quietly to this rare chorus. What are you doing? Stop it now. Suddenly two shouts came from the loudspeaker and the singing stopped. Then He Jungwo's voice was heard. Who allowed you to sing in the middle of the day, and a love song at that? Who are you singing for? Is it appropriate for a student like you to do this? He Jungwo's arrival also meant the end of this short performance. The group of boys and some girls lying on the windowsill immediately started shouting. Damn, why did you stop? I haven't heard enough. I give up. Radio stations are supposed to allow people to request songs and sing. Why aren't people allowed to sing? Yes, why not let me sing? If it was just one or two people shouting, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that all the people lying on the windowsill were venting their dissatisfaction, and the teaching building became noisy in an instant. He Jungwo came out of the small room of the radio station and shouted to the people in the teaching building, "Go back and take a nap." He Jungwo was very imposing and confident, and coupled with his usual majesty, many people immediately gave up their heads. After all, He Jungwo was able to see which class they were in. However, there are always one or two students who are not afraid of death. When He Jungwo turned around, he shouted, "Okay, my baby Tilda." He Jungwo turned around angrily, but found that everyone had retracted their heads and could only hear sporadic laughter coming from the window. Academic Affairs Office. Bang! He Jungwo slammed his palm on the desk and said angrily, "This is too bad. This is a campus, not a place for you to fall in love." Even though Qian was an experienced person, she couldn't help but shudder at He Jungwo's voice. Zhang Wenzhong and Yang Man were both standing nearby. They looked at each other, and Zhang Wenzhong spoke first. Director He, I think this is just singing. Sing a song? What song? He Jungwo said in a deep voice, a love song. Yang Man also spoke well of her student at this time. Maybe Su Qian just thinks this song is nice. He Jungwo glanced at Yang Man and said, what did she say before she sang this song? Huh? Sing it for the one she loves. Who does she like? Is this something she should be thinking about at her age? He Jungwo tapped the table with his fingers. Besides, she openly used the radio station to publicize this kind of thing. This is too bad and must be reviewed. Just as He Jungwo finished speaking, the door of the academic affairs office was pushed open. So he was still wearing his suit. He must have returned from the company as soon as he heard the news. Director He, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Yang. So he glanced at Su Qian as he passed by her, then greeted He Jungwo and the other two. Su Qian's father, you should know everything. He Jungwo said. So he said with a smile, when I received the news, Teacher Zhang gave me a brief account of the situation. It was really outrageous. I would like to apologize on behalf of Xiao Qian. I promise that Xiao Qian will never make such a mistake again. He Jungwo nodded. In fact, he didn't want to make a big fuss about a good student like Su Qian. The whole school will conduct a self-reflection at the flag-raising ceremony on Monday, said He Jungwo. No problem. Su He smiled. On the plastic track, Su He and his daughter Su Qian were slowly circling. It is now their first class in the afternoon. Except for the class having physical education class on the basketball court, all other classes are in class. Su He and Su Qian can talk quietly for a while. Do you have someone you like? Su He asked slowly. Su Qian nodded, yeah. Su He didn't say anything, just walked slowly in circles with Su Qian. Dad, won't you ask me who that boy is? Su Qian asked puzzledly. Su He smiled and patted Su Qian's head. My daughter is an adult now. I believe she has enough ability to judge a matter rationally, so if you don't tell me, I won't ask. Su Qian curled her lips. Dad. Su He smiled and said, back then, your mother and I met on campus. My mother? Su Qian said. Yes. So his face was gentle. At that time, I was in the third year of high school. I secretly had a crush on your mother. I chased after your mother every day and asked her questions. I annoyed your mother and she would hide when she saw me. Har har. What happened next? Su Qian asked. Su He said, later, your mother and I entered the same university. I stopped pursuing your mother and started pursuing your mother instead. Then we got married and had you. I told your mother about this. She laughed at me, but I was very happy. If I hadn't asked the question, I wouldn't have been able to get into university, and there wouldn't have been any stories afterwards. Su Qian suddenly stopped and said, Dad, I know what you mean by saying these words to me. Su He smiled with some relief and gently stroked Su Qian's head. Dad believes in you, okay, go back to class. Su Qian nodded, turned and walked towards the classroom. By the way, you have to make a self-criticism in front of the whole school on Monday. Don't let your father break his promise. Su He shouted from behind Su Qian. I understand. Su Qian quickened his pace. Chapter 14 The person I like is you, my boy, please recommend and vote monthly. When Su Qian returned to the classroom, the first physics class in the afternoon had just ended. Su Qian returned to her seat under everyone's watchful eyes, while Chen Juan was packing his textbooks. Do I sing well? Su Qian asked Chen Juan. It's okay. I wasn't paying much attention. Chen Juan pretended to yawn. Su Qian crossed her arms and placed her head on them, tilting her head to reveal only a pair of clear eyes. Then do you want to know who I like? Chen Juan was a little flustered and stretched his waist quickly. I don't want to know, and I'm not interested. After saying that, he laid down on the table. I'm sleepy and I'm going to sleep. Don't talk to me. As expected, Su Qian stopped talking. She still maintained the same posture as before and tilted her head to look at Chen Juan's profile. Chen Juan lay on the table, his eyes closed, his heart beating a little fast. As time passed, Su Qian seemed to feel that Chen Juan was really sleepy, so she didn't talk to Chen Juan, which made Chen Juan feel relieved. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his ear, and a warm current wrapped around his ear. Chen Juan's body stiffened and he resisted the urge to pick his ears. The person I like is you, my boy. Su Qian's voice sounded softly. What a sin! Chen Juan closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, but he couldn't help but shout in his heart. When the bell rang for class, Chen Juan still continued to sleep. He was afraid that Su Qian would know that he was pretending to sleep. It was not until the chemistry teacher pushed the door open and Su Qian touched his shoulder that he got up from the table. Attend classes, study, and take notes. Whether it was Chen Juan or Su Qian, everything was so natural, as if she didn't say anything and he didn't hear anything. During the last self-study class, there were always some slight voices in the class. After an exam, many people will relax and there will always be a few days when the class will be very active. Chen Juan was doing math problems when Su Qian passed him a small note. Chen Juan glanced at Su Qian and opened the note. Su Qian, you are responsible for taking me home after school. Chen Juan, why? Su Qian, my bike is broken, you are responsible. Chen Juan, it wasn't me who broke it. Su Qian, my bicycle broke down, and it has an indirect or even direct connection with you, so you are responsible. Chen Juan. The moment the bell rang, Chen Juan agreed to Su Qian's unreasonable request. Because he found that if he didn't agree, Su Qian might keep pestering him, which would attract the attention of other students. Chen Juan felt that he was in bigger trouble. Let's go. Chen Juan said. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, Chen Juan discovered that there were quite a few people outside class 3, sticking their heads out and waiting for something. Chen Juan turned around decisively, startling Su Qian who was following behind him. What's wrong? Su Qian asked puzzledly. Chen Juan thought for a moment and said, it's cold outside, you should put on your scarf and hat. Su Qian's face turned red, and she obediently put on the knitted hat and scarf. Chen Juan looked at them carefully, reached out and lifted the scarf around Su Qian's neck, covering half of Su Qian's face, and then pulled the hat down. Only then did he feel relieved. It's okay this time. Chen Juan looked at Su Qian, who only showed a pair of eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. Su Qian was a little embarrassed. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Chen Juan hesitated for 2 seconds and said, it is natural for classmates to help each other. Su Qian was somewhat happy and felt that her relationship with Chen Juan had become closer, until she walked out of the classroom and noticed a huge crowd in front of her. Ouch, don't kick me. Chen Juan screamed, covering his butt. Su Qian felt a little aggrieved and a little angry. Is it so bad to go with me? The students in the corridor watched Su Qian chasing Chen Juan away and just thought they were just two simple lovers. They still have to wait for Su Qian to come out. Chen Juan ran all the way out of the teaching building, and only stopped when he felt a little safer. Behind him, Su Qian walked out fiercely, her beautiful eyes full of resentment. Chen Juan felt somewhat relaxed, and said to Su Qian behind him casually, let's go. Su Qian snorted and followed Chen Juan sulking. Chen Juan went to the parking shed to get the bicycle, patted the back seat, and signaled Su Qian to get on quickly. But Su Qian just stood there motionless. Chen Juan frowned, are you going to leave or not? If not, I'm going home. Su Qian coughed and said, I don't want to go home. I'm going to my uncle's house today. Where do you have an uncle? Chen Juan was stunned for a moment. How come he didn't know that Su Qian had an uncle after being married for so many years? Suddenly, he understood, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Qian became strange. Wow, your biological father has become your uncle, you are really a smart guy. Okay. Chen Juan said helplessly. He. Su Qian smiled and sat on the back seat of the bicycle. This time, she did not choose to hug Chen Juan's waist, but grabbed the corner of Chen Juan's clothes around his waist with both hands. Let's go. Su Qian cheered. Chen Juan kicked his legs, and the two of them drove slowly towards Su Qian's home. He sat on the sofa, holding a photo in his hand. It was a picture of their family of 3. Su Qian in the photo is not very old, about 6 or 7 years old. Although she is young, she is a beauty. He rubbed the photo with his fingers, with a gentle look on his face. Xiao Wan, our daughter has grown up. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock set by He rang. He looked up at the time. According to the time these days, his daughter should be back in half an hour. He stood up, walked out the door, and prepared to go to the nearby supermarket to buy some vegetables. He walked out of the house, and before he had taken a few steps, he saw a boy riding a bicycle slowly coming towards him from a distance. He didn't care at first, until he got closer. He suddenly realized that the girl sitting behind the boy looked so much like his daughter. He squinted and looked carefully. Isn't that Qian? Chen Juan was riding his bike and naturally saw He in front of him. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he continued riding forward. Xiao Qian. He called. Chen Juan stopped the car quickly, patted Qian who was trying to hide behind him, and said with a smile, Qian, someone is calling you. Oh. Qian glared at Chen Juan and smiled unnaturally. What a coincidence. Chen Juan laughed and said, you must be Qian's uncle, right? Qian's bicycle broke down, and my home is also on Fuxing Road, so I gave her a ride home. I didn't expect that she would go to her uncle's house today. Har har, what a coincidence. He looked at Qian, who had her head lowered tightly in front of him, and was speechless for a moment. After a while, he finally spoke, yes, I am Qian's uncle. When mentioning the word uncle, his tone couldn't help but become a little heavier. Okay then. I'll leave first. Chen Juan happily rode away on his bicycle. He glanced at Qian and said, let's go, my good niece. Qian managed to force a smile on her face. Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Chapter 15 Chen Juan has a cold. Please recommend and vote for me. The east was turning pale, and dawn was just breaking. Chen Juan was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast and asked casually, Mom, what day is it today? The 2nd, Friday. Liang Yulan replied. Chen Juan hummed, finished chewing the food in his mouth, and said, Mom, we have a thermos at home, can you fill it with some hot water for me? I think I'm going to catch a cold. Liang Yulan walked up to Chen Juan, reached out her hand and touched Chen Juan's forehead, and said, I told you to wear more clothes. Now you know how uncomfortable it is. After that, she took out a thermos cup from the living room, rinsed it, and poured some hot water into it. Drinking more hot water is good for your health. I asked you to bring it before, but you refused to do so. Chen Juan finished the last sip of soy milk and took the thermos cup. Got it, I'm leaving now. Wait a moment, I'll bring you 2 more pills. Liang Yulan called Chen Juan. Chen Juan waved his hand. It's okay, I'll just drink some hot water. This child has finally been obedient for a while. He wouldn't even bring hot water when asked to do so before. Mother Chen said to Father Chen, who was reading a newspaper nearby, with some relief. When Chen Juan rode out of the door on his bike, Qian followed him on his bicycle. Oh, your uncle got your bicycle back for you. Chen Juan first looked at Qian's face, then raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Qian looked at Chen Juan with resentment and responded vaguely. When the two arrived at the school gate, He Jianguo was still standing at the gate checking on people as usual. When he saw Chen Juan and Qian entering the campus one after another, he just looked at them twice and didn't say much. When Chen Juan and Qian entered the classroom, the class was only about half full. As soon as she sat down, Qian knocked on Chen Juan's desk. Neither of them spoke. Chen Juan took out a math workbook from his school bag and handed it to Qian. Qian accurately found the place where she assigned the homework yesterday and began to check it. Perfect understanding. Qian had already done the above questions last night, and she could tell whether Chen Juan was right or not without looking for the answers. To her surprise, Chen Juan got everything right, his paper was neat, and his answering steps were clear. Didn't you search for the questions online when you got home? Qian looked at Chen Juan suspiciously. She had already taken the answers from the exercise book. Chen Juan was helpless. Do you think I look like a fool? Qian shook her head. Chen Juan, then why do you think I copied these answers? Besides, these questions are not difficult. Qian stared at Chen Juan's eyes for a while, and finally believed what Chen Juan said. She knew that Chen Juan was very smart, but she was still surprised by his extraordinary memory and comprehension ability. When she first tested Chen Juan on English vocabulary, Chen Juan was completely clueless and knew nothing. In the past 2 days, she tested him with 50 words every day. Although Chen Juan was not able to get all of them right, he could spell and write 95% of them. Qian returned Chen Juan's exercise book and coughed softly. Not bad, keep it up. Yeah. Chen Juan put away his exercise book and looked up at the time. There were still 10 minutes left before morning self-study. He moved his body and lay down on the table. Don't sleep, get up and study. Qian gently pushed his shoulder. Chen Juan's voice sounded, I have a slight cold, I need to sleep for a while. Qian frowned and asked with concern, are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you have any medicine? It's okay, I brought hot water. Chen Juan said, it's not serious, I'll be fine after lying down for a while. Oh. Qian nodded doubtfully. The morning self-study bell rang on time, and Chen Juan instantly climbed up from the table. Qian glanced at Chen Juan's face and felt relieved to see that he was in good spirits. During morning self-study, Chen Juan took out a small notebook with 3,500 words and began to memorize English words. He could memorize all the words beginning with A today, and then he could start memorizing words beginning with B. Qian was reading a high school physics book, and from time to time she turned her head to check on Chen Juan's condition. As soon as the self-study class was over, Hu Jun came over stealthily from the front row. Old Chen, take a look at our school's bulletin board. Hu Jun first looked around, then took out a mobile phone from his arms. Chen Juan recognized that it was the iPhone 4, the most popular smartphone in 2011 and also one of the protagonists of an event that shocked the whole country. The 2011 Qian is still very active. Some students who secretly brought mobile phones to school are very active on the Qian. Look, this is the video of our school's chorus yesterday. Someone filmed it and uploaded it to Qian. Hu Jun handed the phone to Chen Juan. Chen Juan was holding a mobile phone in his hand. Being used to large screen mobile phones, he felt a little uncomfortable holding the iPhone 4 with a smaller screen. The mobile phone screen shows the interface of Qian, and the post with the highest number of pin posts and comments is a video. Chen Juan didn't watch the video, but just glanced at other people's comments. Most of the comments were praise and admiration, with very few negative ones. Chen Juan suddenly lost interest. He touched Hu Jun, who was looking around at the teacher, and handed him the phone. Have you finished reading it? Hu Jun was stunned. Chen Juan nodded, I finished reading it, it's pretty good. Hu Jun put his phone in his pocket, his face somewhat excited. Many people who are not from our school have also come to Qian to watch the video. Hey, our school has become a little famous, right? What a pity, there's only sound. Hu Jun secretly glanced at Qian, who was reading a book next to him, and winked at Chen Juan. Chen Juan's eyes dimmed a little, and he waved his hand, go back quickly, the teacher will be here soon. Hu Jun glanced at the rear door glass nervously, and left with one sentence, I'll talk to you at noon. The 4 classes in the morning went by quickly, and the 5th class was everyone's favorite physical education class during their school days. As soon as the 4th class was over, several boys in the class ran out with basketballs. Chen Juan stood up and glanced at Qian, who was sitting in his original seat as he walked out of the classroom. At ease. Stand at attention. The physical education teacher, wearing a blue sportswear, stood in front of the team and gave orders. Physical education committee member, lead the class to do some warm-up exercises, and then we will have free time. Yes. The sports committee member said loudly. Run laps and do warm-up exercises. 5 minutes later, when the physical education teacher said, dismiss, everyone cheered and dispersed. Come on, let's play basketball. The physical education teacher shouted loudly while holding a basketball. Chen Juan, come and play ball. Hu Jun called out to Chen Juan, who was looking around. Chen Juan responded, coming. The dozen or so boys in the class quickly divided into 3 teams and started the competition. Chen Juan's team was the first to play, but they were eliminated after playing for a short while. Old Chen, what's wrong with you today? You seem absent-minded. Hu Jun sat down next to Chen Juan and said. Chen Juan stood up and said, I'm going back to class to get something and will be back soon. Hurry up, we will be there soon. Hu Jun urged. Chen Juan nodded and walked towards the classroom. He didn't find Qian among the girls, so she must have returned to class. He quickened his pace. Chapter 16 I want you to take care of me for the rest of my life, asking for recommendation votes and monthly tickets. As he approached the classroom, Chen Juan slowed down his pace, evened his breathing, and tried not to appear too anxious. Through the rear window, Chen Juan saw Qian lying on the desk in the last row of the class, holding her stomach in pain. Chen Juan frowned, pushed the door and entered the classroom, pretending to have just spotted Su Qian, and said, "Huh? Why are you back in class? What's wrong with you?" Su Qian raised her head, her forehead dotted with sweat, and her face was a little pale, not the normal white of skin, but a pale white. Her eyebrows were furrowed, but she felt that it would not look good in front of Chen Juan, so she tried to smile. "It's nothing serious, just a little stomachache." She even joked, her voice trembling slightly, "I used to feel better when someone hugged me when I had a stomachache. How about you hug me too?" Su Qian said pitifully, "Please hug me." Chen Juan suddenly became a little angry. He walked to his seat with a cold face, took out the thermos cup from his school bag, unscrewed the lid and handed it over. "You need this more." He thought for a moment and then said, "If I hadn't caught a cold today, you wouldn't have this." After that, he took out a brand new rechargeable hot water bottle from his school bag and said, "You are really lucky. My mother insisted on putting these two things in my school bag today. I didn't expect you to use them. You're already a grown-up, don't you know what to prepare for a stomachache?" As Chen Juan spoke, he walked to the corner of the classroom and charged the hot water bottle. Su Qian took the thermos cup and drank the hot water in small sips. She looked at Chen Juan, who was chattering in front of her with her big eyes. Her nose suddenly felt a little sour. She smiled and said, "Why are you like my dad?" Chen Juan was stunned for a moment, then turned around with an extremely serious expression. "If there is a next time, you won't have these things anymore, and then I won't care about you anymore." Su Qian stopped drinking water. She didn't know what she was thinking about. She curled her lips and said with tears in her eyes, "You said you would take care of me for the rest of my life." Chen Juan turned around in a panic and pretended to test the temperature of the hot water bottle. "When did I say that?" There was no sound behind him, and Chen Juan did not stand up. After a while, he heard Su Qian's voice, "I was just kidding, har har." With a hum, Chen Juan took off the hot water bag and walked to Su Qian. "Put this on your stomach." "Oh." Su Qian responded softly, took it, and obediently did as Chen Juan said. Seeing that everything that needed to be done was done, Chen Juan said, "Okay, I'm leaving." After saying that, Chen Juan left without any delay. In the 2 days before Su Qian's relatives came, she occasionally suffered from dysmenorrhea. In his previous life, if Su Qian was at work, his assistant would prepare these things, and if he was at home, Chen Juan would also prepare these things in advance. After a long time, Chen Juan felt that Su Qian's sometimes confused mind would definitely forget about this. As expected. "Old Chen, hurry up. What have you been doing for so long?" On the basketball court, Hu Jun couldn't help but complain as he looked at Chen Juan, who was late. It took some time to find something. "Come on." Chen Juan responded with a smile. Class 3 of Grade 2. The mist of hot air slowly emanated from the mouth of the thermos cup. Su Qian held the hot water bottle on her abdomen with one hand and held the thermos cup with the other. The pain in her abdomen has eased a lot, and the advice to drink more hot water is most useful at this time. Through their window, Su Qian could clearly see the figure on the basketball court. They really look alike. The Chen Juan in high school looks very much like the Chen Juan in her memory. Even the expression when he is angry is the same. He really hasn't changed at all. Just now, when she heard Chen Juan say that he would never care about her again, she was scared. She was really scared. She was afraid that she would lose him again. Later she slowly realized that Chen Juan was now just an ordinary high school student. "I will do as you say. I will remember every word you say until I get you back." Another benefit of having physical education class in the 5th period is that students can arrive at the cafeteria earlier than those taking classes in the teaching building, which naturally saves them the trouble of queuing. Since they didn't have to queue up to get their meals or dishes, Chen Juan and Hu Jun ate faster. At the dinner table, Hu Jun also told Chen Juan about some things on Chiabar videos. He was a little excited. Things about his school became popular, so he was naturally very happy. Chen Juan thought that it was because there were no short video apps now, otherwise, this video would definitely be more popular. Thinking of this, Chen Juan became confused. Su Qian was discovered by a scout because she sang a song at an event during her sophomore year. She became a singer naturally because of her good looks and talent. A lot of things have changed in this life. He and Su Qian met in high school and became deskmates. Su Qian also became a little famous because of a song. Many things are changing, and some things will always come, sooner or later. Chen Juan never thought of changing Su Qian's choice. Relationships require mutual tolerance. Once you can no longer tolerate it, letting go may be another good option. Old Chen, what are you thinking about? Let's go. Hu Jun called out from the side. Nothing, let's go. Chen Juan came back to his senses. When Chen Juan returned to the classroom, Su Qian was sleeping. Her complexion had improved a lot, and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly, like a sleeping kitten. When Chen Juan sat down, he realized that his thermos cup was on the table. He picked up the cup and prepared to put it in his school bag, but felt it was heavy in his hand. Chen Juan unscrewed the lid and found a full cup of hot water. There were 2 pills and a note next to the thermos cup, with Su Qian's beautiful handwriting written on the note. Remember to take medicine if you have a cold. Ask the aunt in the infirmary for hot water. I want to return the water bag to you for now. Su Qian also drew a red heart at the back. Chen Juan picked up 2 cold medicine pills, looked at the note, and smiled helplessly. He doesn't have a cold at all. But, the weather is quite cold, and I was sweating after playing basketball, so it's good to take some precautions. Chen Juan opened his mouth and drank 2 cold medicine pills with the water in the thermos. Well, it tastes pretty good. 5 minutes before the bell rings for the first Chinese class in the afternoon. Zhang Wenzhong stood in front of the podium, looking at the students with a smile on his face, and said, New Year's Day is less than a month away. Like in previous years, our class will have a show at the New Year's Eve party. As soon as Zhang Wenzhong said this, the whole class became excited. The New Year's Eve party is one of the major events held every year at Wuyang No. 1 Middle School, and it is also the favorite event of all students. Every year at the New Year's Eve party, many young ladies would show off their good figures that were usually hidden in their baggy school uniforms, attracting screams from many LSPS. According to convention, every class in the first and second year of high school is required to perform a program, but there is no requirement for the third year of high school. Chapter 17 I want to wear a wedding dress once ask for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Zhang Wenzhong saw the heated discussion in the class and said with a smile, Does everyone have any ideas? Teacher, I suggest that Su Qian go on stage and sing. Someone said quickly. That's good, that's good. As soon as the suggestion was made, someone immediately responded. Zhang Wenzhong nodded, besides this, do you have any other ideas? The class fell silent for a moment. In fact, when we were in the first year of high school, many people were interested in the New Year's Eve party programs, such as sketches, dances, songs, etc. However, this year their ideas were surprisingly consistent. Zhang Wenzhong looked at Su Qian in the last row. What does Su Qian think? The whole class focused their attention on Su Qian. Su Qian had never participated in any activities before. Would she also? I'm fine. Su Qian stood up and said with a smile. Wow tilde, the atmosphere in the class exploded instantly. It was really a success. Su Qian is really going to sing at the New Year's Eve party. If Su Qian was still in class 1, they might be surprised to hear the news, but they would definitely not be so excited. Why? It is because they already have a sense of belonging and identity with the class 3 group, so they are particularly excited when the recognized school beauty is going to represent their class on the New Year's Eve party. Of course, there is also a little bit of the idea of showing off one's power in front of others. Think about it, when the classmates around you are discussing Su Qian enthusiastically, you pass by and say lightly, oh, that S from our class. It's very exciting just thinking about it. On the podium, Zhang Wenzhong had a smile on his face. His original idea was to let Su Qian represent class 3 on stage, but he had to consider the opinions of other students, so he didn't say it directly. So far the results seem pretty good. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. Su Qian, you can think about the show you want to perform first. If you have any requirements, you can tell me. The cost of renting the costumes will be paid by the class funds. Zhang Wenzhong said. Yeah. Su Qian nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, Teacher, I have something else to ask. Zhang Wenzhong asked, What's the matter? Su Qian said, I want to find someone to help me. Zhang Wenzhong nodded and turned his gaze to the female squad leader's position. Before he could speak, Su Qian's voice rang out. Teacher, I think Chen Juan is fine. Chen Juan. Zhang Wenzhong? Everyone. Zhang Wenzhong hesitated for a moment, and when he was about to ask Su Qian to change someone else, Su Qian spoke again. I think that Chen Juan is a boy and I am a girl, and we both think that good-looking clothes can satisfy the aesthetic tastes of most people. Moreover, we are deskmates and are more familiar with each other. These words made Zhang Wenzhong a little hesitant. Su Qian had only been on the third shift for a few days and was indeed not familiar with the others. Okay, Chen Juan, you can do this with Su Qian, Zhang Wenzhong said. When Chen Juan wanted to speak, Su Qian's little hand reached under the desk and touched Chen Juan's waist. Su Qian looked at Chen Juan with a smile on her face, blinking her big eyes again and again. Do you have anything to say? Chen Juan. Ahem. Zhang Wenzhong coughed. Let's start the class. Take out the chemistry papers and continue studying them. As the sun sets, the sunset glow in the sky is already red. Su Qian waved at Chen Juan, who was not far away, and shouted, We agreed that you would go shopping with me tomorrow. Oh. Chen Juan responded reluctantly, but in his heart he repeated the words such as using public power for personal gain, bullying others by taking advantage of one's power, and being bullied by a dog countless times. The car bell rings, and the car bell rings. Su Qian's figure gradually disappeared in the distance. Old Chen, did you see it? This is the girl who has been going home with her son these days. In the room, Liang Yulan hid behind the curtains and looked at the door through the window. Yeah, I saw it. Chen Guohua, who was standing aside, said. Do you think that the two of them are in a premature relationship? Liang Yulan asked hesitantly. My son has the same demeanor as I did back then, when I was in high school, Chen Guohua said with reminiscing on his face. Liang Yulan suddenly turned her head and glared. How come I don't know? Why didn't you tell me? Chen Guohua, aren't we discussing Xiao Huan? I think he is in a premature relationship. We must have a good talk with him. Chen Guohua, I suddenly realized that I still have some work to do. I'll go back to the study first. Chen Guohua was about to leave when Liang Yulan said faintly, Old Chen, I remember when we got married, you told me that you were my first love. Chen Guohua's body suddenly froze. When Chen Juan pushed open the door and walked in, he heard a quarrel coming from the bedroom. Chen Juan didn't care. The two had been married for many years and had quarreled for many years, but their relationship was still strong. I have to go to bed early today because I still have a long day to walk tomorrow. A commercial street. Because it was Saturday, there were a lot of people coming and going in the commercial street. When Chen Juan was still looking around, Su Qian had already seen Chen Juan. Chen Juan, here. Su Qian waved at Chen Juan and walked towards him. Walking in front of him, Su Qian naturally stretched out her hand and wanted to hold Chen Juan's arm, but Chen Juan dodged it without a trace. Let's go. Chen Juan put his hands in his pockets and walked ahead. Su Qian pursed her lips, snorted, and followed Chen Juan. The weather was nice today, with plenty of sunshine. Su Qian took Chen Juan for a long walk, but she didn't go into a shop. I say, why don't we go find a place to rent clothes? Chen Juan stopped and said helplessly to Su Qian. Su Qian lowered her head slightly. I just want to walk more with you. We haven't gone shopping like this for a long time. Chen Juan raised his legs and walked forward, muttering, just talking about some inexplicable things, follow me. Su Qian hurried over and followed Chen Juan. The two walked for a long time without entering any store. They didn't look like people buying clothes, but more like a couple strolling around. Su Qian's footsteps suddenly stopped. Chen Juan also stopped, turned around and asked, What's wrong? Come with me. Su Qian suddenly took Chen Juan's hand and walked quickly in a certain direction. Chen Juan was pulled by Su Qian to the front of a store. Chen Juan raised his head and saw the name of the store clearly. Wedding Experience Hall. Su Qian's eyes were shining. She looked up at the exquisite wedding dresses on the closet. Her fingers slid across the glass, across every wedding dress in the closet. Chen Juan, can we go inside and take a look? Su Qian turned her head and said with anticipation. This has nothing to do with our purpose. Chen Juan wanted to say this, but only one word came out. Good. Chapter 18 My pocket is warm. Please recommend and vote monthly. Maybe Chen Juan also felt regretful that the two of them did not have a wedding in their previous life, or maybe he felt sorry for not seeing Su Qian wearing a wedding dress. That's why he agreed to Su Qian's request by mistake. From school uniforms to wedding dresses, these are things that Chen Juan and Su Qian had always dreamed of, but never realized. Would you like to try out the wedding dresses in our store? A female clerk walked up to Chen Juan and the other man and said with a smile. Su Qian nodded and looked at the wedding dresses in the store. Can I try these on? The female clerk said, yes, we also provide photography services in our store. Because the price is affordable, almost every couple who comes to our store will take some photos as a souvenir. The female clerk naturally thought that Chen Juan and his partner were a young couple. In fact, the most common customers in the store were young couples in their 20s. When Su Qian heard the clerk's words, a smile appeared on her face, while Chen Juan pretended not to hear anything and did not say anything. Then, let's take a look ourselves first. Su Qian said. Okay, just call me if you need anything. The female clerk nodded with a smile and stepped back to a certain distance, leaving Chen Juan and Su Qian some personal space. There are many wedding dresses in the experience store, some complex and some simple, so many that Su Qian is dazzled. Every time Su Qian looked at a wedding dress, she would stay in front of it for a while, as if imagining what she would look like when she wore it. Chen Juan stood aside, not urging her, just quietly watching Su Qian walking in front of various wedding dresses. Chen Juan, do you think this one looks good? After choosing for a long time, Su Qian finally pointed at a wedding dress and turned to ask Chen Juan. Chen Juan took a look and saw that the wedding dress was mostly white, with some edges embroidered with gold threads and a golden belt wrapped around the waist, which added a touch of elegance to the overall look. Very good. Chen Juan nodded. Su Qian smiled when she heard that and waved to the female clerk. Can I try this on? Sure. The saleswoman nodded and turned to look at Chen Juan. Wouldn't this gentleman choose a piece of clothing? Su Qian's eyes lit up and she looked at Chen Juan with some anticipation. Chen Juan hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I can't. Okay. The female clerk responded with a smile, but she felt a little strange in her heart. The store also displayed men's wedding suits, and most couples would each choose a piece of clothing and then take photos as a souvenir. Su Qian's eyes were a little dim. Although she had already guessed the answer, she still couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope in her heart. What if she and Chen Juan have never taken wedding photos? Please follow me. The female clerk extended her hand and led the way. When Su Qian followed the female clerk into the dressing room and the door was closed, Chen Juan slowly walked to the wedding dress that Su Qian had just pointed at and looked at it slowly. Next to the wedding dress is a men's wedding suit, which matches the wedding dress. Chen Juan looked at the two wedding dresses and imagined what they would look like when they wore them for their wedding photos. At that time, Su Qian should have smiled brightly. Half an hour later, Su Qian finally walked out of the changing room. Clear and bright eyes, curved eyebrows, slightly trembling long eyelashes, and a pink glow on the smooth and white face. Paired with a pure white wedding dress, her elegant and noble temperament attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Chen Juan then realized that it took so long because Su Qian was still wearing light makeup. Some boys in the store were stunned and the girls next to them pinched the soft flesh on their waists hard, making the boys cry out in pain. Su Qian shyly held up the hem of her wedding dress and turned around twice in front of Chen Juan. Does it look good? Su Qian smiled sweetly. Chen Juan looked at it carefully and smiled. It looks good. Hee hee. Su Qian lowered her head and smiled foolishly, her face slightly red, with the shyness of a girl. The female clerk looked at the couple in front of her with some envy and said, Would you like to take a photo? The photographer in the store is very famous. The smile on Su Qian's face faded. She pursed her lips and thought for a while, then a smile reappeared on her face. We'll take pictures again when we come back here one day. There was a slight hint in Su Qian's words, and the female clerk understood. Chen Juan also understood, but he didn't say anything. Since Su Qian was wearing a wedding dress, he would let her be happy. Chen Juan and Su Qian seemed to have selectively forgotten the purpose of their coming here today. They did not go to the clothing rental shop, but instead went shopping and playing like a normal couple. Apart from some physical contact with Su Qian, Chen Juan would satisfy most of Su Qian's other requests. Chen Juan knew that doing this would get him deeper into trouble, but today, he wanted to be Su Qian's boyfriend for a day. Well, just for this day. In the evening, Chen Juan and Su Qian were strolling on the path home. Chen Juan and Su Qian both liked this state very much. They walked quietly without saying anything and did not feel bored. The wind in the evening is a bit fierce, unlike the gentle breeze in the afternoon. As Chen Juan was walking, he felt a pair of cold little hands suddenly reach into his pocket and touch his slightly warm palms. Chen Juan turned his head and looked to the side. "What are you doing?" Su Qian looked at Chen Juan pitifully with her big eyes. "Your hands are cold. Don't you have pockets?" Chen Juan was speechless. Su Qian chuckled. "Yours is warmer." Chen Juan had no choice but to stretch out his hands. His pants had no pockets, so he put his hands outside. Su Qian asked, "Aren't your hands cold?" Chen Juan, "Not cold." Su Qian began to give Chen Juan a serious scientific explanation. Frequent contact with frozen things can easily cause rheumatoid arthritis and cause nerve sensitivity. Su Qian said a lot of nonsense, which confused Chen Juan. He couldn't help but asked, "What do you want to say?" Ahem. Su Qian coughed lightly and said, "What I want to say is that my pockets are warm." Chen Juan stared at Su Qian for a while, then said faintly, "You just said your pockets were cold." Su Qian pretended to be stupid and said, "Really? I didn't say that. You must have remembered it wrongly." After saying that, Su Qian grabbed Chen Juan's right hand and forcefully stuffed it into her pocket, then put her own little hand into Chen Juan's pocket, grinning foolishly. As the sun sets, two figures slowly walk away into the distance, and under the illumination of the setting sun, their shadows seem to gradually overlap. "Come closer to me, don't be so far away." "No, it's uncomfortable." "It would be nice if it were closer." "How about I put my hands in my pockets, too?" "Never mind, this is good." Chapter 19, Am I Being Teased? Please recommend and monthly vote. So he felt that his daughter had been going out more frequently recently, and each time she went out she would play for a long time. Go out early in the morning and come back in the evening. In the past, Su Qian had gone out to play with classmates, but most of the time they came back in the afternoon, and they never went out to play for 2 consecutive days. Could it be that I'm in love? So he thought about it carefully and found that this was not impossible. My daughter is very beautiful, and she recently sang that song in front of their whole school, so it is not impossible that the boy she likes will be moved. Dad, I went out to play with my classmates. Su Qian shouted at the door. Oh, go ahead and come back early. Su he replied. New. Su he watched Su Qian walk out the door, wondering whether he should take a look at his daughter's boyfriend. No, following my own daughter is a bit. But what should I do if my daughter gets cheated or meets a bad boy? As an old father, Su he was troubled by this matter. In the end, he gave up the idea of going to see what his daughter was doing. On the other side, Su Qian and Chen Juan were waiting for the bus to the city center at the bus stop. Although they didn't do much yesterday, they still walked through most of the commercial street. However, they didn't see any place to rent performance costumes, so they decided to go to the commercial street in the city center. After a while, the bus slowly approached from a distance. The bus stopped. Under Chen Juan's confused look, Su Qian grabbed Chen Juan's hand, held it tightly in her palm, and then said seriously, "Don't lose me." Chen Juan looked at Su Qian, who was holding his hand tightly, and was speechless. He must be afraid that I will run away. Let's go, let's get on the bus. Su Qian took Chen Juan's hand and got on the bus. Because it was the weekend, there were many people on the bus. Chen Juan and Su Qian finally got to a seat with ample space. After 2 more stops, only a few people got off, but several people got on. The driver kept shouting at the passengers to move back and closer, and the space between Chen Juan and Su Qian became increasingly narrow. Chen Juan held the handle of the bus with one hand, and the other hand was held tightly by Su Qian. Fortunately, his feet were strong enough and he was relatively stable. The bus stopped and Su Qian's body swayed and she leaned backwards. Fortunately, her left hand grabbed the pull ring of the bus to prevent her from falling. I say, if you don't let go, you'll fall and it will be embarrassing. Chen Juan raised his left hand that was being held. Su Qian's right hand clenched even tighter to prevent Chen Juan from pulling it away. With a sigh, Chen Juan grabbed the pull ring's right hand and held the pole next to him, so that even if Su Qian lost his balance, he would fall on his arm. Su Qian turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window, with a smile on her lips. When they arrived at another stop, Su Qian lost her balance and fell into Chen Juan's arms. Chen Juan originally thought it was just an accident, until the bus started moving and his body leaned forward. He suddenly saw Su Qian falling towards him again. Chen Juan. Even Newton's coffin lid can't hold it down. The bus stopped and started, and Su Qian kept leaning on Chen Juan. It seemed that Su Qian was having fun and never got tired of it. Chen Juan only discovered this yesterday. When he was in school, he always wore school uniforms, which hid his figure and everything else. But the clothes Su Qian wore yesterday completely exposed this fact. Could it be that it hasn't fully developed yet? The stop where Chen Juan and his friend took the bus was not far from the city center. After riding the bus for about 10 minutes, they got off the bus. And the moment Chen Juan got off the car, he let go of his hand and put it in his pocket. Let's go. Let's at least make some progress today, Chen Juan said. Su Qian was still a little unhappy about Chen Juan letting go of her hand. She responded and then walked towards the nearby commercial street with Chen Juan. In fact, there is still a long time before the New Year's Eve party, so there is no need to rush. But Chen Juan felt that Su Qian's ability to climb up the ladder was too strong, and he was afraid that he would not be able to cope with it over time. Besides, if they were alone together for too long, it was inevitable that Su Qian would notice something wrong, which was a rather dangerous signal. Originally, Chen Juan was planning to take Su Qian to a photo studio to see if there were any suitable clothes. After all, the clothes there were always better looking than those in the clothing rental market. Su Qian said that she just wanted to buy one, and Chen Juan agreed with her. However, after wandering around for most of the day, the two found nothing. This time it really wasn't Su Qian who was causing trouble, but from Chen Juan and Su Qian's perspective, it was inevitable that they looked down upon the clothes in the mall. Su Qian didn't buy any clothes, but she did buy some cosmetics, saying that she could use them to put on makeup for the New Year's Eve party. On their way back on the bus, Su Qian spoke to Chen Juan in a low voice, and her warm breath made Chen Juan's cheek itchy. "What song do you think I should sing?" Su Qian asked. "Whatever. I don't listen to music often." Chen Juan shook his head. Chen Juan's perfunctory answer made Su Qian a little angry. "No, you have to tell me the name of a song." "Chen Juan, how about singing Hero Song? It's so powerful." Su Qian. Until Chen Juan sent Su Qian to her uncle father's house, Su Qian was still not sure which song she was going to sing. "Your things." Chen Juan handed the bag in his hand to Su Qian. Su Qian took it, and just when Chen Juan thought she was going to leave, Su Qian suddenly turned around, got close to Chen Juan, and whispered, "You did a good job today. I'll give you a reward and some candy." Chen Juan's eyes widened slightly and he subconsciously glanced at Su Qian's smooth pink lips. Then, 2 candies were stuffed into his palm. "Eat slowly on the way home." Su Qian smiled and trotted into their house, leaving Chen Juan with a confused look on his face. Was he just teased? When Su Qian opened the door with a beaming smile, he also heard the sound of the door opening and walked out of the kitchen. He saw the bag in Su Qian's hand at a glance. He asked casually, "Daughter, what good things did you buy?" "Some cosmetics." Su Qian answered Su's question as she walked towards the room. "What?" He was stunned. Su Qian had never used cosmetics before. Why did she suddenly want to buy them? Could it be that something is really happening? Chapter 20 Teacher, this question is Chen Juan Hui asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monday, December 5, 2011. Wuyang No. 1 Middle School. Su Qian stood in front of all the teachers and students in the school, holding a manuscript in her hand, preparing her review. Su Qian, who has been an excellent student since elementary school, made a self-criticism in front of the whole school for the first time in her life. She was not nervous, but rather felt a little curious. The flag-raising ceremony had just been held, and He Jungwo was summarizing the discipline situation of the previous week on the stage. However, most people's attention was focused on Su Qian, who was standing and waiting below the stage. Damn, it's rare to see a top student in the class making a school-wide self-review. It can't be helped. Who caused such a big fuss that day? By the way, do you know who Su Qian likes? I don't know. Why is Lao He still talking? Go down quickly and let Su Qian come up. The students in the audience were whispering to each other, and the small whispers added up to a large one, causing He Jungwo on the stage to frown. Everyone, be quiet. I have one last thing to tell you. Last week, something very bad happened in our school. Fortunately, Su Qian has a good attitude in admitting her mistakes and is willing to reflect on her mistakes in front of all the students in the school. Now, please invite Su Qian to come to the stage and speak. After saying that, He Jungwo stepped down from the stage and Su Qian came up. Immediately, all the students cheered. The self-review in hand was written during self-study this morning. Su Qian did not do anything weird. It was purely a self-review draft. Dear teachers and classmates, hello everyone. I am Su Qian from class 2-3 of senior high school. Last week. Hey, they are both polite words, but why does Su Qian's voice sound so pleasant? It's much better than Lao his rough voice. On the stage, Su Qian was already summarizing. I will never make similar mistakes again in the future. I hope all teachers and students will supervise me. After saying that, Su Qian bowed and prepared to step down. Su Qian, will you sing at the New Year's Eve party? Someone suddenly shouted from the audience. This gossip has gradually spread throughout the school in the past 2 days. After Su Qian showed her singing to the whole school a few days ago, this gossip excited everyone. Su Qian smiled and said, guess. Wow tilde, their whole school was in an uproar. No one denied it, which meant that Su Qian was very likely to appear in the New Year's Eve party. A while into the 4th class, many people were still discussing whether Su Qian would appear on the performance list. As the protagonist of this incident, Su Qian was in a rather embarrassing state at the moment. Teacher, I don't know the answer to this question. Su Qian said. Mathematics teacher Wang Zhonghua looked at Su Qian with some surprise, as he did not expect Su Qian to say this. Okay, sit down. Wang Zhonghua waved his hand. Who can solve this problem on the blackboard? Wang Zhonghua knocked on the blackboard and asked loudly. The classroom was silent. Wang Zhonghua was a little disappointed. This question was actually not that difficult. It just required a different way of thinking to solve it. He had asked this question to class 1 in his previous class, and about 7 or 8 students had solved it. That's why he asked Su Qian to stand up and answer the question, but he didn't expect that Su Qian didn't know the answer to this question either. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it carefully. This question requires a different approach. Wang Zhonghua put down the chalk in his hand and brushed the dust off his hands. The classroom started to become noisy. Some people began to discuss the questions on the blackboard, while others took the opportunity to start chatting. Su Qian deftly twirled the gel pen in her hand with her fingers, resting her other hand on her face, thinking about the question she had copied on the paper. I accidentally glanced at Chen Juan next to me, and saw that he was drawing on the draft paper out of boredom. The drawing was quite beautiful. Su Qian touched Chen Juan's arm with her finger. Why don't you do the questions? Chen Juan said, I will do it. Su Qian was surprised and asked, so fast? Wait, you just learned it. Chen Juan nodded. He remembered the question, but not in class, but in an exercise book he bought himself. He encountered this problem when he was doing some skills exercises in the 2nd semester of his senior year. As for why the memory is so vivid, it is purely because after he entered college, his cousin who was in his 2nd year of high school asked a similar type of question. For the sake of his damn face, Chen Juan thought for an hour before he remembered how to solve the problem, and he hasn't forgotten it until now. Then why didn't you say it just now? Su Qian asked puzzledly. Chen Juan thought for a moment and said, I find it troublesome. Su Qian. Su Qian said, then tell me about it. Chen Juan glanced at her and said, what did you say? Say what I just said again. Su Qian was stunned for a moment, then tell me about it. Chen Juan, no, it's what I said. I feel annoyed. Su Qian stopped talking halfway and glared at Chen Juan fiercely. Okay, is there anyone who can do it? 5 minutes were up, and Wang Zhonghua stood on the podium and knocked on the blackboard. Su Qian raised her hand quickly. Wang Zhonghua was somewhat relieved. Sure enough, Su Qian knew the answer first. A smile appeared on his face. Su Qian, tell me. Su Qian stood up. Teacher, I don't know how to do this question, but I know Chen Juan can do it. What? Wang Zhonghua was stunned, and so was the whole class. Chen Juan looked at Su Qian beside him with shock. After being together for so many years, he never expected that this woman was so vicious. Sure enough, what the book says is right, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie, he tilde her 2e. Wang Zhonghua said in disbelief, Su Qian, are you talking about Chen Juan? Su Qian nodded vigorously, yes, he just told me that. Wang Zhonghua looked at Chen Juan and asked, Chen Juan, have you solved this problem? Chen Juan stood up slowly. I can indeed do this question. Wow tilde, the whole class exclaimed in unison. A student who always ranked last in the class actually solved a math problem that no one else could solve. The most shocked person was Chen Juan's former deskmate and good friend Hu Jun, whose mouth had opened to the size of an egg. We agreed to walk hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder. Why are you running so fast? Wang Zhonghua was really surprised this time. He said, then Chen Juan, you should explain this question to the students. Come to the front. Chen Juan nodded, and as he walked up to the podium, he glared at Su Qian who was giggling beside him. This problem should be solved using the method of proof by contradiction. First, we assume. Chen Juan took a new piece of chalk from the chalk box, broke it casually, and began to explain on the blackboard. Chen Juan's explanations were very detailed, and in many places he explained from a student's perspective, which made many people feel that Chen Juan was better at explaining topics than Wang Zhonghua. Wang Zhonghua stood at the door and watched Chen Juan lecturing, his eyes brightening. A good seedling. Chapter 21 Chen Juan is injured seeking recommendation votes, monthly votes. The specific steps to solve the problem are as follows. Behind Chen Juan was a blackboard full of the problem-solving process, and in his hand was a piece of chalk with only a small piece left. With a light flick, the chalk head flew straight into another paper box containing chalk heads. Well said. Wang Zhonghua led the applause. The look he gave Chen Juan now was completely different from before. Relieved, appreciated and a little surprised. The whole class applauded when Wang Zhonghua started. They never thought that one day Chen Juan would come up to the stage to give them a lecture. When Chen Juan returned to his seat, the bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang. Wang Zhonghua said that Get Out of Class was over and walked out of the classroom with the textbook. Chen Juan, I didn't understand. Can you explain it to me again? Su Qian gently touched Chen Juan's fingers. Chen Juan was a little unconvinced. How could you not understand? Su Qian snorted, I just don't understand. Okay, I'll explain it to you again. Chen Juan had no choice but to find two pieces of draft paper at random and wrote the steps to solve the problem on them while explaining them. Su Qian watched from the side. She actually knew how to do the problem. When Chen Juan wrote down the first step on the blackboard, she understood. However, Chen Juan had told the whole class at that time, and she wanted Chen Juan to tell it to her only once. Su Qian's eyes first looked at the steps to solve the problem written by Chen Juan, and slowly began to move upwards. The tip of the pen, the slender fingers, the school uniform, the angular profile. Chen Juan's mouth opened and closed, and the sunlight outside the window shone on Chen Juan's face, as if drawing a golden edge on his profile. Su Qian suddenly felt that the boy in front of her was very handsome. Hello. Where the hell are you looking at? Chen Juan waved his hand in front of Su Qian's eyes, successfully pulling her out of her infatuated state. Su Qian subconsciously wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of her mouth, puffed out her chest and retorted, Of course I am watching the problem-solving process. I don't believe you. Chen Juan tapped Su Qian's head with a pen, I'll say it one last time. Su Qian nodded quickly, then looked at the direction of the draft paper seriously. Chen Juan sighed and started explaining again. And then nothing happened. Even if Chen Juan didn't look at Su Qian, he could feel that Su Qian's eyes were not on the draft paper at all. He put down his pen and turned to look at Su Qian. Su Qian's eyes were very bright, and her pupils reflected the sunlight outside the window, making her eyes look particularly bright. I won't tell you anymore, you just. Before he could finish his words, Su Qian suddenly spoke. Chen Juan, you are so beautiful. Chen Juan hesitated for 2 seconds, I know. Bar. Su Qian curled her lips, how shameless. Isn't he that what you said? Chen Juan sneered in his heart, women are just so strange. In the evening, Chen Juan rode his bicycle slowly towards home, followed by Su Qian who was also riding a bicycle. Chen Juan has now gradually gotten used to Su Qian always following him. He once tried to get rid of her, but Su Qian was like a sticky candy and followed Chen Juan closely. Later, Chen Juan gave up struggling. When they were near the door of his house, Chen Juan got out of the car. Su Qian beside him waved to him and said, See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chen Juan also waved his hand, and then looked at Su Qian who was getting farther and farther away in the sunset. His chest suddenly felt as if it was hollowed out, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. It seems that something is going to happen today. Chen Juan shook his head vigorously, then pushed the cart into the yard. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. One day, I suddenly felt like riding it. Su Qian hummed a song while pedaling her bicycle towards a convenient path. This is a path she discovered recently. Although it is a bit remote, it can save her from taking many detours. Hey, isn't this the campus beauty from Wuyang number 1 high school? How come you have time to come to this place? A joking and teasing voice rang out in the alley, followed by several echoing laughs. Su Qian frowned and stopped the bike. It wasn't that she wanted to stop, but someone was blocking the road right ahead. Su Qian didn't hesitate much. She turned the car and was about to exit this somewhat remote alley, but unexpectedly someone ran over and grabbed the back of her car, preventing her from leaving. At the same time, 5 or 6 people surrounded her. Su Qian got out of the car, turned around and looked coldly at the people blocking his way. He only knew one of these people. Wang Long was once a student at Wuyang number 1 middle school. Later, he was expelled for fighting and became a street thug. Su Qian looked calm and said in a cold voice, "Get out of the way." "Fuck, she's quite hot-tempered." "I like her like that," said a boy next to Wang Long. Wang Long slapped the man on the head and said, "Fuck, speak more politely." After saying that, Wang Long looked at Su Qian with a smile. "Miss Su, come with us for a drink, I'll take you back in a while." There was some disgust and a little fear in Su Qian's eyes. She raised her leg to bypass Wang Long and his men, but was pushed back by the 2 boys. Just when Su Qian was at a loss, a familiar voice rang out. "Brothers, molesting women and causing trouble are against the law." Wang Long and his companions looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a boy wearing the same number 1 middle school uniform standing at the entrance of the alley, panting, leaning against the wall and smiling at them. When Wang Long and his companions saw that they were students, they immediately relaxed. "Get out of here now, or I'll take care of you soon," Wang Long shouted. Chen Juan pulled out a cell phone from his pocket, waved it in the air and put it back. "I just called the police." This sentence made Wang Long and others hesitate. Most of them were dropouts and they were afraid of the police. "Let's go." Wang Long waved his hand and was about to leave with a few people. When passing by Chen Juan, Wang Long gave a look and several people instantly pounced towards Chen Juan. Chen Juan had been on guard against these grandsons since the beginning. He leaned his back against the wall, dodged a kick from someone, and punched him in the face. And then, nothing happened. 2 fists were no match for several legs. Chen Juan was kicked to the ground. He could only hold his head with both hands and curl up to reduce the damage he received. One of Wang Long's men picked up a brick from the ground and hit Chen Juan on his left leg with it, then hit him on the head as if he was not satisfied. "You're such a jerk, what are you doing with a brick?" Chen Juan, who was lying on the ground, felt that everything around him became extremely blurry, and Wang Long's curses seemed to be getting farther and farther away. "These bastards are so ruthless, fuck." In Chen Juan's blurry vision, he saw Wang Long and several others running out of the alley. His gaze moved to the left side of the alley, where there was a mobile phone store with surveillance cameras. The second before he fainted, he heard Su Qian's panicked voice. Chapter 22. I want to know how much pain you feel. Please recommend and monthly tickets. My head feels heavy and my eyelids feel heavy too. When Chen Juan struggled to open his eyes, what he saw was the white ceiling. Is this a hospital? Chen Juan looked around and roughly determined his position. This is a 3-person ward, but the 2 beds next to it are empty. Liang Yulan and Su Qian were sitting on the empty bed chatting. Chen Juan suddenly wanted to listen to what the 2 of them were talking about, so he closed his eyes and pretended not to wake up yet. On the empty bed, Su Qian looked back at the unconscious Chen Juan and said worriedly, "Auntie, why hasn't Chen Juan woken up yet?" The doctor said it was just a concussion, nothing serious. Liang Yulan also looked at Chen Juan lying on the bed and said, "The CT scan was done. He's fine. He might be sleeping." "Oh." Su Qian nodded. Liang Yulan saw how much Su Qian cared about Chen Juan, and her eyes were quite satisfied. She asked, "Sir Qian, who are the people at home?" Su Qian looked a little sad. "There are only me and my father at home. My mother passed away 5 years ago." Liang Yulan groaned, regretting saying this, and quickly reached out to gently hug Su Qian's shoulders. "I'm sorry, Auntie didn't know." It's okay, Su Qian waved her hand quickly. Su Qian stayed in Liang Yulan's arms for a while, and gradually recovered from her previous emotions. My girl, do you have someone you like at school? Seeing that she was in better condition, Liang Yulan chatted with Su Qian casually, trying to change the topic. Su Qian smiled sweetly, no. Liang Yulan laughed, but then she remembered that Su Qian was Chen Juan's desk mate, and they must have been together for some time, so she suddenly became unhappy. However, Liang Yulan felt that her son could still be saved. It's not good. High school is not suitable for dating. My kid doesn't study hard all day long. Xiao Qian, you have to take care of him at school for your aunt. Su Qian narrowed her eyes and smiled, yeah, I will. The two were silent for a while. Liang Yulan glanced at Chen Juan on the bed and said, Xiao Qian, what do you think of our Chen Juan? Su Qian laughed and said, Chen Juan always bullies me. Auntie, you should have a good talk with him. Liang Yulan was a little surprised and said, there is such a thing. How am I going to deal with this kid when he wakes up? Cough cough. The unconscious Chen Juan suddenly coughed twice and woke up slowly. The coughing sound immediately attracted the attention of Su Qian and Liang Yulan, and they hurried over. Xiao Juan, how do you feel? Liang Yulan had just said she wanted to teach Chen Juan a lesson, but now she was very concerned about Chen Juan. Chen Juan shook his head, it's nothing. Do you have any water? My mouth is a little dry. Su Qian, who was standing next to him, picked up a cup of warm water from the table and handed it to Chen Juan. Chen Juan took it, drank it in one gulp, and felt much better. Where is my dad? Chen Juan asked. Liang Yulan had some anger on her face. Your father and Xiao Qian's father are handling your affairs. The police have been notified. The surveillance cameras on the street captured the faces of those hooligans. The police will make them pay the price. You don't have to worry about it. Chen Juan nodded. I'll go out and call your dad. Liang Yulan suddenly spoke, and gave Chen Juan an encouraging look before leaving. Chen Juan was sitting on the hospital bed, speechless about his mother's kindness. He accidentally glanced at Su Qian's forehead and suddenly saw a slightly swollen red mark on her fair forehead that was particularly obvious. What's wrong with your forehead? Chen Juan asked puzzledly. Su Qian blushed slightly and said coyly, didn't someone hit you with a brick that day? I also found a brick. Chen Juan raised his eyebrows, are you going to avenge me? Su Qian was a little embarrassed, I hit myself with a brick. Chen Juan felt like laughing. Su Qian also forced a smile, and then her voice choked up a little, I just want to know how much pain you were in at that time. She raised her head, tears in her eyes, it really hurts Tilda. Chen Juan suddenly stopped laughing, and said, you are quite stupid. I think so too. A teardrop ran across the corner of her mouth, and Su Qian smiled brightly. Oh, girl, why are you crying? At the door of the ward, Liang Yulan, who had just walked in after making a phone call, saw Su Qian with red and swollen eyes at a glance. Liang Yulan immediately glared at Chen Juan. Although she didn't know what had happened, she was certain that it was related to this brat. Chen Juan had no choice but to get out of bed and go to the bathroom as he felt the urge to defecate. Don't move. Liang Yulan and Su Qian said in unison. Chen Juan was startled, but didn't jump up. What's wrong? Your leg is also injured. The doctor said that although the bones are not broken, it is best not to walk for now, and you should apply ointment every day. Liang Yulan explained. Chen Juan lifted the quilt and found that his left knee and part of his calf were red and swollen. When he applied a little force, the pain surged up instantly. His Tilda, Chen Juan took a breath of cold air. Su Qian glanced at Chen Juan in a reproachful manner. I told you not to move, but you moved instead. Chen Juan asked, what if I go to the toilet? Liang Yulan said, how about we solve it on the bed? Chen Juan, I feel like my legs don't hurt as much anymore. In the end, Chen Juan was helped to go to the bathroom of the ward by Liang Yulan and Su Qian. Fortunately, Chen Juan usually rode a bicycle to and from school, and his leg strength was pretty good, so he avoided the embarrassing scene of accidentally falling down in the middle of urinating. After returning to the hospital bed with difficulty, Chen Juan breathed a sigh of relief. I've asked for a week's leave from school for you. You've fallen behind on your studies. Xiao Qian, can you lend your class notes to Xiao Juan to take a look? Su Qian nodded, of course, I can come here every afternoon after school to give Chen Juan an hour's lesson. Liang Yulan was surprised and asked, really? Isn't this too much trouble for you? Su Chen shook her head, it's okay, Chen Juan was injured because of me. Then thank you Xiao Qian. Liang Yulan was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Su Qian said, it's okay. Okay, then I will completely hand over Xiao Juan's homework to you. Liang Yulan said. Su Qian said confidently, no problem. Chapter 23 Su Qian's Little Habits, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. As shown in the picture, a region is divided into 5 administrative regions. Now color the map. Requirements. In Chen Juan's room, Chen Juan was sitting in a rented wheelchair with a strong will despite his physical disability. Next to him was Su Qian, who was holding a textbook and explaining to Chen Juan the new knowledge he had learned today. Today is the first day that Chen Juan has been discharged from the hospital. After waking up yesterday, Chen Juan stayed in the hospital for another night for observation and only returned home at noon today. After school in the evening, Su Qian went straight to Chen Juan's home and started tutoring him. In the kitchen, Liang Yulan and Chen Guowo were making dumplings. Old Chen, what do you think of Xiao Qian? Liang Yulan said softly as she put the dumpling filling into the dumpling skin. Chen Guowo thought for a moment and replied, very good, grateful, and gentle. Wait, why are you asking this? Chen Guowo looked at Liang Yulan with a strange look in his eyes, you won't. Liang Yulan rolled her eyes at him and said, what are you thinking? Of course I don't support them dating now. I mean, they can definitely cultivate their relationship now. Don't you think your son is much more studious now? The other day his bedroom door was not closed tightly, and I walked over and found him doing his homework. Think about it, when have you ever seen your son doing his homework? Chen Guowo thought about it carefully and realized that hey, I have never seen it before. Then he understood, you mean, it's because of Su Qian that my son studies so hard. Liang Yulan nodded with satisfaction. She has finally realized in the past 2 days that Su Qian cares very much about her son. At this time, Chen Guowo spoke again, but I think my son doesn't seem to have this idea, and he doesn't respond to Su Qian. Liang Yulan glared, who said that? If he didn't have a crush on Xiao Qian, how could our son study hard? Isn't it just to go to the same university as Xiao Qian? Chen Guowo wanted to ask why it was impossible. Is it impossible for Chen Juan to study hard? However, after seeing Liang Yulan's eyes, he wisely chose to shut up. This is his family position. Inside the room, Su Qian and Chen Juan made rapid progress. In less than an hour, they had finished explaining what the teachers of each subject had taught today. At first Su Qian was a little bit unconvinced, until she asked a few questions and Chen Juan answered them all, then she believed what Chen Juan said. After packing up the books, Su Qian did not leave, but instead wandered around Chen Juan's room. She had never seen what Chen Juan's room looked like in high school. There were not many things in the room. What attracted Su Qian's attention most were the posters on the wall and the pieces of drawing paper placed beside the bed. The poster featured several NBA stars. Su Qian knew that Chen Juan liked to watch the NBA. Influenced by him, she, who usually didn't watch sports programs, also got to know several of the stars. Su Qian walked to the bedside and reached out to pick up a rolled-up piece of drawing paper. When unfolded, it is a character sketch. Su Qian recognized him at a glance. This person was Hu Jun. Chen Juan is very good at sketching. Su Qian knew this when she received a sketch drawn by Chen Juan on her birthday in college. However, Su Qian didn't expect that Chen Juan's sketches were already quite good in high school. If you become a painter in the future, maybe you can become famous. Su Qian said as he looked at the painting. Chen Juan shook his head, a hobby is a hobby. If I turn a hobby into a career, it may no longer be what I like. Su Qian turned around in surprise. What she just said was really not something a high school student would say. Was Chen Juan so mature when he was in high school? Shaking his head, Su Qian put down the painting in his hand and opened another one. It's still a sketch, but this time it's a picture of the entire class from the perspective of the last row. In this painting, Su Qian could see almost everyone in the class. The people and things that are closer are drawn in great detail, while those that are farther away are somewhat sloppy and casual. However, the more Su Qian looked at the painting, the deeper his brows furrowed. She took the painting and walked in front of Chen Juan, unfolded it, and said seriously, "Have you discovered something very important?" Seeing her serious expression, Chen Juan couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything wrong with the painting?" "Yeah." Su Qian nodded seriously, pointed at the painting, and then pointed at herself. "You are missing a very important me." Chen Juan couldn't help but say, "You hadn't changed classes yet when I drew this picture." "So, now I'm here." Su Qian walked around the room with his hands behind his back. "You have to add me." "But there is no room left." Chen Juan pointed to the pitiful blank space in the painting. "Yeah," Su Qian nodded in agreement. "How about you draw a sketch of me alone?" Chen Juan understood that this was Su Qian's real purpose. He answered vaguely, "Wait until I have time." Su Qian curled her lips and was about to speak when Liang Yulan knocked on the door. "Xiao Qian, Xiao Huan, it's time to eat." Chen Huan responded, "Coming." Su Qian walked behind Chen Huan and pushed him towards the living room, saying, "Then don't forget it." Chen Huan nodded, "I won't forget it." Liang Yulan was putting the cooked dumplings on the table when she saw Su Qian pushing Chen Huan out. She couldn't stop smiling. "That's great." At the dinner table, Liang Yulan was particularly enthusiastic towards Su Qian. "Xiao Qian, please sit down. I don't need your help to get it." "Chen Huan, your leg is injured and your hand is injured, right? Why don't you help me receive the call?" Chen Huan smiled but said nothing. After everything was placed on the dining table, the family sat on their chairs and prepared to eat. After eating for a while, Liang Yulan noticed that there was no soy sauce in Su Qian's bowl. After looking around, she found that the soy sauce bottle was placed next to Chen Huan. It should be that Chen Huan put it there after using it. I think it was Su Qian's first time eating at home, so she felt a little hesitant. Liang Yulan rolled her eyes at her son. How could he find a wife in the future if he was so tactless? She touched Chen Huan's uninjured right foot with her toes and said, "Chen Huan, hand the soy sauce bottle to Xiao Qian." Chen Huan answered casually, "She has a light taste and doesn't dip her dumplings in soy sauce." Su Qian nodded, "Yes." "Oh, I see." Liang Yulan didn't say much, but suddenly she was stunned. How come her son knew Su Qian's little habits so well? Most northerners prefer heavy flavors, so they usually dip dumplings in soy sauce, and some even dip them in vinegar. Is your son so careful? Chen Huan had just finished the dumpling in his mouth and was about to pick up another one when he felt that the atmosphere at the dinner table was a little off. When he looked up, Su Qian, Liang Yulan and Chen Guo were all looking at him. Damn, I was so talkative. I slapped myself in the face in my heart. Chen Huan began to argue, "I heard the girls in our class say that Su Qian's mouth is very light, so I think Su Qian doesn't need to dip in soy sauce." Oh tilde. Liang Yulan and the other two nodded and continued eating. Chapter 24 Chen 1 verses 7 Tired Please recommend and collect. Although Liang Yulan asked for a week's leave for Chen Huan went to school on the third day after being discharged from the hospital. When Chen Guo drove his son to school, he felt gratified. He didn't expect that his son was so studious and motivated, just like he was when he was young. Chen Huan was sitting in the passenger seat with a pair of crutches in his hand. He can now use slight force on his left leg, but it still hurts a bit when he walks, so he needs to wear crutches to go to school for the time being. In fact, Chen Huan was not that studious and motivated. Except for mathematics, which he had almost caught up with, he was still completely clueless in other subjects. The main reason is that he is too bored at home. Doesn't he have a cell phone? What use is there for a day student to have one? When I saved Su Qian that day, I simply picked up a cell phone box next to the trash can at the entrance of the alley, tore off the side with the cell phone picture, and pretended it was a cell phone. Otherwise, he would not have put it in his arms so quickly, because he was afraid of being discovered by Wan Long and his men. I can play on the TV and computer at home, but after playing for a long time, I will feel empty and it seems that I have no interest in doing anything. That's why Chen Huan said that he wanted to go to school. The car stopped at the school gate. Chen Guo got out and prepared to help Chen Huan go in. Chen Huan waved his hand. His class was on the first floor, so he didn't need to climb the stairs and didn't need anyone's help. Chen Guo hummed, but stood there without leaving, watching his son limping towards the school gate. He Jiongwo was still standing at the most familiar position at the school gate, with his hands behind his back, his eyes sharp and full of momentum. Suddenly, a limping Chen Huan appeared in his sight. Chen Huan. Didn't he take a week off? He Jiongwo was confused. As the Dean of Studies, he naturally knew about Chen Juan's affairs. Also because of this incident, He Jungwo had some admiration for Chen Juan. Although this kid is not good at studying, he did a great job in this matter. Thinking of this, He Jungwo called out to Chen Juan, who had just walked into the school gate. Chen Juan. He Jungwo walked up to him and asked, "Why did you come to school so soon? How's your leg?" The moment Chen Juan was stopped by He Jungwo, he subconsciously looked at his entire body. "I'm wearing my school uniform, zipped up, and my hair isn't too long, so there's nothing wrong with that." It was not until He Jungwo's second sentence that he felt relieved, and then he replied, "It's still a little difficult to walk, but it should be almost the same in a few days. I'm bored staying at home, so I want to come to school." He Jungwo patted Chen Juan on the shoulder and said, "Well, not bad. Study hard." Chen Juan was still a little unaccustomed to the kindness shown by He Jungwo, so he said, "Well, thank you, director." After saying that, Chen Juan walked towards the teaching building with his crutches. When he reached the gate and was about to turn, Chen Juan accidentally glanced and saw He Jungwo standing at the school gate, looking quietly in his direction. Seeing that Chen Juan noticed him, He Jungwo waved to him and turned around to continue checking on him. Chen Juan felt warm in his heart and walked towards Class 3 classroom with his crutches. After entering the teaching building, Chen Juan quickly attracted many people's attention. After all, his two crutches were too conspicuous. That's Chen Juan, the one who fought 1 against 7 people a few days ago. It seems to be him. So handsome, isn't he? He fought 7 people alone and saved Su Qian. This brother is a tough guy. 2 or 3 girls who passed by Chen Juan were whispering to each other, and some even ran out of the classroom to see Chen Juan after hearing the news. Chen Juan never thought that he would become a celebrity in the school one day. To be honest, he was a little embarrassed. 1 against 7 sounds nice, but in fact it just means being beaten up by a group of people. Chen Juan walked faster with his crutches. When he opened the door of the classroom, Hu Jun, who was sitting in the VIP seat in the first row, immediately spotted him. "Damn, Chen Juan," Hu Jun said in surprise. As Hu Jun shouted, the class's attention shifted to the door. "Woohoo, Tilda, our hero is back." The boys in the class were the most excited and rushed to Chen Juan one by one. "It's him! It's him! That's him! Our hero, Chen 1 against 7 Juan." The slightly immature words made Chen Juan smile, and he said, "What the hell is Chen 1 versus 7 Juan?" Hu Jun said, "This is the honorary title we give you for your bravery in protecting our school beauty." "That's right," one of the boys replied. "Let Chen Juan sit down and rest for a while." The class monitor's voice rang out, asking the boys surrounding Chen Juan to make way. "Let's welcome our hero back with warm applause." Hu Jun shouted, and immediately the whole class applauded. Feeling the gazes of the whole class, even Chen Juan, who was a thick-skinned man, felt a little embarrassed. Okay, go back to your seats." Zhang Wenzhong's voice came from the door. He knew that Chen Juan would come to school today, so he came to the classroom to take a look and happened to see this scene. When everyone saw Zhang Wenzhong coming, they returned to their seats. Zhang Wenzhong walked up to the podium and said, "Everyone knows about Chen Juan's situation, so those naughty boys should stay away from Chen Juan these days. If you hurt Chen Juan again, the whole class will not forgive you." "Okay." Several active boys in the classroom responded. Zhang Wenzhong nodded and was silent for a while, looking somewhat relieved. "In fact, when I first learned about this, I was worried but also somewhat relieved. After I went to the hospital to see Chen Juan, I felt relieved. I have always believed that teachers should teach students not only knowledge, but also character. I am very pleased and proud that Chen Juan bravely stood up when Su Qian was in danger." Zhang Wenzhong's eyes were sparkling, which made everyone in the class quiet down. "Okay, that's all I have to say. Let's get ready for self-study." Zhang Wenzhong walked around the classroom, and when he came to Chen Juan, he asked about his legs, and then left the classroom. The 5 classes in the morning passed quickly and nothing happened. However, every teacher would make a joke when they saw Chen Juan, which would cause the class to burst into laughter every time. When the bell rang for the end of the 5th period, Hu Jun walked over and asked, "Chen Juan, do you want me to bring you lunch?" Chen Juan shook his head and took out a thermos box from his school bag. "No need, I brought my own food, you go eat." Hu Jun nodded. Okay, then I'll go eat. A girl in the class invited Su Qian to eat. Su Qian responded and stood up. Before leaving, she glanced at Chen Juan's thermos box, wondering what she was thinking. Chapter 25 Su Qian's loving breakfast, asking for recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Many people's interest in things fades quickly after the first sight. When Chen Juan walked towards Class 3's classroom again on crutches the next day, the strange looks he felt had been reduced by more than half. Chen Juan was so happy. Morning self-study, classes, sitting in the classroom watching the students doing exercises outside the window, everything is slowly returning to normal. Until the 5th physical education class. Chen Juan didn't need to attend physical education class because of his leg injury, while Su Qian next to him was holding a school bag, looking for something. Xiao Qian, let's go to class. Class monitor Jiang Qian called Su Qian at the door. Su Qian raised her head and responded, "You go down first. I'll find something and come right back." Jiang Qian said, "Oh, hurry up, class is about to start." When Jiang Qian left the classroom, only Chen Juan and Su Qian were left in the room. Su Qian looked at the glass in front and behind the door, and after confirming that there was no one there, she took out a pink insulated box from her school bag and placed it on Chen Juan's desk. "Well, it's for you." Su Qian looked a little nervous. Chen Juan said, "You brought me lunch." "I brought it myself." Su Qian hummed and whispered, "I did it." Chen Juan stared at Su Qian with eyes wide open, a little unbelieving. "You made this? When did you learn how to cook?" Su Qian blushed, "I just learned it recently." "Why do I suddenly want to learn how to cook?" Chen Juan asked puzzledly. Su Qian looked at Chen Juan and said, "Because someone told me that I would have to cook for myself in the future, so I learned to cook." "Yeah, that's good." Chen Juan nodded. Su Qian stood up, "Okay, I'm going to class." Su Qian walked out of the classroom. Chen Juan reached out and touched the thermal box on the table, opened it, and hot steam hit his face. Kohler chicken wings. This is a dish that Su Qian and Chen Juan both love to eat. It looked good and smelled fragrant. Chen Juan didn't expect Su Qian to perform so well in her first cooking. Take out the box of chicken wings, and underneath are 2 plastic disposable gloves. Chen Juan thought about it and simply took out the food he brought from home and started eating lunch directly. The chicken wings were a bit dry and took a little longer to cook, but still within an acceptable range. The thermal box was not big, so there were not many chicken wings in it, so I finished it quickly with rice. After washing the box and chopsticks, Chen Juan stood by the window, feeling somewhat bored, and looked towards the direction of the basketball court. At this time, the boys should be playing ball, and the girls will sit around the basketball court, chatting and watching the game. What surprised Chen Juan was that he saw all the students in the class gathered together, with Su Qian and Jiang Qian standing in the middle of the crowd, talking about something. "Why are we playing games today?" The physical education teacher sometimes arranges the class to play a small game, but most of the time it is free activities. Chen Juan looked at it for a while, then lay down on the table and took a nap. Only when some people gradually returned to the class and the class became noisy did Chen Juan get up from the table. "Old Chen, I didn't expect you still have a sweet girlish heart." When Hu Jun passed by the last row to throw away the garbage, he saw Chen Juan, who had just woken up, and teased him. What is that?" Chen Juan's brain was not fully awake yet. Hu Jun smiled and pointed at the pink thermal box on Chen Juan's desk. "Oh." Chen Juan wanted to explain, but stopped. "That's mine?" "Do you have any objection?" a voice sounded. Hu Jun turned around and saw Su Qian standing behind him with her hands on her hips. Yours." Hu Jun scratched his head, then suddenly froze and said in surprise, "Your thermos box is on Chen Juan's desk. Could this be the meal you brought for Chen Juan?" Hu Jun was born with a loud voice, and when he shouted like that, everyone around him immediately looked over at him. "I brought it," Su Qian said. "Wow!" Several girls around suddenly made strange noises. These words spoken in unison made Su Qian blush. But at this time, Hu Jun was still talking, looking like a dramatic actor. "Hey, I also want the school beauty to bring me food." Har har. Someone next to him laughed. "Hu Jun, if I break your legs, Su Qian will bring you food." Hu Jun glared at him. Suddenly, there was a loud laugh in the classroom. This was just a small episode in the afternoon. At about 12:40, people started to prepare for their naps. Chen Juan had just slept for half an hour and was not sleepy now. Su Qian beside him was also not asleep. She gently touched Chen Juan's arm and whispered, "How do you feel?" Chen Juan knew that she was asking about the Kohler chicken wings. "I am amazed by your talent in cooking." Su Qian squinted her eyes and smiled, happily put away the thermal box, then fell asleep on the table with a smile on her face. I should have a good dream. In the evening, because Chen Juan was temporarily picked up by Chen Guo, Su Qian didn't have to take a long DT to get home. Su Qian pushed open the door, but did not hear the familiar knocking sounds of cooking in the kitchen. Su Qian thought that Su He was busy at work today and had not returned yet. After all, when she was not forced to suffer from mental health illness, Su He was always busy until late. However, today was different from the past. When she arrived at the living room, she found that Su He was sitting on the sofa in the living room fiddling with his mobile phone. "Dad, I'm back." Su Qian greeted him. Su He put down his phone, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. "You're back, then wash your hands and get ready to eat." Su Qian put her school bag in the living room and asked in confusion, "Why are you eating so early today?" Su He smiled and showed the two dishes on the table. "My daughter worked so hard to cook this early in the morning, how can I let it go to waste?" This morning, as soon as Su He woke up, he heard a noise in the kitchen. He went out and saw that it was Su Qian. He originally thought that Su Qian was hungry, but he didn't expect that she was cooking. Su Qian's face was burning with a bright blush. Her eyes were fixed on the two large plates of very ugly Kohler chicken wings on the dining table, and she chuckled. There were 2 plates of Kohler chicken wings, one of which was mostly unrecognizable, a black mass. The other dish looks much better, but it may not taste the same. What she brought over in the morning was the Kohler chicken wings she had made for the 3rd time. Su He brought the cooked rice from the kitchen and teased Su Qian, who was standing beside him. "My daughter, if you want to cook for Chen Juan yourself, tell Daddy. Daddy will watch over you so that the food won't be wasted." As the poem goes, every grain of rice on the plate is the product of hard work. Su Qian stamped her feet. "Dad told her." Su He said, Okay, let's stop talking and eat." Chapter 26 New Year's Eve Party Countdown Seeking Recommendation Votes, Monthly Votes. After Saturday and Sunday, Chen Juan was able to walk without crutches. There was still a little pain when he exerted force on his left leg, but Chen Juan didn't think it was a big problem. Because Chen Juan was injured, the person who prepared the New Year's Eve party with Su Qian became the class monitor Jiang Qian. Chen Juan was released. There is still half a month left before the New Year's Eve party, and scenes of various classes rehearsing their programs can be seen one after another on campus. Every group of young ladies practicing dancing will be surrounded by a group of LSPS, which indirectly leads to a sharp decrease in the number of people taking naps at noon. So before the first class in the afternoon, Zhang Wenzhong said earnestly, "Although the New Year's Eve party is only half a month away, everyone should also pay attention. The final exam will be shortly after the New Year's Eve party. If you fail the final exam, you will not be able to celebrate the new year well when you go home." This sentence actually reduced the anger in many people's hearts. The results of the final exam will be sent directly to parents' mobile phones. If the child does not do well in the exam, at least he or she will receive a gift package of remedial lessons during the holidays. During the break, rhythmic music for running exercises sounded. Chen Juan stood by the window and watched the students running circles on the playground. He felt much more relaxed. Bang! The door of the classroom was pushed open, and Hu Jun and 3 other boys in the class walked in carrying 2 cardboard boxes. "What is this?" Chen Juan asked puzzledly. Hu Jun said, "This is something prepared for the New Year's Eve party." "So many." Chen Juan walked over and wanted to see what they were. Hu Jun dodged Chen Juan's hand with a flick of his body. Go, don't move. These are all sealed. If you open them, Jiang Qian will beat me to death." Chen Juan smacked his lips and retracted his hand. Hu Jun and 4 other people put the 2 cardboard boxes at the back of the classroom, and then stood by the window watching the students doing exercises on the playground, their faces filled with joy and pride. The happiness of high school students is that simple. "Chen Juan, is there anything between you and Su Qian?" After looking for a while, Hu Jun turned around, his eyes full of curiosity. The 3 boys no longer looked at the people running below. Their eyes were fixed on Chen Juan, waiting for his answer. Chen Juan was a little surprised. Why do you suddenly ask this? Hu Jun coughed and said, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Chen Juan shook his head, it's really nothing. Hu Jun was a little unconvinced. As your former deskmate and good friend, please don't lie to me. I think she cares about you a lot. Don't worry, there are only 5 of us here, and it won't get out. The other 3 boys nodded quickly. Chen Juan's expression became serious. He looked around and asked the 4 people to come closer. Hu Jun and the other 3 were delighted and hurriedly moved closer to Chen Juan. Seeing the 4 people coming over, Chen Juan lowered his head and said mysteriously, Su Qian and I, we really have nothing to do with each other. Wipe. Hu Jun couldn't help but swear. Although the 3 boys didn't swear out loud, they cursed along in their hearts. It is not known whether Chen Juan is a human or not, but he is a real dog. Chen Juan ended the topic, so Hu Jun stopped talking about it and started talking about the New Year's Eve party program. There are a total of 20 classes in the first and second year of high school, and each class will have 20 programs. Because the program list has not been finalized yet, the number of programs has not been determined yet, but based on the programs in previous years, there should be about 26. Did you see the show of Class 6? There were so many young ladies dancing together. Hey, the liberal arts class is good, there are more girls. In our science class, there are more wolves than meat. Don't even think about it. You may not get a girlfriend even if you go to the liberal arts class. It hurts. Chen Juan listened to their conversation with great interest, and suddenly asked, by the way, what song is Su Qian going to sing? Do you know? Hu Jun and the other 3 looked at it and shook their heads. Hu Jun said, I don't know. It seems that we haven't confirmed it yet. Not confirmed yet. Chen Juan was a little surprised. Hu Jun laughed and said, maybe he's still hesitating. Don't worry, we'll know in a couple of days when the program comes out. Oh. Chen Juan nodded. The running exercises were over and each class had returned to the classroom one after another. Hu Jun and a few others also returned to their seats. Su Qian, who had just returned from the playground after running, still had a blush on her face and was constantly exhaling white air from her mouth. Su Qian took off her white cotton hat, sat down to rest, and picked up the water cup to drink some water. Drinking water after running is bad for your lungs. Chen Juan, who was reading with his head down, spoke up. Su Qinjie retracted her hand, I forgot. After sitting and resting for a while, and waiting until his chest rose and fell back to normal, Su Qian picked up the cup and took a sip of water. By the way, I have already picked out the clothes for the New Year's Eve party. Do you want to see them? Su Qian suddenly said. Chen Juan was quite interested in this. Su Qian had a keen eye in this aspect, and the clothes he carefully selected should be amazing. So Chen Juan nodded, I want to. Su Qian chuckled, you'll know at the New Year's Eve party. Chen Juan, you are poisonous. Su Qian curled her lips, if I poison you, you will belong to me. Chen Juan simply ignored her. As the weather got colder, the fire in the hearts of every student at Wuyang No. 1 Middle School burned completely. Today is the day for the New Year's Eve party. The start time is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but many people's hearts have already flown away when the first class in the afternoon has just begun. Wang Zhonghua naturally knew what his students were thinking, so he simply stopped teaching and started telling them about the interesting things that happened at the New Year's Eve parties in recent years. The second class in the afternoon was Zhang Wenzhong's class. Zhang Wenzhong directly announced that this class would be for self-study, which caused cheers in the classroom. At this time, students from other classes with a large number of participants had already started putting on makeup and changing into costumes. Since there was only one person in the third shift, there was no need to be in a hurry. Su Qian's show was the second to last and the finale, which gave her plenty of time to prepare. After all, it was quite cold outside. There were female students walking around the corridor with their makeup on and clothes changed, which made the group of boys in the class even more excited. Ding dong! The bell for the end of get out of class rang, and all the classes cheered at the same time. At 3 o'clock sharp, all students can go to the gymnasium. Zhang Wenzhong stood on the podium and waved his hand, let's go to the gymnasium. Bring your own cushions and put on more clothes. Jiang Qian, take our class to our area. Su Qian, you should also make some preparations. Su Qian nodded and said, okay. She picked up 2 black plastic bags from under her seat, and placed them on Chen Juan's desk. She said pitifully, "Come with me, and help me." Chapter 27 Makeup asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. There are people everywhere, endless crowds. All the students in the school were walking towards the gymnasium, talking and laughing. Chen Juan was walking at the end of the class line with two black plastic bags in his hands, and next to him was Qian, who looked happy. "What's in your bag?" Chen Juan asked puzzledly. One bag contained clothes, but he didn't know what was in the other bag. "Cosmetics." Qian replied, "The ones we bought over the weekend." Oh. Chen Juan suddenly realized. The class team quickly arrived at the gymnasium and lined up to enter. Qian stood at the front of the line and led them to find the seat belonging to class 3. "Chen Juan, here." Hu Jun, who was at the front of the team, waved to Chen Juan and pointed to the empty seat next to him. Chen Juan responded and was about to walk over when he suddenly stopped and handed the two bags in his hand to Qian, "Here." Qian blinked, but did not reach out to continue. "I'll put it where you are first." "Okay." Chen Juan walked towards Hu Jun with two bags, and then sat next to Hu Jun. Hu Jun was a little excited at this time. God knows how anxious he was waiting for the New Year's Eve party. "Chen Juan, there are a total of 27 programs this time." I looked at the program list carefully. 12 of them are dance programs, and this. Hu Jun said excitedly. Even Chen Juan, who was originally not very interested, was aroused by what Hu Jun said. Sketches, crosstalk, singing and dancing seem pretty good. After so many years, Chen Juan had long forgotten the program of the New Year's Eve party. However, he seemed to vaguely remember that he quite liked the program of the New Year's Eve party. After waiting for about half an hour, almost all the students were in place and the stage equipment had been debugged. Amidst the applause and cheers of everyone, the New Year's Eve party officially began. As usual, leaders from all parties came on stage to say some formal remarks, starting with a few simple words from the principal. After nearly an hour of waiting, the host came on stage again and read out the name of the first program. "Now, let's invite Charlotte from class 1-2 to perform a song for us, Nunchucks. The host stepped down from the stage, and a boy wearing Bruce Lee's classic yellow costume came up from the side. The boy looked a little mature, and when he smiled, a few wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. However, as he was the first to go on stage, he still received the warmest applause from everyone in the school. Chen Juan sat in the stands, watching Charlotte singing and dancing on the stage, and found it quite interesting. Although he accidentally kicked over a classmate holding a "Sick Man of East Asia" sign, the thought that the person holding the sign should be a Japanese citizen who was living a good life still caused cheers. Nunchucks is a rock song combined with rap, which immediately aroused the passion of everyone present when it first appeared. So when Charlotte finished singing, the applause in the stadium was loud. "Now, please enjoy the song, I Dedicate Oil to the Motherland, sung by Li Zhenxing from Class 5, Grade 2. There were a total of 27 programs in the New Year's Eve Gala, and 12 of them had already been performed near halftime. Chen Juan really likes songs and sketches, but as for dancing, it's hard to describe. Chen Juan probably understood why his teachers in middle school looked at students dancing that they thought was very cool. Just when the 13th show was about to begin, Chen Juan felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned around and saw it was Qian. Chen Juan thought she was here to get the two bags, so he took out two black plastic bags from under the seat and handed them to Qian. Who would have thought that Qian didn't answer at all, and directly pulled Chen Juan's wrist and walked out of the third class's stand area. "What's wrong?" Chen Juan asked puzzledly. Qian held Chen Juan's wrist and walked forward. "There are a lot of people in the waiting area, please help me watch my things." Chen Juan thought about it and nodded. It didn't make any difference whether he watched those programs or not. The two walked to the bathroom. Qian took the bag of clothes from Chen Juan and went in to change clothes. Chen Juan stood outside waiting, and after a while, Qian came out wearing new clothes. "Chen Juan!" Qian called out, and when Chen Juan turned around, he was stunned. Qian's taste is indeed impeccable. The blue gauze skirt is dotted with stars, and the light blue belt perfectly shows off Qian's slender waist. Chen Juan discovered that Qian had also changed her shoes. She changed her flat shoes into sparkling high heels. Overall, she looked like a princess in a fairy tale. "Let's put on makeup." Qian couldn't help feeling a little proud when she saw Chen Juan's look. She and Jiang Qian had searched many stores but hadn't found one that satisfied them. Later, she picked out a blue dress that was similar in style to what she wanted, and asked someone to alter it until it became what it is now. Chen Juan nodded after hearing Su Qian's words, okay. He looked around and suddenly realized that there was no mirror in the gymnasium bathroom, only a mirror frame hanging on the wall above the sink. Su Qian was also stunned for a moment. She remembered that the mirror was still there during the rehearsal a few days ago. How about we go back to the teaching building to put on makeup? Chen Juan said. Su Qian frowned and shook her head. No, the teaching building is a bit far from here, and I can't walk fast in my high heels and skirt. Suddenly, Su Qian looked at Chen Juan with a smile. How about you put on makeup for me? Chen Juan was a little dumbfounded. Su Qian didn't care and said with a smile, it's okay, you can do it. Chen Juan had once drawn her eyebrows. Perhaps Chen Juan's aesthetic sense was really good. The eyebrows he drew for her were not much different from hers. However, Chen Juan's makeup was limited to drawing eyebrows. Aren't you good at drawing? Your makeup is almost the same as his. Su Qian said. Chen Juan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, okay. Su Qian smiled brightly. The two found a room. Su Qian sat on a chair. Chen Juan placed various cosmetics aside and listened to Su Qian's instructions. Apply foundation first. It's the first one on your left. Chen Juan did as Su Qian said and started to fiddle with Su Qian's face. Su Qian opened her eyes and looked closely at Chen Juan, who was a little nervous but very serious, and her warm breath caressed her face. Su Qian's face turned slightly red. Oh, am I mistaken? Your face seems to be turning red. It's okay, it's normal. Oh. Chen Juan held Su Qian's head with one hand and held the powder puff with the other hand, carefully applying foundation. He was so focused that he didn't notice that their faces were very close. Eyebrow drawing, eyeshadow, eyeliner, lipstick. Chen Juan didn't know whether his steps were correct or not, but Su Qian never stopped him. Okay. Finally, Chen Juan breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 28, Waltz of Love, Seeking Recommendation Votes, Monthly Votes. Are you done? Su Qian felt a little disappointed. She regretted not buying more cosmetics. If she had known this earlier. Okay. Chen Juan repeated. Su Qian stood up and began to pick up the cosmetics on the table. Chen Juan said, don't you look at yourself. Su Qian didn't even raise her head. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you are pretty or ugly. Because you put on my makeup yourself, Su Qian didn't say this. Chen Juan nodded and started to help Su Qian put away her cosmetics. This program was a rather boring poetry recitation. Plus, the New Year's Eve party had already started for more than 2 hours, so normally, most people's enthusiasm would have gradually faded. However, the atmosphere in the stadium has now reached an unprecedented peak. Next up is the show by school beauty Su Qian. In the stands, there were whispers everywhere. They had heard Su Qian singing, which was as gentle as water on that sunny afternoon. Although Su Qian only sang half a song that day, it was enough to make her show the most anticipated one of this New Year's Eve gala. Oh my god, why does this poetry recitation take so long? I can't wait. I don't believe Lao he can stop at this time. That's right. Amid everyone's anticipation, the long and boring poetry recitation finally ended. When the host walked onto the stage, the atmosphere in the stadium began to heat up. Now, please welcome Su Qian from Class 2-3 to perform a song for everyone, Waltz of Love. Good. There was a burst of warm applause in the gymnasium at the same time, which seemed to lift the roof off the gymnasium, and the loudest cheers came from the male students. All the lights on the stage went out, leaving it pitch black. The students in the stands could only see a blurry figure walking onto the stage and standing in the center. Music started playing. It was the sound of a guitar. The melody was very cheerful, and it slowly calmed my agitated heart. The gymnasium became silent, and everyone waited quietly, just like that afternoon. The stage remained dark. Stand on tiptoe and lift the hem of your skirt. Let me put my hand gently on your shoulder. The moment the song sounded, a beam of light shone from top to bottom on Su Qian in the center of the stage, illuminating her entire body. Wow tilde, all the students in the school were amazed and exclaimed in unison. The blue gauze dress sparkled under the spotlight, and her slender waist made all the girls envious. In addition to the clothes, another thing that caught everyone's attention was the crystal silver crown on Su Qian's head. The silver-white crown looked particularly dazzling on Su's long light black hair. Not only the students, but also the school leaders in the first row of the stands nodded with satisfaction when they saw Su Qian's outfit. Look, this should be the most beautiful side of the girls in our school. Looking at some of the previous programs, the clothes they wore and the white makeup on their faces, it's really hard to describe. Facts have proved that Chen Juan, who has a great talent for painting, does have a very good sense of aesthetics. Su Qian's delicate face is suitable for light makeup, giving people a natural feeling. On the stage, Su Qian stood in the circle of light, holding the microphone with both hands and singing. Step by step closer to you. Circles and circles around my heart. Like shooting stars dancing in the night sky. Su Qian's voice was like having a piece of candy in her mouth, which made people curl their lips when listening to it. Unlike when she sang Courage, Su Qian's voice was very gentle at that time, but when she sang this song, her voice became particularly sweet. The two different types made many people's eyes light up and made the boys shout even more crazily. No one is more compatible with me than you. No one can replace you for me to rely on. Sweetness and happiness come in circles. At this moment, Su Qian was like a real little princess, wearing a crown and walking slowly on the stage, as if she was touring her kingdom. The spotlight above her head followed her footsteps closely, and every time Su Qian faced an area, she would chorus cheers from everyone in that area. Su Qian smiled, waved her hands to the beat, and shook her head slightly. Confident and beautiful. No one is more compatible with me than you. No one can give me the love you give me. Our future is the most beautiful one. When the song ended, all the lights on the stage came on. After a brief silence, everyone suddenly cheered up and applauded loudly, which lasted for a full minute. In the front row of the leadership seats, the principal and several other leaders also applauded. The host did not walk onto the stage amid the applause. Instead, she waited for the applause to slowly die down before she walked up and announced the name of the last program. The last program is the teacher's program, so it is the last one and the main attraction. On the other side, Su Qian walked off the stage with a smile on her face, and looked proudly at Chen Juan, who was waiting for her with clothes in his hands. Hey, are you surprised? Chen Juan said, you really like singing. Well, just like you like painting. Su Qian nodded. Okay, put on your clothes and go change. Chen Juan handed Su Qian's school uniform jacket to Su Qian. Su Qian took off the crown on her head, put it carefully into the bag, and then put her school uniform jacket directly on the outside. No need, let's go back and change. Let's go back to our seats in the classroom. Su Qian said. Chen Juan said, that's fine. The two returned to the third shift, but Chen Juan found that Hu Jun was not in his seat. Where is Hu Jun? Chen Juan asked the boy next to him while sitting in his seat. The boy smiled and said, oh, he has diarrhea and went to the toilet. Don't worry about him. Chen Juan nodded and sat in his seat to watch the teachers' performances. 5 minutes later, the show ended, which meant that the New Year's Eve party had come to an end. When a host came on stage and read the closing remarks, some students were already preparing to sneak out. In fact, Chen Juan was also thinking about whether he should leave. After all, he was a day student, and many people in his class were boarding students. So he looked around, wanting to ask Su Qian how to get home, but he couldn't find Su Qian. Where have the people gone? Chen Juan looked around in confusion, and then he realized that almost half of the class had left. Chen Juan, Chen Juan. A boy in the class called Chen Juan. What's wrong? Chen Juan asked. The teacher asked everyone to return to class after the New Year's Day party. He wants to say something, said the boy. Chen Juan responded, indicating that he understood. As the principal came on stage to announce the end of the New Year's Eve party, Chen Juan followed the rest of the class and walked towards the teaching building. Why are they so weird today? Walking into the teaching building, Chen Juan looked at the team following behind him and felt a little confused. He pushed the door open. Bang! Happy birthday! Chapter 29 Happy birthday, my boy, please recommend and vote. Happy birthday! The moment Chen Juan pushed open the door, 2 fireworks rang out, and instantly a sky full of colorful sequins fell on his head and shoulders. Chen Juan stood stupidly at the door, and the boys behind him surrounded Chen Juan and walked into the classroom. The classroom has changed a lot at this moment. The tables and chairs have been moved to both sides of the classroom, leaving some space in the middle. Colorful balloons were pasted on the walls of the classroom, and streamers were placed on the windows and doors. There were a few big words written on the blackboard with colored chalk: "Happy birthday to Chen Juan." Chen Juan was a little surprised and a little touched. He himself never remembered the date of his birthday. Before they got married, Liang Yulan would cook a bowl of longevity noodles for him in the morning and a table of delicious meals for him in the evening. After they got married, Su Qian would remember it every year. She would try her best to finish all her work on that day or push it aside, and then go home early to help Chen Juan cook. Liang Yulan made the usual breakfast this morning, and he didn't even remember that today was his birthday. Zhang Wenzhong, Hu Jun and others were in the classroom. They must have come back early to decorate the classroom. Chen Juan smiled, with a touch of emotion in his eyes. "How did you know that today is my birthday?" Zhang Wenzhong stepped forward and said, "Su Qian told us that when you were in the hospital, she saw your ID card and saw that your birthday was today, so she suggested celebrating your birthday while you were there." Hu Jun also said, "Yes, we planned it in the physical education class on Friday." Chen Juan suddenly understood. It turned out that they were not playing games during the physical education class. It turned out that the 2 cardboard boxes that they were not allowed to touch were filled with balloons and streamers. Chen Juan looked around and asked, "Where is Su Qian Ren?" Zhang Wenzhong smiled and pointed behind Chen Juan. Chen Juan turned around, and the crowd in front of him automatically parted in the middle, leaving a small path. At the end of the path was Su Qian, who was wearing a blue gauze dress and holding a birthday cake full of candles. The silver-white crystal crown was back on her head. Su Qian raised the corners of her mouth, and 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks, like a princess in a fairy tale. Su Qian walked slowly along the path holding the cake, came in front of Chen Juan, and placed the cake in her hand on the table beside her. Su Qian and Chen Juan were facing each other. Because Chen Juan was taller than Su Qian slightly raised her head and gazed at the boy in front of her with her star-like eyes. She raised her hand, took off the silver crown on her head, and then gently placed it on Chen Juan's head. The princess took off the laurel wreath and crowned the prince. Su Qian moved her lips, but the applause around them was too loud and her voice was drowned out. However, Chen Juan clearly heard what Su Qian said. "Happy birthday, my boy." There was a glitter in Chen Juan's eyes, but the people around him started to make a noise. "Hold one, hold one." At first the sound was not loud due to the applause, but later the whole class shouted out together. Chen Juan didn't move, but Su Qian, wearing a blue gauze dress, walked up to him and gently hugged him in front of everyone. Chen Juan hesitated for a moment and then hugged Su Qian with his arms. In an instant, the whole class cheered even louder. "Thank you, my girl," Chen Juan said in his heart. At this moment, all the doubts hidden in Chen Juan's heart were finally resolved. Su Qian took the New Year's Eve party so seriously that she spent a week choosing a satisfactory dress. It turns out that all of that was for this moment. The 2 separated, and Hu Jun and several other boys rushed to Chen Juan, put their arms around his shoulders and came to the birthday cake. "Close your eyes and make a wish. Happy birthday to you, Tilder. Happy birthday to you, Tilder." Everyone sang the birthday song and clapped their hands to the rhythm. Amid the singing and clapping, Chen Juan blew out all the candles on the cake. Amidst the howling of wolves and ghosts, several streaks of cream were instantly smeared on Chen Juan's face. Adhering to the principle of never letting the birthday boy off, Chen Juan turned into a creamy boy in a short while. By the time the 3 shifts had completely dispersed, it was almost 8 o'clock. So he knew that Su Qian would come back late today, so he drove to pick Su Qian up and take her home. Chen Juan rejected Su's suggestion to take him home and rode his bicycle towards home alone. "When I get home, the smell of delicious food hits me as soon as I open the door." Liang Yulan was cooking the last dish of the evening in the kitchen, and Chen Guowo was bringing the prepared dish to the table. "Mom, I'm back," Chen Juan shouted. "Turn off the heat and serve." Liang Yulan came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "Son, did you have fun today?" Chen Juan said, "Very happy." Liang Yulan said, "Xiao Chen told me a few days ago that your class is going to celebrate your birthday tonight, and she also asked me not to tell you that today is your birthday. How did Xiao Chen know that you never remember when your birthday is?" Chen Juan said casually, "Maybe it's just a guess." "Yeah. Liang Yulan responded and lifted up a bowl on the table, revealing steaming noodles inside. Come on, if you didn't eat longevity noodles in the morning, you can eat it in the evening. Liang Yulan waved at Chen Juan. Chen Juan threw the school bag on the sofa and walked towards the dining table with a smile on his face. I really want this one. The New Year's Eve party is over now, and it's time for everyone to focus on their studies. The final exams are less than 2 weeks away, so everyone should review well. During morning self-study, Zhang Wenzhong stood on the podium and spoke. Zhang Wenzhong would repeat these words after a large-scale event, and the students in Class 3 had heard them so many times that their ears were almost calloused. Chen Juan, come with me. Seeing that most of the people in the class were studying with their heads down, Zhang Wenzhong nodded with satisfaction and walked to Chen Juan. Chen Juan followed Zhang Wenzhong to the office. Zhang Wenzhong asked Chen Juan to sit on a chair and asked with concern, Chen Juan, you have been studying very seriously and hard recently. The teachers of various subjects have also talked to me about this matter. So, in this final exam, the teacher hopes to see that your performance is better than it is now. Your midterm score is 311. Can you get 350 on the final exam? Chen Juan felt as if he was being looked down upon. No problem. Chen Juan said. Zhang Wenzhong smiled and said, okay, go back now. The teacher is waiting to see your grades at the end of the semester. Zhang Wenzhong felt very relieved as he watched Chen Juan leave. This kid is finally willing to make progress, but why did Chen Juan suddenly come to his senses? Could it be that there is really something going on between Chen Juan and Su Qian? This idea suddenly popped up in Zhang Wenzhong's mind, even though he had never thought about it in this regard. Chapter 30. Please read on. Qian.com now recommends books that require follow-up reading. Last week, my editor told me that I was just about to test the waters. I beg everyone to read to the end of the chapter every day. I will try to push it on Tuesday and Wednesday. Thank you everyone. Chapter 31. Final exam seeking follow-up reading, monthly ticket. When the last activity of this semester ended, everything on campus seemed to become quiet. There will no longer be whispering during self-study classes, and not many people will be seen outside the teaching building during nap time. Everyone knows that final exams are coming. The study class of Class 3 was also quiet, so quiet that the only sound one could hear was the rustling of pen tips rubbing against paper and the rustling of pages turning. Chen Juan sat in the last row, holding a small notebook in his hand, a summary of high school biology knowledge points. Cell proliferation methods, mitosis, amitosis, and meiosis. Cell proliferation is the basis of growth, development, reproduction, and heredity of organisms. Biology is the easiest subject to score in comprehensive science, so Chen Juan would set aside one self-study class every day to memorize biology knowledge points. Ding ling ling tilde, the bell for the end of get out of class rang, but the class did not become noisy as usual. Many people choose to lie on the table and take a nap, while some who are not sleeping continue to read or get up to go to the bathroom. Chen Juan put down the small notebook in his hand and rubbed his eyes. How many points do you think you can get in this final exam? Su Qian next to him also put down the pen in his hand and asked softly. Chen Juan thought for a moment and said, it might be a bit difficult to get 700 points. I think I should get more than 300 points. Su Qian was speechless and rolled her eyes at Chen Juan. How about this, if your total score in the final exam is 350, 400 points, I will give you a reward. Chen Juan raised his eyebrows, showing some interest in the reward Su Qian mentioned. What reward? I won't tell you yet. Su Qian chuckled. TSK, that's boring. Chen Juan curled his lips, turned around, and simply lay down on the table, closed his eyes and went to sleep. Su Qian snorted and ignored Chen Juan in a huff. After a while, she touched Chen Juan's shoulder again. What are your plans for the holiday? Chen Juan pretended to be asleep and refused to get up no matter how Su Qian pushed him. Su Qian cursed Chen Juan in a low voice, calling him a pighead, and ignored him. Evening. Chen Juan's family sat at the dining table eating. Chen Guo seemed to have something to say, but was always stopped by Liang Yulan's eyes. Chen Juan put down his chopsticks and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Chen Guo glanced at Liang Yulan and said, Today, your class teacher called your mother and said that you performed very well in school and your grades should improve significantly. Seeing that Chen Guo had already said it, Liang Yulan looked at Chen Juan with some anticipation in her eyes. Chen Juan nodded. I should be able to do better in this final exam than last time. Chen Guohua and Liang Yulan's faces lit up with joy. Although they had always hoped that Chen Juan could live a peaceful life and had never asked much for Chen Juan's academic performance, who would not be happy if their son became more outstanding? Son, can you get 350 points this time? Liang Yulan asked hesitantly after considering Chen Juan's previous results. Chen Guohua said, No, 330 is enough, and we can increase it slowly in the future. Liang Yulan also felt that her score was a bit high. Chen Juan's score was always below 300 before, so she nodded in agreement. Yes, 330 will be fine. Chen Juan sighed. Was he really leaving such a bad impression on everyone? He said, Don't worry, it's okay. Chen Guohua and Liang Yulan looked at each other, their eyes filled with smiles. The final exam was not supervised by Zhang Wenzhong, but by the mathematics teacher Wang Zhonghua and the physics teacher. Wang Zhonghua stood on the podium, reading out the examination rules meticulously. The second exam is mathematics, which lasts 120 minutes and consists of multiple choice questions and fill-in-the-blank questions. No whispering in the examination room. The exam begins. When Wang Zhonghua said the words, "The exam has begun," the exam bell rang. Chen Juan quickly glanced through their test questions and had a general idea of the types of questions. He started to do multiple choice questions. There were 12 multiple choice questions in total. The first 6 were relatively simple, so he finished them very quickly. It was not until the 8th question that he slowed down a little. In the classroom, Su Qian was sitting in the 3rd row. She turned her head to look at Chen Juan in the last row. Seeing that he was writing seriously, she smiled and continued to do the multiple choice questions. Her foundation was stronger and more solid than Chen Juan's, so when she reviewed what she had learned, her progress was faster. Now she has reached the 10th multiple choice question. 2 hours later, the bell rang to end the exam. The students in the last row stood up and began to collect the test papers. Wang Zhonghua and the physics teacher checked the test papers and then walked out of the classroom. Su Qian pretended to pass by Chen Juan's seat, glanced at the first few multiple choice questions he had written on the test paper, compared them with her own in her mind, her eyes curved, and she left with some joy. The next afternoon, when the bell for the last biology exam rang, all the classes burst into cheers. The depression before the exam was released at this moment, and the teaching building, which had been silent for a long time, regained its vitality. Zhang Wenzhong nodded to Wang Zhonghua and the physics teacher who were collecting the papers and leaving, then walked into the classroom. Everyone, take a break for 2 days and concentrate on your studies. You are already in the 2nd year of high school, and the college entrance examination is only a year and a half away. Zhang Wenzhong started talking about the same old things again, and the students, who were still excited, responded surprisingly to Zhang Wenzhong's nagging. Don't worry, teacher. No problem. Zhang Wenzhong also knew that they didn't like to hear these words, but he had to say what he should say. Okay, let's go. The last one to leave should close the doors and windows. Zhang Wenzhong waved his hand, and several people stood up immediately. They said hello to Zhang Wenzhong before leaving, and then quickly walked out of the classroom. Chen Juan packed his school bag, said goodbye to Zhang Wenzhong, and walked out of the classroom. Su Qian quickly followed behind. Su Qian asked excitedly, How did you do in the exam? Chen Juan and Su Qian walked side by side and replied, That's it. Anyway, I have written everything I can write. Su Qian nodded and changed the subject. Do you want to go out and play during the holidays? I know a lot of interesting places. Chen Juan shook his head, not interested. Su Qian shook Chen Juan's arm and said coquettishly, No, it's hard to have a holiday, take a break and relax, please. Chen Juan obviously didn't feel anything about Su Qian's coquetry, and still said firmly, No. After saying that, Chen Juan got on his bike and headed towards home. Su Qian looked at Chen Juan who was leaving and stomped her feet angrily. Then, a cunning look flashed across her face. Hey, if you don't want to go, I still have a way. Chapter 32 I am your little friend. Chen Juan, you want to sleep in as soon as you have a day off, right? Hurry up and get up. You're just making a fool of yourself for Xiao Qian. In the bedroom, Chen Juan was lying on the bed in a daze. Hearing a knock on the door, he was about to get up to answer it, but suddenly he opened his eyes full of horror. Su Qian. Why is she here? Chen Juan jumped up suddenly, put on his clothes quickly and opened the door. In the living room, Su Qian was chatting happily with Liang Yulan when Chen Juan walked out. Chen Juan's hair was very messy at this time, his clothes were casually tilted to the side, and he was rubbing his eyes, looking like he had just woken up. Liang Yulan was furious when she saw Chen Juan like this. It would be fine if he was at home, but Su Qian was here, so why couldn't he leave a good impression on her? Liang Yulan, who was very disappointed with Chen Juan, glared at him fiercely, leaving him stunned. What's wrong? Go wash up quickly, look at yourself. Liang Yulan frowned. Oh. Chen Juan was still a little scared of Liang Yulan. Su Qian looked at Chen Juan and smiled secretly. She hadn't seen Chen Juan like this for a long time. Liang Yulan turned her head and felt that her son's image could still be saved. She smiled and said, Xiao Huan is not usually like this. Su Qian suppressed her smile and nodded. Yeah, I think so too, maybe I'm tired. Yes. Liang Yulan agreed. On the other side, Chen Juan was brushing his teeth with a toothbrush, but he was thinking about the purpose of Su Qian coming to his house today. Suddenly, he stopped brushing his teeth. Wait, is she here to go out and play with me? The more Chen Juan thought about it, the more possible it seemed. He had rejected Su Qian yesterday. Given Su Qian's character of never giving up until she achieved her goal, she must have come here today for this matter. Moreover, based on the current situation, it was very likely that his mother would stand on Su Qian's side. In the living room, Liang Yulan frowned when she saw Chen Juan taking so long to come out, and called out, Chen Juan, why haven't you come out for so long? Xiao Qian is still waiting for you to go out and play. It is true. Chen Juan in the bathroom responded to Liang Yulan and quickened his movements. By the time Chen Juan came out of the bathroom, wiping his hair with a towel, 5 minutes had passed. Mom, I want to study at home. I feel like there is still a lot of knowledge I haven't learned. Chen Juan said sincerely. Liang Yulan stood up from the sofa quickly. Do you understand the principle of combining work and rest? What are you studying for during the holiday? Go out and play. Seeing Liang's mother say these words that moved countless students to tears, Chen Juan couldn't feel happy at all. Chen Juan said seriously, Mom, I'm already a sophomore in high school now, I can't waste time anymore. It's okay to take a day or two off. Liang Yulan hesitated for a moment and said, if you really want to learn, I'll enroll you in a cram school. Chen Juan said, actually, there is no need. I can learn well on my own. Okay, go out and have fun. We'll talk about this later. Liang Yulan waved her hand. Chen Juan couldn't help but said, Mom, I haven't eaten yet. Liang Yulan glared at him and said, a grown man, what's wrong with going hungry for a meal or two? You and Xiao Qian should just eat out. After saying that, Liang's mother took out some money from her wallet and stuffed it into Chen Juan's hand. It's fun. Chen Juan touched the money in his hand, which was more than his father's pocket money for half a month, and suddenly he was not so reluctant to go out to play. Then, godmother, let's go out and play. Su Qian called her godmother very smoothly, but Chen Juan was a little surprised. Chen Juan asked, Godmother? What's going on? Su Qian raised her eyebrows. I just recognized it. Good guy, taking advantage of the opportunity, eh? At this time, Liang Yulan was still smiling with narrowed eyes, and shouted to the two people who were about to leave the house, Go, don't come back until the evening. Helplessly, Chen Juan was pulled away by Su Qian. There was nothing fun to do around, so Su Qian decided to go to the city center with Chen Juan. Entertainment city, cinema, Su Qian wanted to laugh when she thought about these. It's not that these places are fun, but it's fun because I'm with Chen Juan. On the bus, looking at Su Qian who was grinning for no reason, Chen Juan silently turned his head away, indicating that he had nothing to do with this person. Car brakes. Su Qian, who was distracted, suddenly fell forward and crashed into Chen Juan's arms. This time Su Qian was really not prepared at all. She suddenly felt her body falling rapidly and couldn't help but scream. When Su Qian stood up from Chen Juan's arms, she realized that many people in the car were looking at her. Su Qian's face turned slightly red. She didn't dare to be distracted anymore and held the pull ring on the car tightly with her hand. Chen Juan's eyes looked a little strange at this time, and he glanced at Su Qian's chest calmly. This time, it doesn't seem to hurt as much as last time. The journey was uneventful, and Chen Juan and Su Qian got off at the stop at the square. As soon as they got off the car, Su Qian took Chen Juan towards the nearby entertainment city. Because many schools are on vacation now, there are a lot of people in the square, not to mention the entertainment city. Chen Juan, let's go play that. Su Qian said, pointing to a claw machine not far away. Chen Juan wasn't very interested, but he still said, let's go. So the two of them walked towards the claw machine, but halfway there, Su Qian stopped. Chen Juan turned his head and found Su Qian staring blankly at a shared children's toy car in the glass cabinet in the aisle. I want to sit here for a while. Su Qian said with his hands behind his back and his head turned away. If Chen Juan hadn't seen Su Qian's lips move with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been sure if it was her who said that. Chen Juan said helplessly, this is for children to play with. Su Qian blinked, I am also your friend. Chen Juan, no, you are not. Su Qian, that's me. After 2 rounds of arguments, Chen Juan was defeated. He looked at the 40 kilograms weight limit sticker next to the glass cabinet, then looked at Su Qian and said, did you bring your cell phone? Su Qian took out a cell phone from her pocket and handed it to Chen Juan, here. Chen Juan called the number on the glass cabinet. Chen Juan, hello, I have a big kid here who wants to ride on your children's toy electric car. Can I do that? Staff, how big is it? Chen Juan glanced at Su Qian again, about 90 pounds. Staff, sure. Chen Juan, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Juan said in a tone like an adult telling a child, little friend, you can go play now. Su Qian chuckled, opened the glass cabinet door, and asked Chen Juan to help take down the electric toy car. Because toy cars are designed for children, even if Su Qian is not fat, half of her body is exposed when she sits on the toy car. Su Qian shouted, and the electric car started and actually started running with her. Su Qian was driving and laughing, having a lot of fun, until a child about 7 or 8 years old appeared in front of her driving a toy car. The child's eyes were very subtle, probably wondering why this little friend was so big. Su Qian was a little embarrassed, while Chen Juan beside her was almost laughing like crazy. Chapter 33, Applying What You Learn. Well, let's go. Su Qian said to Chen Juan, who had just put the toy car back. Her face was rosy and her ears were slightly red, making people feel like pinching her face. Obviously he hasn't recovered from the embarrassment just now. The two of them played other games for a while, and then Su Qian suggested that they go have lunch. Chen Juan didn't eat breakfast and was hungry, so he nodded and asked, what are we going to eat? How about hot pot? Su Qian asked. The only thing that goes well with hot pot in winter is the lack of snow. Chen Juan said, okay. After saying that, Chen Juan suddenly remembered that when he and Su Qian had their first date, it was also in winter and they also had hot pot. Hurry up and go. Su Qian shouted at Chen Juan, who was standing there in a daze. Coming. Chen Juan walked over. There are many restaurants and hot pot restaurants around the entertainment city, especially in winter, when hot pot restaurants do particularly good business. When Chen Juan and Su Qian walked into a hot pot restaurant, it was almost full. Hot steam was rising from the pots on each table. The red oil floating on the surface was occasionally bubbling up by the bubbles. Suddenly, the spicy smell filled the entire restaurant. A waitress came up and said with a smile, would you two like to eat? There's just one empty table in the restaurant. Su Qian nodded hurriedly, I want to eat. Okay. The waitress looked at Su Qian, who was smiling, and said sideways, please follow me, both of you. The waiter took Chen Juan and Su Qian to an empty seat, and then handed 2 menus to Chen Juan and Su Qian. Chen Juan took the menu, but when he saw Su Qian looking at it carefully, he stopped looking at it. Su Qian looked at Chen Juan in confusion and asked, why don't you order any food? Chen Juan said, you order, I don't have any dietary restrictions, I can eat anything. Su Qian thought about it, nodded, and said, 1 portion of beef, 1 portion of tripe. Su Qian ordered some dishes, most of which were what both Chen Juan and Su Qian liked, and some were also Chen Juan's favorites. The soup base ordered was a double-flavored hot pot. Su Qian likes it lightly, while Chen Juan likes it spicier. I know a delicious recipe for hot pot dipping sauce. I'll teach you. Before the food was served, Su Qian took Chen Juan's hand and walked towards the place where the dipping sauce was being prepared. Chen Juan was a little surprised. He didn't remember Su Qian being good at this. Su Qian held the small bowl and muttered something. A little sesame oil, a spoonful of minced garlic, and a spoonful of oyster sauce. As Chen Juan listened, something seemed to be wrong in his eyes. Wasn't this what he told her? He didn't expect that she still remembered it so clearly. Su Qian had already prepared the dipping sauce and looked at Chen Juan with a smug look on her face. You will definitely like it. Chen Juan nodded. How could he not like the dipping sauce he made himself? Su Qian also quickly prepared a portion for herself, but she didn't add chili oil. The two returned to their seats, dishes began to be served one by one, and bubbles began to bubble up from the shabu pot. The hot pot is on. The steaming heat spread over their faces, making them a little red. Chen Juan picked up a piece of tripe from the slightly spicy pot, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into his mouth. Don't move. Su Qian suddenly said. Chen Juan put down his chopsticks and saw Su Qian take out a napkin from the tissue box on the table, stand up, bend down slightly, and gently wipe away the oil drops that accidentally splashed on his cheek. Chen Juan's eyes widened slightly. He couldn't even tell whether the face covered by the heat was Su Qian or himself. He suddenly understood. Su Qian seemed to be pursuing him in the same way he was pursuing Su Qian. The same winter, the same hot pot restaurant, the same actions. Chen Juan felt very subtle at this moment. Perhaps this was the cycle of cause and effect. Ding dong tilde, a message alert sound came from Su Qian's pocket. Su Qian took out his cell phone from his pocket and saw a message from the Penguin chat class group. The final exam results are out. Su Qian said in surprise. Chen Juan was also stunned. Why is it so fast this year? He stood up, walked to Su Qian, and looked at the final exam transcript with Su Qian. First place, Jiang Qian, 561 points. 7th place, Su Qian, 501 points. 15th place, Chen Juan, 425 points. Number 31, Hu Jun. Chen Juan had already had a rough estimate of her own results before, but she didn't expect that Su Qian's score this time would be so far away from hers. They were all reborn, so why does she have so many points? Chen Juan took a look at Su Qian's grades in various subjects and immediately understood. Su Qian scored 131 points in English, while I only scored 94 points. In addition, my scores in other subjects were a little higher than mine, so there was such a big gap in scores. Chen Juan was surprised by Su Qian's score, and Su Qian was also surprised by Chen Juan's score. 425 points. This is a huge improvement. In the last midterm exam, Chen Juan only scored over 300 points. This time he improved by 100 points, and it has only been a short time. After looking at the results, Chen Juan returned to his seat and continued eating. Grades are important, but not as important as eating. Su Qian put her phone away and glanced at Chen Juan secretly. She said, well, let's go to the movies later. Chen Juan nodded and put the beef roll that had just been dipped in sauce into his mouth. Yes, that's it. Go watch a movie after dinner. That's what I did at the beginning. Routines, all routines. After dinner, Su Qian took out 2 movie tickets from her bag and waved them towards Chen Juan. Chen Juan saw the name of the movie, a classic romance film. Those years, we chased the same girl. There were a lot of people in the cinema. This kind of love movie is rarely watched by one person alone. Most of the people who came to watch it were young couples walking hand in hand past Chen Juan and Su Qian. Su Qian looked at the couples walking by with some envy. She turned her head to glance at Chen Juan, and saw that he had his hands in his pockets and had no intention of reaching out. She couldn't help but curl her lips. When we walked into the screening room, most of the seats were already occupied by couples. Chen Juan and Su Qian found their seats and sat down, waiting for the movie to begin. Su Qian was very honest and just waited quietly. Finally, the lights in the screening room went out, and the lights on the big screen came on, followed by the familiar dragon logo appearing. When watching a movie in a cinema, especially a romantic film, what everyone wants is not how good the movie is, but the atmosphere. When Chen Juan fell into darkness, he felt that Su Qian's little hands were a little dishonest. Su Qian's hands were a little cold, and she touched Chen Juan's hand on the seat intentionally or unintentionally. It was so familiar. Chen Juan sighed inwardly. This was a replica of himself. At that time, Su Qian just said something to him in a reproachful manner and did not pull her hand back. But now Chen Juan is different. Chen Juan simply crossed his arms across his chest, not giving Su Qian any chance to take advantage. Chen Juan. What's wrong? Do you remember I told you that as long as you pass 400 points on the test, I'll give you a reward? Chapter 30 for final grades. Reward? What reward? Before Chen Juan could finish his words, he felt two soft touches on his right cheek. Chen Juan turned his head in surprise and looked at the person next to him in astonishment. In the darkness, Chen Juan couldn't see Su Qian's expression at all. He could only see that Su Qian's eyes were exceptionally bright in the darkness. Su Qian seemed very calm, but Chen Juan could clearly hear her trembling breathing as she tried to keep it steady. You are being a hooligan, do you know that? Huh. Su Qian, who was originally a little nervous and shy, was stimulated by Chen Juan's words. She widened her eyes with disbelief. This is the reward I give you, you know. Chen Juan retorted, then you know that you are taking advantage of me, don't you know that? I hate it so much. Su Qian pursed her lips, turned her head and watched the movie on the big screen without looking away. Chen Juan also turned his head away, feeling relieved. The atmosphere just now was not right, but fortunately I was smart and did not give Su Qian any chance to take advantage of it. The first date between the two ended after the movie. Su Qian seemed to be angry with Chen Juan and did not say a word to him on the way home. When I got home, Chen Guo had not yet returned from get off work and Liang Yulan was cleaning the living room. Hearing the sound at the door, Liang Yulan put down the mop in her hand and came over. Why did you come back so early? Liang Yulan asked. Chen Juan said, it's late, it's already 4 o'clock. In order to prevent his mother from asking about the afternoon, Chen Juan added, my final grades are out. Sure enough, Liang Yulan immediately shifted her attention to grades. How many points? Liang Yulan asked. The final exam results will be posted in the QQ class group, but considering that some students do not have mobile phones, they will also be sent to parents' mobile phones via text messages. However, Chen Juan left Chen Guo's mobile phone number, so Liang Yulan doesn't know it now. Guess. Chen Juan asked with a smile. Liang Yulan thought for a moment and said, 330. Chen Juan shook his head. 350. Liang Yulan asked in surprise. Chen Juan still shook his head. The surprise on Liang Yulan's face quickly faded, and she said hesitantly, then 370. In the end, Chen Juan still shook his head. Liang Yulan understood and smiled. Son, it's okay. Even if your grades are not good, you just need to study hard. Just as Chen Juan was about to speak, the door was suddenly opened. Chen Guo hurried in, and when he saw Chen Juan, he asked, are the final grades real? Liang Yulan hurriedly stood in front of Chen Juan and glared at Chen Guo. What's wrong? Xiao Huan did not do well in the test this time. Just study hard and do well next time, right? Chen Guo was stunned for a moment. Xiao Huan did poorly on the test this time. Liang Yulan gradually felt something was wrong, and turned to ask, Xiao Huan, how many points did you get in the final exam? Chen Huan smiled and said, 425 points. What? Liang Yulan said in surprise, 425 points. When Chen Guo saw Liang Yulan's expression, he realized that Liang Yulan had just found out about Chen Huan's grades. He received a text message about Chen Huan's grades while at work, and his reaction was exactly the same as Liang Yulan's. 425 points. When had Chen Juan ever gotten such a score? When he saw it for the first time, he was still wondering if he was seeing things, or if Zhang Wenzhong had sent the wrong results. It was not until he called Zhang Wenzhong that he confirmed that this was his son's score. So he hurried back. Let's go. We won't have dinner at home. Let's go to a restaurant. Chen Guo said with great pride. Liang Yulan's face was full of excitement, and she said, yes, I'm happy today, let's go eat something good. So the three of them packed up their things and rushed out. Along the way, Liang Yulan started making phone calls. Hello, Leilei's mom, I'm Yulan. If I do well in the exam this time, I may not be able to do well next time. After a while, Liang Yulan would always find the right time to change the topic to the final exam, and then talk about Chen Huan's grades. The tone and voice that seemed humble but was actually proud and happy made Chen Huan's expression a little unnatural, but he was happy in his heart. Chen Guo smiled as he looked through the rearview mirror at Liang Yulan, who was still on the phone. He couldn't help but smile and said, "That's enough." Liang Yulan rolled her eyes at him and said, "I am proud of my son." After another phone call, Liang Yulan felt completely relieved. She suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, son, how do you know your grades?" In the past, messages were always sent to Chen Guo's mobile phone, and Chen Guo was the first to know about it. Chen Juan said, "Oh, I saw it on Su Qian's phone." Liang Yulan said, "Oh," and Chen Guo, who was driving, said, "I'll buy you a mobile phone after dinner, and apply for a card. It will be more convenient for you to get news in the future." Liang Yulan nodded and agreed with Chen Guo's idea. Now that her son has grown up, he really needs a mobile phone. As for whether Chen Juan's studies would be affected by his mobile phone, they didn't consider it. They believed in their son. The meal was a very pleasant one. Liang Yulan drank some wine, but Chen Guo did not drink as he had to drive. After dinner, Chen Guo took the money that had just been approved and took Chen Juan to a nearby mobile phone store to buy a smartphone. After applying for a card, the family returned home happily. In the bedroom, Chen Juan first registered a QQ account and then called Hu Jun. Hu Jun has always used this mobile phone number. Chen Juan does remember that Su Qian had changed her mobile phone number before, and he doesn't know what mobile phone number she used in high school. The call is connected. "Hello? Who is this?" Hu Jun's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Buy a mobile phone, save the number, tell me your QQ number, and ask you to add me to the class group." Chen Juan spoke directly. Hu Jun immediately recognized Chen Juan's voice and said happily, "Okay, my QQ number is 49921, just add me and I'll add you in right away." "Okay, I'll hang up first." Chen Juan hung up the phone. I logged into QQ and added Hu Jun's QQ number. When I saw his nickname, I was shocked. Hypocritical tears. Chen Juan was a little uncomfortable seeing such a non-mainstream nickname, and then he took a look at his own nickname. Chen Juan. Hu Jun acted quickly and quickly pulled Chen Juan into the class group. Drunk and heartbroken, "Damn, Chen Juan is here. Welcome, welcome, warmly welcome. Let me be quiet, Chen Juan bought a mobile phone. That's great. Chen Juan, yes, my cell phone number is 1512352. Pure white love, I've added you on QQ, please agree." Chen Juan looked at the nicknames of his classmates and suddenly remembered a sentence. "I often feel out of tune with you because I am not non-mainstream enough." Chapter 35 Xiao Huan, Happy New Year. Not long after Chen Juan joined the group, he received many friend requests on his mobile QQ, all of which were requested through the class group. Chen Juan passed them one by one. Ding! Su Xiaoqian applied to become your friend. Chen Juan was casually replying to some classmates who greeted him when a message popped up at the top of the screen. Su Qian? Chen Juan clicked on it and agreed to the friend request. Su Qian, what's your cell phone number? Chen Juan, 1512352. Su Qian was lying on the bed with bare feet, revealing a pair of cute little feet. She held the mobile phone in both hands, staring at the screen with a hint of sadness on her face. Su Qian, I'm going to my grandma's house in the countryside tomorrow and won't be back until after the new year. Chen Juan, his face lit up with joy, really? Su Qian wrinkled her nose, why do I feel like you look very happy? Chen Juan, you are wrong. I hope you have fun in the countryside. Su Qian, I don't believe it. Lunar New Year's Eve. Today is the 12th day since Su Qian returned to her hometown in the countryside, and Chen Juan is in a very happy mood. Although Su Qian often talked to Chen Juan about things in the countryside on QQ, Chen Juan always kept the content of their chats as normal classmates, even seeming a little perfunctory. Chen Juan, come here and put up the couplets. Liang Yulan called Chen Juan in the bedroom. In the bedroom, Chen Juan put down the pen in his hand, stretched his waist, and responded loudly, coming. When Chen Juan walked to the door, Liang Yulan had already prepared the paste and the couplet with black characters on a red background had been placed aside. Here, hold it. I'll help you check whether it's straight or not. Liang Yulan handed the small bowl in her hand to Chen Juan, and at the same time handed him a couplet. Chen Juan took it and asked casually, where's my dad? Your dad has gone shopping and will be back soon. Liang Yulan's voice sounded from behind. Okay, get ready to post it. Chen Juan stirred the paste with chopsticks, smeared it on the couplets and the wall a few times, then stood on a stool and began to stick the couplets. It's crooked, a little to the left. It's a little further to the right. Okay, that's it. The New Year atmosphere of 2012 is very strong, at least Chen Juan feels that it is more festive than the years before his rebirth. Chen Juan looked at the 2012 Spring Festival Gala program list on his mobile phone, and the nostalgic and familiar program names reappeared in front of Chen Juan. It seems that after every Spring Festival Gala in recent years, there is always a voice on the internet saying that this Spring Festival Gala is the worst in history. Chen Juan felt okay. After being reborn into the present, he was even looking forward to reviewing the programs of the 2012 Spring Festival Gala. Ding dong. A message prompt appears on the mobile QQ. Chen Juan clicked on it and saw a New Year's greeting message from a classmate that was obviously copied and pasted. Chen Juan casually sent a Happy New Year and ignored him, continuing to look through the program list for this year's Spring Festival Gala. After watching for a while, Chen Juan put his phone in his pocket and walked out of the room to see how he could help. Hey, it's snowing. It's good to snow, as it means a good harvest. As soon as Chen Juan walked out of the room, he heard Liang Yulan mumbling to herself at the door. Chen Juan went out to take a look, and sure enough it was snowing, with snowflakes falling lightly. This snow seemed to be the heaviest snow this year. Chen Juan recalled today's snow from his vague memory. That's right, just as Liang's mother said, auspicious snow means a good harvest. It was evening and there were still 3 hours before the Spring Festival Gala was to begin. Chen Juan's family started making dumplings at the dinner table, dumplings with 3 fresh fillings. Liang Yulan was wrapping a washed coin together with the filling into a dumpling. It is said that eating the dumpling with the coin inside will bring good luck in the next year, and this is also one of the customs of the older generation. Chen Juan felt a little nostalgic. Ever since he got married, he never put coins in the dumplings when making them during the Chinese New Year. There were continuous message notification sounds on the QQ mobile phone. Chen Juan took the time to take a look. There was not much talking in the class group, but many classmates sent him some New Year greetings. Many of them were sent to groups, and only a few people added their own names at the front, but the rest were still copied words. At 8 o'clock, the Spring Festival Gala begins. Chen Juan and his family sat at the dinner table, eating dumplings and watching today's Spring Festival Gala. Outside the window, fireworks gradually rose up and bloomed in the night sky. The streets and alleys were covered with a thick layer of snow, and several children who were playing not long ago had been called back home by their parents. During the Chinese New Year, the feeling of the past is always the best. At midnight, the countdown to the Spring Festival Gala began and the bell rang. 2012 is here. Ding dong. The phone sounded a message alert. Chen Juan opened it and it was Hu Jun. Happy New Year, Lao Chen. Chen Juan smiled when he saw this sentence. This was the New Year greeting he wanted. His fingers tapped as he replied, Happy New Year, Lao Hu. Ding ling ling tilde ding ling ling tilde, the cell phone rang. Chen Juan took a look and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He clicked on it. Hello. Hello, Chen Juan, this is Su Qian. Su Qian's voice was a little trembling, and Chen Juan could still hear the faint sound of the wind. Happy New Year. Chen Juan said. He, Su Qian chuckled, but did not respond directly. Instead, she said, Chen Juan, look out the window. Chen Juan was stunned for a moment, then walked to the window. Through the glass, he saw a girl wearing a white cotton hat and a cotton coat, stomping her feet with a mobile phone in her hand. You? Chen Juan's eyes widened slightly. Didn't you go back to the countryside? Hatilder, Su Qian took a breath and said, Happy New Year, Xiao Juan. Suddenly, dozens of fireworks rose up in the night sky and exploded suddenly, illuminating the entire night sky. Su Qian was standing alone in the snow, shivering with cold and smiling at Chen Juan. Chen Juan frowned and walked out the door, but heard Su Qian's voice on the phone. Few tilde don't come out, it's cold. I have to go, the driver is waiting for me. After saying that, Su Qian waved to Chen Juan who had just walked out of the door, and ran away. Chen Juan looked at the person who was gradually going away, sighed, and was about to go back to their house when he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something at his door. He walked closer and saw 2 snowmen standing close together. The two snowmen are not big, but their heads are deliberately put together, just like two people snuggling with each other. Chen Juan saw a few lines of words on the ground. Chen Juan Su Qian, a New Year gift for Xiao Juan Su Qian. Chen Juan stood there blankly, looking at the two snowmen on the snow. The snowmen were piled up a bit ugly. Su Qian's hands on skills have never been very good. After standing for a while, Chen Juan's hands were frozen stiff, and the scene of Su Qian carefully making a snowman seemed to appear in his mind. He stretched out his hand and adjusted the position of the snowman's eyes and mouth to make it look more coordinated, then found two branches and inserted them on the left and right of the two snowmen. Happy New Year! Chapter 36 3 Big Mistakes in Life. January 30th, 2012, sunny. Chen Juan and his family of 3 returned from Chen Juan's grandmother's house. Starting from the first day of the Lunar New Year, the 3 of them went to Chen Juan's grandmother's home in the countryside. After staying there for 3 days, they went to Chen Juan's grandmother's home and did not return home until today. Okay, I'll go to work directly. After dropping off Liang Yulan and her son at the door, Chen Guo glanced at the time and said anxiously, "Go quickly." Liang Yulan waved her hand. The car started, leaving behind a trail of exhaust gas. The house had not been occupied for several days, and many places were covered with a thin layer of dust. Liang Yulan frowned and went to the kitchen to find a rag. She turned her head and said to Chen Juan, "Son, go buy some breakfast. I'll clean up the house first." Chen Juan responded and walked out the door. There are many breakfast shops nearby, but the best one is a small steamed bun shop on the street. Whenever Chen Juan was about to be late for school, he would always buy 2 buns from this bun shop and eat them while walking. The lady selling the buns was smiling all day long, making the customers who bought the buns feel happy. "Grandma Wang, Happy New Year. I'd like to buy 5 meat buns and 2 bowls of soy milk." Chen Juan stood in front of the bun shop and handed the money to Grandma Wang. Chen Juan is a regular customer of the bun shop, and Grandma Wang also knows him. Grandma Wang smiled and said, "Hey, Happy New Year. Xiao Juan, wait a moment. The freshly steamed buns will be ready soon. These ones are cold." "Oh, okay." Chen Juan replied. Just as Chen Juan was waiting for the buns, a message alert sounded from his cell phone. Chen Juan opened QQ on his phone. It was Su Qian. "Su Qian, do you miss me?" Chen Juan, "No." Su Qian, "So you said that Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people." Chen Juan, "Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people." Su Qian, "Forget it, I just miss you." Chen Juan, "Please be careful with your wording, Su Qian." Su Qian, he, look behind." Chen Juan was stunned for a moment, and when he turned around, he saw Su Qian standing not far away. When she saw him looking at her, she made a heart shape with her hands above her head. Su Qian ran towards Chen Juan, and when he was not far away from Chen Juan, he stretched out his arms and was about to give Chen Juan a hug after a long separation. Chen Juan also smiled, stretched out his hand, and put it on Su Qian's head, preventing her from moving forward. Su Qian stretched out her hand, but her fingertips could only reach the corner of Chen Juan's clothes. Old Mrs. Wang looked on with a smile, thinking how great it was to be young. After a while, the buns were cooked. Old Mrs. Wang packed 6 meat buns and brought 2 cups of soy milk. "Grandma Wang, you're pretending too much," Chen Juan said. Old Madam Wang smiled, her face showing wrinkles, and said, "Take it and eat it." "Thank you, Grandma Wang." Chen Juan thanked her. Su Qian also said, "Thank you, Grandma." Old Madam Wang glanced at Chen Juan with some resentment. "Don't bully other girls all the time. Be nice." Su Qian was also happy. "That's right. Just a classmate." Chen Juan explained casually, glared at Su Qian, and pulled her away. Chen Juan was carrying the buns and walking quickly towards home, while Su Qian was chattering beside him. "Are you free tomorrow? Let's go play. I have to study tomorrow." "What about the day after tomorrow? I want to learn, too. When will you take a break? Learning has become a part of my life. I love it and I'm willing to fight for it all my life." Just before approaching their house, Chen Juan successfully stopped Su Qian from thinking of going home to sit for a while. "Mom, I'm back." Chen Juan walked into their house. Liang Yulan put down their work in her hands and said, "Eat first, then clean up with me." "Okay." Chen Juan nodded. The two of them were eating breakfast on the table that had been cleared. Halfway through their meal, the cell phone in Chen Juan's pocket rang. Chen Juan took a look and saw that it was Hu Jun. He walked aside and answered the phone. Hello? Lao Hu. Old Chen, do you want to go out and play? My uncle just opened a new ice rink and wants me to bring some classmates to show our support. Just have fun. Hu Jun's voice was filled with excitement. I've already called several people, you can come too. Chen Juan thought for a moment and asked, is Su Qian going? Hu Jun pretended to be sad. I didn't expect that you, Chen Juan, would value women over friendship. You actually asked Su Qian if she wanted to go first. Most of the people I invited were boys, not girls. Okay, I'll go. Chen Juan said decisively. Hu Jun was overjoyed. Okay, I'll let you know when the time comes. Yeah. Chen Juan nodded, chatted for a while and then hung up. Although studying is important, proper rest is still necessary. The most important thing is that Su Qian is not going. Who is it? Why did I seem to hear Xie Qian's name just now? Liang Yulan asked when Chen Juan returned to the dining table. It's okay. Hu Jun invited me to go to the new ice skating rink opened by his uncle. Chen Juan said. Liang Yulan nodded. It's good, a combination of work and rest, otherwise it's not good to study all day. During the days when Chen Juan returned to his hometown, she saw Chen Juan holding a small English notebook and memorizing words every day. While feeling relieved, I also wanted to let Chen Juan rest for a day or two. Hu Jun's call came at the right time. Hu Jun's house, bedroom. Hu Jun flipped through the address book on his phone to see if there were any boys he had a good relationship with who he hadn't called yet. Ding ling ling tilde ding ling ling tilde, the cell phone rang. Hu Jun thought it was the people he had just contacted, but when he saw the caller ID on the screen, his eyes widened. Su Qian. Why did she call me? Hu Jun pressed the answer button. Hello? I'm Hu Jun. Hello, I'm Su Qian. Hu Jun, do you want to play these 2 days? Hu Jun's face lit up with joy. Could it be, that she likes me? Hu Jun, who was experiencing one of the 3 major illusions in life, was obviously unaware of this problem until Su Qian's last words before hanging up the phone made him wake up. Okay, then let me know via QQ when you're going to the skating rink. Oh, and ask Chen Juan to come along as well. Hu Jun listened to the beeping sound in his ear. If there had to be a background music at this moment, this would definitely be it. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling tilde. The world is vast tilde. The usually calm Hu Jun recovered quickly and even started thinking, since Su Qian was going, could he call a few more girls from the class? 3 days later, Chen Juan arrived at the meeting point as Hu Jun instructed. Several other classmates gradually appeared, both boys and girls. Chen Juan was a little surprised. He remembered Hu Jun said that most of them were boys. But it's not a big problem. It's okay as long as Su Qian doesn't come. Now I still have to try my best to avoid contact with Su Qian. After the college entrance examination, we will go our separate ways. After a while, Hu Jun also came. Hu Junqing counted the number of people and said, there is still one person. Wait a moment, we will go in together later. Chen Juan asked casually, who is it? Su Qian. What? Chapter 37. Let's do exercise together. I seem to be running away, but I can't escape. When Chen Juan saw Su Qian's beautiful smile, he was completely stunned. Didn't you say there was no Su Qian? Chen Juan showed a kind smile on his face and patted Hu Jun on the shoulder. Hu Jun looked at Chen Juan's smiling face, and somehow felt guilty, so he spoke in a weaker tone, well. Su Qian said she was coming after I called you. Smiling on the face, but cursing in the heart. This is probably the most true portrayal of Chen Juan's heart at this moment. There is nothing I can do. I can't blame my teammates for not being strong enough, but the enemy for being too cunning. There are 31 people in the class, and only about 10 of them are gathered here today. The main reason for so many people is because of Su Qian. After all, they are all young teenagers full of vigor and vitality. Who doesn't he want to have a good time with the most beautiful girl in the school? Except Chen Juan. Okay, everyone is here, let's go in. Hu Jun said. So the 10 people walked towards the entrance of the skating rink. Among the 10 people, only Jiang Qian and a boy brought skating equipment, while the others had none at all. Someone spoke out about this. Hu Jun said nonchalantly, "It's okay. There are places to rent equipment inside. My uncle said I can use it as I like." Now that they had the equipment, they faced another big problem. It seems that only a few of the 10 of them can skate. As pure Northeastern people, they can only skate. But it doesn't matter, as long as they have fun. A few people walked to the hall of the skating rink, and a middle-aged man came up and said with a smile, "Xiao Jun, these are your classmates, right? Welcome, welcome." Hu Jun grinned and said, "Uncle, I have several classmates who don't have skating equipment." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "I have already greeted them. You can take them to choose a suitable one." "Okay, second uncle, let's go in first," Hu Jun said. "Go ahead and have fun." The middle-aged man waved his hand. Hu Jun led the group to a room outside the skating rink, where everyone chose their equipment. Since it was the first time for many people, they armed themselves well and were safe. Chen Juan also put on his equipment, and then carried his skates to the ice rink with Hu Jun and others. After putting on ice skates, Chen Juan and a few boys walked onto the ice tremblingly. Jiang Qian and another boy were like fish in water, gliding freely on the ice. Hu Jun had also changed his shoes at this time. Although his movements were not skillful, they were much better than Chen Juan and the others. "Come here, just walk a little further." Hu Jun stood not far from Chen Juan and the others, waving with a smile. The boy next to Chen Juan took a tentative step forward, but he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. This scene made Hu Jun laugh out loud, and several people clenched their fists. "Damn Tilder. Wait a moment, a coach will be here to teach you soon," Hu Jun shouted to a few people. The skating rink has private coaches, who were originally charged by the hour, but because Hu Jun is the boss's nephew, the teaching is free. Maybe because it was newly opened, there were not many people on the skating rink even though it was the weekend. The coach hadn't arrived yet, so several boys began to try cautiously. Seeing this, Jiang Qian and the other two came over to teach some basic skills. Chen Juan grabbed the railing and slowly moved forward, maintaining his balance. Gradually, he felt it was about time and let go of the railing with both hands. He let go of the railing and took only 2 steps before his body fell backwards. With both hands, he supported Chen Juan's back and helped him regain his balance. "Thank you." Chen Juan breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed the railing and turned his head to look. Su Qian was looking at him with a smile on her face. "I'll teach you." Su Qian smiled with her hands behind her back, sliding skillfully beside Chen Juan. Looking at Su Qian's skillful movements, Chen Juan then remembered that Su Qian could also skate. Su Qian had no experience in ice skating in high school or college. She learned it only after becoming an artist in order to participate in a variety show. "I'm still learning figure skating." Because Su Qian didn't bring her skating equipment just now, and she had never been to the ice rink except for that time she participated in the variety show, Chen Juan almost forgot about it. "No need. I'll go learn from the coach." Chen Juan glanced at the coach who came late and said, "One-to-one teaching is different from one-to-many teaching." Su Qian continued to persuade. Chen Juan thought for a moment and said, "I think unity is strength." Su Qian laughed and said, "Your academic performance has improved recently, and your level of thinking has also improved rapidly." Chen Juan said, "Keep up with your studies." "Chen Juan, we are going over there to train balance, do you want to come with us?" A boy next to the coach looked at Chen Juan and shouted. "No need, I can teach Chen Juan." Su Qian quickly covered Chen Juan's mouth and shouted, "Over there." "Oh." The boy responded and stopped looking over here. Chen Juan had his mouth covered by Su Qian, and he had to hold onto the railing tightly with both hands to keep his balance. He could only watch the chance to escape from Su Qian's clutches gradually fade away. Look, your team seems to have abandoned you." Su Qian looked innocent. "Chen Juan, thank you so much." "Su Qian, you're welcome. Helping others is something I've known since I was a child. Stay about shoulder width apart with your feet. Your legs are too straight. Bend them a little, lean forward, and lower your center of gravity." At the ice rink, Su Qian was teaching Chen Juan how to skate seriously, and Chen Juan was learning very seriously. "Okay, I'll be able to walk soon. I'll row directly to Hu Jun's side." Chen Juan said excitedly. Su Qian's voice still lingered in her ears. Now you don't have to hold onto the railing anymore. You can try to take a small step forward slowly by yourself. I'm right next to you, it's okay. Chen Juan took a small tentative step forward. Not bad. Another step, very steady. You have good balance. Su Qian praised. Chen Juan's face lit up with joy. I can practice skating now. Su Qian pursed her rosy lips and said, you can try, but I think it's difficult. Chen Juan nodded, gently pushed off with his right foot, and then stood up again. Done. There was excitement in Chen Juan's eyes. Su Qian was also a little surprised. Chen Juan learned this very quickly. Well, I'll practice on my own first. Chen Juan glanced at Su Qian. Su Qian nodded and followed Chen Juan. However, after a while, Su Qian felt something was wrong. Although Chen Juan's speed was a bit slow, he seemed to be sliding in one direction. When I looked up, I saw that it was the location of Hu Jun and his companions. Looking back at Chen Juan, he was sliding hard, and occasionally looking up to determine his position.